Chapter 541 Meritorious Service Wonderful. The blue planet rotates slowly, and a large-scale space building is being improved on the 36,000-kilometer synchronous orbit. From time to time, there are flashes of electric sparks, and the orbital robots floating on the orbit are busy completing their own work. And in a newly built magic experiment cabin among these buildings, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Wang Yi stood in the Mage Tower experimental cabin on the south gate of heaven, feeling quite disgusted. It's not that the world will caught him. He still has the reaction speed to bully the mentally retarded. It's mainly because he ran from a relatively good magic environment to this barren magic wasteland like a desert. And the first time, he directly tore the void without an anchor point connected. The contrast made him feel a rare feeling of disgust. Relying on the connection between the Mage Towers, using the ubiquitous characteristics of the Abyss, and using Enzo territory as a springboard, Wang Yi can already complete the arrangement of the teleportation array. But the principle of coming back this time is completely different. Only the Mage Tower anchor point forcibly tore into the Abyss, and then jumped back. It seems normal to feel uncomfortable. Because of the rush, Wang Yi found that the space barrier on the Earth side, which was loose when he became a god, became even weaker. He even found several unstable nodes through the Mage Tower. But these are just some harmless little things. Relatively speaking, the bugs are more troublesome, and need to be dealt with immediately. At least their eggs must not be allowed to fall into the earth. What's the situation now? Have the eggs been captured? Wang Yi wiped his mouth and asked Lin Shurqin directly. Then a holographic image appeared in front of him. Some have been captured, but these launched eggs themselves seem to have some spitting functions. The captured parts are constantly trying to change the course. Each one has different rules. It is difficult to lock all at this distance. Hearing Lin Shurqin's words, Wang Yi also closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. How many modules of the Mage Tower have been transported now? Wang Yi's original plan was to continuously build spacecraft to fly to the orbit of Mars, to complete the monitoring of the bugs. At the same time, the subsequent Star-class spacecraft will carry a magic experiment cabin. When the number is complete, a magic tower will be built on the orbit of Mars. At that time, I will have enough time to come back slowly, and then teleport over through the connection of the magic tower to solve the problem. Wang Yi actually did not just want to save trouble, and did not want to waste the time of flying so far. The main reason is that he is also very serious about facing the bugs. And he must go all out. All civilizations with gods have been devoured, even if this one has just begun to develop. And the initial egg case resources are all destroyed. It cannot be taken lightly. When there is a magic tower in the orbit of Mars, Wang Yi can directly use the magic tower as an anchor to communicate with Enzo for a short time, so that the magic tide of the Abyss will gush out. On Earth, we still need to pay attention to the impact of the Abyss on the Earth's environment. If we really want to increase the concentration of Earth's magic, we need to rely on many magic towers to slowly purify it. Just like dripping water from a water purifier. But there are limited factors to consider on Mars. Mars is not suitable for living, with 1% of the atmosphere and no magnetic field protection. Only the Zerg can transform it against cosmic rays. So even if the unfiltered Abyss magic power directly pours in, it is not a big problem. With enough magic power as a basis for prying, Wang Yi will undoubtedly be much easier to do. When facing such an enemy, you must go all out and make the final decision once you attack. But in the end, while the spacecraft was still being launched, the bugs over there started to spray shit into space after initially getting some resources. Just like Wang Yi didn't want the Abyss magic power to erode the Earth, he certainly didn't want bugs to take root on the Earth. So he had to go there in advance. Now the Xingqiu number 2 and number 3 ships both have a magic experiment cabin. But the reserves are not enough to connect to the Abyss. If we go there now, even if the 2 cabins are disconnected, it should be possible for you, the boss, to complete the anchoring. Lin Shurqin has fully displayed the structural diagrams of the 2 ships in the past. Wang Yi glanced at it, and naturally understood what was going on. The 2 magic test chambers over there are almost ready for use. It is actually possible to simply complete the anchoring with the Abyss after going there in person. But it is impossible to directly solidify the channel to let the magic tide of the Abyss surge out. Now, whether it is relying on the 2 almost completed spacecraft to bring the new test chamber over, or simply bringing the newly built Nanchaman test chamber over, it can achieve the goal. But in that case, there will not be enough time, which will inevitably lead to the leakage of insect eggs. Real insect eggs will have to play hide-and-seek with insects when they land on the Earth. Just like whack-a-mole. Who knows if new queens and brains will emerge? So the best way now is to go directly to Mars. Capture queens and brains, and then search for those things thrown out based on their connection with the insect swarm. 2 test chambers are almost done. Wani quickly estimated his own situation. The magic reserves of the 2 test chambers, plus the magic crystal reserves carried in his personal space, are almost enough. If it is really not enough, he will forcefully break through a certain abyss barrier to replenish magic. If it is not fixed, the current magic reserve is more than enough. Turn off the other detectors. I will go there myself, Wani said to Lin Shurqin. No problem. But those guys also use some communication equipment here to communicate with the Zerg during this period. Although they thought they were well hidden, the fleas controlled by Enzo were still under control. They were able to respond to the Zerg's launch so quickly this time, and they all made contributions. Lin Shurqin's words made Wani feel a little bit amused. It has to be said that the group of people in the organization really can't change their eating habits. When flirting with Enzo, they didn't forget to flirt with the bugs. The Zerg has existed for so many years, and there are many functions and information recorded in the genes. After they reminded the bugs to avoid nuclear bombs for the first time to ensure the basis for contact. It is normal for the bugs to learn human language now. Besides, the Zerg are not incapable of using magic. Even in this desert area with depleted magic power, it is no problem to cultivate a bug that can speak its own language. Are all of them involved? No. They are very cautious. It doesn't matter. Just remember as much as you can. They are all powerful people. If you don't find a good excuse, people will think that we Umbrella are so greedy. If everything is under control, there will be some positive effects on the organization occasionally. If Umbrella is not convenient to do something that affects its reputation, it can use Enzo to order them to do it. Anyway, their black materials have been collected until now, and they will be thrown out when necessary. What about the darkness of the earth? The root of the darkness? The Pot King? Etc. Wani actually thinks that the organization has great potential. For example, this time, Lin Shurqin detected the Zerg's action of launching insect eggs through their secret communication line and issued an early warning of OK. Otherwise, if Mars is not completely covered yet, it may not be detected in the first time. The Zerg has launched? What should we do? In Morgan's manner, the old Locke and the old Bane, who have also surrendered to the Abyss and received the gift, also looked a little ugly at this time. The coffee and pastries in front of them were not touched at all. As the most standard sophisticated egoists, everything they do is for themselves. In the past, they pursued various medical conditions to prolong their lives. And later they had the opportunity to contact the Abyss to obtain eternal life without any hesitation. Sell your soul to the devil? If they could have eternal life, they would have sold it long ago. Now that they have a long life, what family and descendants are not in their consideration? In the past, leaving descendants was just a kind of sustenance and continuation. Now, these descendants have become purely backup for them to switch identities. When this body is used for a long time, let the demon worm enter the body of an excellent descendant to continue. As for their life or death, what does it have to do with me? This is their honor. What made them feel regretful was that although they had received the attention and protection of Enzo, Umbrella suddenly took out the Gundam in reality. Good guy. The invincible fleet of De Pyongyang directly turned into an iron coffin on the sea. The 3 machines broke through and killed all sides, and finally forced De Pyongyang to sign the White House alliance, humiliatingly opening the door to free trade. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was that after all, Umbrella had been out of nowhere for too short a time, and its foundation and accumulation were not enough to maintain global financial stability. It still needed to rely on De Pyongyang to a certain extent. So it was also a hand, not letting De Pyongyang explode on the spot because of this failure, and at the same time ensuring the safety of De Pyongyang's nuclear arsenal without any accidents. Although it was a bit miserable, under the threat of the bugs outside, it could still barely continue to condense. And because of this, when they found that Enzo didn't want to enter the material world easily, they also considered contacting those bugs. The first Mars probe dropped had their reminder about nuclear bombs. Although it is not known how much effect it had, the goodwill has been released. So the encrypted connection device that arrived at Mars again in the name of a probe also successfully completed their communication with the insects. Moreover, the other party has been able to exchange some information by using the language bug. Among them, the most explosive news they got was that the bug launched eggs to fly to the Earth. What kind of situation is the bug? The nuclear bombing and the entry of the robot team have already fully reflected it. So these 3 old-timers naturally know the consequences of the eggs falling to the Earth, especially falling into the sea. We just want to ask for external help. Not to ask for a new mother-in-law. Old Locke slammed the table heavily. His face ugly. With a boss like Enzo who is not very smart but still listens to advice. They actually feel that their life is pretty good. After having eternal life. Naturally the rest is to enjoy. Humans are social animals. Even if they may not be considered human in nature. Their souls are still. If there are only a few of them, and other humans are gone, it would be meaningless. So their motivation and purpose is just to use external forces to get rid of Umbrella. It would be best if Umbrella and the bugs fight each other to a loss. And then, they can sit back and reap the benefits. They have plenty of time and can wait patiently. But as soon as we contacted the bugs, they didn't listen to our advice at all and started throwing eggs directly. It's much harder to fool than Enzo. In the past, there was an asteroid-like object that could be captured. But now such small eggs are thrown. What should we do? Are we really going to let them take root on the Earth? Why are you in a hurry? Isn't there Umbrella? It's not us who will take over if the bugs land. Old Morgan was calm. Anyway, we have to break the sky now. And see how you Umbrella will deal with it. Anyway, we have a retreat to the abyss. And other worlds are not without intelligent creatures or even humanoid creatures. We are not afraid of retreating. Let's see what measures Umbrella will take. At this time, Morgan's ring lit up, which made several people's faces change. Then they quickly entered the manor together, entered the wine cellar, and turned on a communication device that looked a bit retro. Although this huge communication device looks bloated and has no sense of technology. But in fact, it can directly receive the signal transmitted from Mars. Great brainworm. Do you have any other instructions? Morgan said in a very respectful tone. What are you going to do? The satellites in the sky have begun to shut down. And only the 3 spacecraft are still operating. A hoarse voice came from the other side. In the early days, they relied on language proficiency, and then completely deciphered the pronunciation of English. Now the worms can even communicate directly. This is the terrifying thing about a race that has taken root in the universe. If we only talk about adaptability and survival ability, the Zerg is far superior to humans. Are all the satellites shut down? Old Morgan and others were a little confused. The worms have strong electromagnetic wave detection capabilities, and can evolve into special reconnaissance worms. They have been conducting reverse monitoring of the sky. Even now, the communication between the two sides is based on the biological transformation of the instruments launched by the Zerg. It is said that it can ensure more confidentiality during communication. Even if it is impossible to prevent theft of secrets, it can know that the secrets have been leaked. This is true. Lin Shurchin relies on Enzo's hands and feet to watch the live broadcast, and did not force the deciphering of communications. Dear Brainworm, our situation has been explained before. Now, we are the losers in the power competition, and don't know what Umbrella is doing. However, we can express our opinions through the public opinion channels. We have to test their purpose. The delay of Mars communication is still a bit, and both sides are in a question and answer mode. Very good. Go and find out clearly. The Brainworm issued the order without any hesitation. As for whether this is a false surrender or a trap, the Brainworm doesn't care at all. No matter what information the other party feedbacks, it can collect more for analysis. Whether it is deception, temptation, or sincerity, it can analyze some of what it wants. Old Morgan and his team were not vague, and the way they chose to test was relatively mild. They directly made an open inquiry through a NASA senior official they controlled remotely. Several satellites of our NASA on Mars suddenly lost contact. I want to ask Umbrella whether the Zerg will fight back. What is the situation on Mars now? Although it was an open inquiry, NASA's attitude was still very low. NASA's words also changed the focus of the game Abyss World recently. No matter how much you use the game to numb yourself, the issue involving the Zerg will immediately attract attention. The day before was still about hashtag Goblin 1000 killing true warriors, hashtag Baroness, hashtag Wandering Balloon Plan, and hashtag Flame Dog Caravan. After NASA asked, the topic changed instantly. Those cloud players who couldn't enter the game were all nervous. Hashtag what happened to Mars. Hashtag is there an accident on Mars? Hashtag have the Zerg come out? Hashtag go and ask Umbrella. Even Old Morgan and the others didn't know that they were just fleas raised by Wang Yi's pet dog. So NASA hasn't spoken yet. And Lin Shurchin has even prepared the PPT. This time, shutting down all aspects of the exploration of Mars is to facilitate the boss's actions. There are also landing mechanical teams on the Star 2 and Star 3. And the promotional videos prepared in advance have been played. This time we are going to take a decapitation operation. We have locked the area where the brain worm and the queen worm are located. Because it is deep underground and cannot be reached by nuclear bombs, we can only send a task force to shield all satellites and not start live broadcasting. That is because we do not want to broadcast the images of this operation to the public. The specific results of the operation will be announced after the operation is completed. Umbrella's words are also neat and clear. Although Umbrella has always completed many major operations in front of live broadcasts, even the Gundam Slasher was completed simultaneously in front of the beautiful media. There is also the construction of the South Gate of Heaven, the prototype of today's Heavenly Palace, and the launch of the Starry Sky, etc. There have been many scenes of nuclear bombs bombing Mars. So this time Umbrella did not announce it to the public, which still caused some surprise. But surprise is surprise. At present, with Umbrella's status in Blue Star, they will take the initiative to explain it. Even if they don't say anything, no one can do anything to them. Besides, for many normal projects, keeping secrets and not announcing them to the public is the normal means. Perhaps the robots deployed by Umbrella this time are too advanced? Inconvenient to show? Or maybe they are not sure this time. They used to broadcast live when they were confident. But they don't want to affect morale if they are not sure this time. They only responded after NASA found out and publicly asked. But knowing that it was Umbrella that took action against the Zerg, ordinary people still felt very relieved. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. The stronger Umbrella is, the more at ease they are. And looking at this announcement from Umbrella, the three core fleas, Old Morgan, also met again. It should be the action taken by Umbrella after discovering that the insects were launching eggs. Yes, they had previously nuclear strike several areas and cleared some giant insects that launched eggs. Umbrella knew that time could not be dragged on like this. Sooner or later, the 1,000-day defense against thieves would fail. Umbrella's performance and notification naturally led them to this conclusion. And Umbrella's announcement was quite reasonable. They didn't want ordinary people to know that there were eggs floating towards the Earth. This would have no benefit except causing panic. Ordinary people had no way to participate in the activities against the Zerg. At most, they could donate money or something. After robots gradually entered the factory to replace ordinary people, they just had to not make trouble. They also expressed their understanding of Umbrella's sudden involvement in game technology. Not to mention that while uploading is a substitute for life continuation, it is also very important to give ordinary people a channel to pass the time. Then just give it back to the brainworm like this. Well, the brainworm is extremely intelligent. It should understand after a brief explanation. Special Attack Team. The head. The brainworm was lying on the mother worm like an octopus. And next to it was the abyss goathorn servant it controlled. There was a lot of hot magma flowing around the cave deep into the underground lava layer, providing a dark red light in the cave. But this underworld color is really not much better than darkness. Mars has lost its magnetic field because of the cooling of the Earth's core. But there is still some magma activity underground. And the Zerg seems to want to use the residual geothermal heat of Mars to do something. There are naturally reasons why the brainworm and the mother worm stay in this place. It's just that the attack called nuclear bomb is too powerful, which has already involved the realm of gods. It was actually controlled by a group of mortals, or a group of mortals who don't understand magic. The Zerg has seen many panhumanoid creatures and swallowed many. But this kind is also a bit interesting, with the potential to absorb genes. Each individual has wisdom. They are a very interesting race, despite the useless internal friction caused by internal intrigue. Moreover, they developed this weapon during internal fighting. They use nuclear bombs to attack their own people. As expected, the wisdom of individuals is meaningless. Some information obtained by the brainworm through communication really made it confirm the trouble of individual wisdom. If it controls this kind of power, it does not mean that it will not deal with its own kind at all. Even if it wants to deal with it, it will start to destroy it after its own kind has already pinned down the important enemy and calculated the loss ratio. They captured me and the queen. I don't know if they really captured me or if they did it to appease the public opinion within their tribe. But we can't take risks. Even in this cave full of lava, it was still covered with purple fungal carpets. After hesitating for a moment, the brainworm still controlled the goathorn abyss monster it controlled to the ground in front, and began to carve on the fungal carpet with magma. As the pattern was gradually completed, the heat of the surrounding lava seemed to be absorbed a lot. The light became a little dim, and many of them solidified. But the carved pattern became brighter and brighter. Finally, a huge and ferocious flame face was formed. There were hundreds of eyes on the face, which looked very creepy. Looking at the brainworm in front and the controlled Goathorn demon. The flame-faced man couldn't help but snort coldly, and then said in the abyss language, "What a waste. You can't even control the newly born brainworm." After cursing for a while, he looked at the brainworm with a hint of mockery on his lips. "Why? The civilization that landed this time is too strong, and you are going to suffer a catastrophe and come to me for help before you develop?" Facing the mockery of the flame-faced man, the brainworm seemed very calm. "Celiu, you are not the first or the last Abyss Lord who uses the swarm of insects. But your end will be the same in the end. Don't compare me with those wastes you devoured." The 100-eyed demon king, the Abyss Lord Celia, roared. "You are so angry only because you are afraid. You use anger to cover up your fear. If you stop in time, we won't go to such trouble to find you." The tone of the brainworm is still quite calm. It was born not long ago, and it broke the defense of an Abyss Lord with just a few words. Its ability to speak alone is beyond doubt. The 100-eyed demon king was silent for a moment at this time. It's not that he doesn't know the threat of the swarm, but as an abyss creature, it's good enough to keep his sanity. Self-control is nothing. It's really good to use the swarm. As long as you keep sowing seeds, you can get rich rewards. In the past, Celia was just an ordinary legendary Abyss Lord, but he relied on the swarm, spread, and destroyed and plundered civilization. Now he has been rewarded by the will of the Abyss many times and has achieved the body of a demigod. He has a hunch that if he continues like this, maybe one day he will become an Abyss demon and expand a new Abyss area. It's just that the Abyss demon gods have lost their wills and are full of tyranny and chaos, which makes him, who is already a little abnormal, both fearful and yearning. There is also the fear and greed of using the Zerg, which makes him in an extremely complex and chaotic mood. After a moment, he came back to his senses from the crazy chaos. After looking at the brainworm in front of him, he spoke again. "Little thing, you are really powerful, but those powerful companions in front of you are all dead. Tell me, what do you need my help with? And what can I get?" "A civilization in the magic desert area. But it's very interesting. I want to devour this civilization. Help me, and you can get what you want." The brainworm's tone was very calm, which made Celia stunned for a moment. And then he laughed wildly. "Magic desert? You are talking about magic desert with me, the Lord of the Abyss? As long as you find a way to sacrifice to complete the connection, the endless magic of the Abyss will naturally baptize this place and capture the planet." Chapter 542, Summoning Reinforcements Memories. In the experimental cabin behind the Xingqiu 3 spacecraft in the synchronous orbit above Mars, Wang Yi stood at the window and looked down at the desolate planet below, and seemed to be a little stunned. The breath of the Abyss. Is the worm communicating with the Abyss? It's really a flexible bottom line. Wang Yi can be sure that the worm originally came here based on the coordinates of the Abyss monster in front, and it should be driven by something in the Abyss. At the beginning, Xingqiu I was temporarily equipped with a detector that Wang Yi personally modified with the Abyss magic crystal, because it was a temporary magic modification. This detector may not be accurate, but it is still no problem to confirm whether there are Abyss cracks in the general range. The information that has been fed back is no. So this is most likely a Zerg that has already escaped the control of the Abyss. In other words, this time I felt a trace of the breath of the Abyss. It is very likely that this worm that has already escaped control has taken the initiative to contact the Abyss to join forces or use the power of the Abyss. The Zerg has definitely dealt with the Abyss a lot. And even if the brainworm has just hatched, it must have a full set of memories. Most of the unconscious Abyss Lords could not refuse the invitation of the Zerg. Wonderful. I still felt that it was not safe enough. But the Zerg gave me a surprise. If the Abyss cooperates, the conditions for connecting the channel will almost match. And their location was originally to be found temporarily. But now it is much easier to find. It can land. Wang Yi smiled slightly while sitting in the experimental cabin. Then the 4 landing capsules on the Xingqiu 2 and Xingqiu 3 also instantly detached and fell towards the surface of Mars. There was a new targeted reorganized mechanical special attack team on it, which was originally intended to provide cover and assistance. Now, we can try to become a bait to lure the Zerg and the Abyss to connect. It doesn't matter if the strength is not enough. Give them some buff to strengthen them. The Zerg surface units are almost dead on sight. After the 2nd and 3rd Xingqiu-class spacecraft arrived in synchronous orbit, and the transport cabin recharged the 1st Xingqiu-class with ammunition, it can ensure sufficient deterrence against the surface. After the initial resources of the swarm's egg case were destroyed, they could not be wasted like this. So the swarm's reconnaissance ability changed from the giant building worms that were almost anchored on the surface to small worms composed of small units. They came out in groups from time to time, observed once, and then went back. This time was also the case. A small worm that had been outside and looked like an eyeball locked onto the fire of the landing craft that broke through the atmosphere and landed in the sky, and sent a signal at the first time. Then a large group of eyeballs drilled out from the gap and formed a giant eyeball dense array on the ground. There were several other observation points. All the detailed parameters of the landing craft were calculated in an instant. Speed, angle, trajectory, and landing direction. The brain worms underground also obtained the desired information through the electrical signal transmission of the fungal carpet. It really landed above us. After the brain worms found the landing location, they were also a little surprised. It had no idea how its position was exposed. Those Earthlings had a very strange way of detecting. They could lock onto itself even at such a deep underground? Then it really needed help from the abyss just in case. Originally, the brainworm had communicated with Sari before, just to be on the safe side, but it didn't expect that it would actually be used. If it was the metal team like last time, although it would be troublesome, it would be fine. We could force them to detonate the forbidden object in advance. However, they were specially sent out at this time, exposing their ability to discover my position. I'm afraid it would be a little different from the last batch. In fact, some bugs have been accumulated now, including those that attack the sky. But it wanted to save up the number to knock down the big things in the synchronous orbit, to withstand their bombing. It must have enough numbers to form a firepower network. So it didn't want to take them out now. What if it was just a bait to trick its turret into appearing and then bombing? Those big bugs don't move that fast. Ignore them for now. Wait for them to land and see how much they have grown, and be ready to sacrifice a batch of them to summon the gate of the abyss. At this time, the lava hall where the brain worm and the queen worm were located was full of white flesh worms. This is a kind of delicious and nutritious flesh and blood, which can be used as reserve food to become the marching rations of the insect swarm, and can also be used as an excellent flesh and blood sacrifice. It is an excellent material for sacrificing to the Lord of the Abyss and stabilizing the passage. Be ready to communicate at any time. If anything happens, you can still pull out a surprise force. At this time, the 4 landing craft in the sky have also broken through the atmosphere and landed on the ground, and then completed the transformation. The robots and mechanical dog teams ready to go inside quickly poured out, observing the brain worms outside through the eye worms. It was found that although these machines seemed to have some subtle changes, the overall size was not big. Crush them. Don't let them bring in taboos. As the brain worms' orders were issued, the ground shook soon, and a large number of various combat insects swarmed out. They are not afraid of death, even if a forbidden attack takes them all away at this time. It is a one-for-one exchange. Viscous acid and liquefied plasma are sprayed wantonly, as the 2 different long-range insects compress their round bellies, and directly break the sound barrier through the sharp compressed nozzles on their heads. In addition, some small round self-explosive insects also took the lead and rolled quickly. The soldier insects behind them did not care about the accidental injuries of friendly forces and followed closely, because the landing of the landing craft was predicted in advance. Although no giant anti-aircraft insect attack was arranged, they faced ambushes from all directions as soon as they landed. It seems that they want to take them all away in one wave. The first to attack were the viscous acid and liquid plasma. At the beginning, these caused huge damage to the robot special attack team. However, this time, Ziz, accompanied by the appearance of an invisible protective force field, all long-range attacks were completely blocked by an energy barrier. In addition, the first self-explosive insect that rolled up was also shattered after hitting the barrier. The splashing acid corroded the following soldiers and insects severely. The first wave of the dragnet attack was easily resolved by Yubu, as the robots and mechanical dogs stood up. Various electromagnetic weapons fired, and the swarm of insects suffered heavy casualties in an instant. After the landing craft was transformed and the turret appeared, the swarm of insects was bombarded under the protection of the protective barrier, splashing blood all over the ground. What is that? Magic barrier? How is it possible with this concentration of magic? The wisdom of the brain worm brought it certain emotions, but under normal circumstances, these emotions could not affect its judgment. But this time, it felt a shock. The degree of magic poverty here made the dog shake his head. In fact, there are some uses of magic in the worms. This time, none of them were hatched, and all kinds of physical worms with thick skin and flesh were used. But what does it see now? Magic barrier? No. It seems that it is not just a magic barrier. The magic fluctuation does not seem obvious. It is so exquisitely controlled that there is no overflow without being attacked. This does not look like magic. Is this also what they call technological power? I want to get them more and more. Go. Summon the Abyss for support. This time, the landing team that arrived with Xingqiu 2 and Xingqiu 3 has also had some improvements in their equipment, which is more suitable for targeting insects. However, if it only relies on these original technical bonuses, then the landing team can only perform some intelligence exploration and will definitely be destroyed by the sea of insects. But now that Wang Yi is here, he still wants to fish out the abyss. So the original combat power is not enough. Strengthening a wave and adding some buff to send it can maximize the role of this batch of mechanical units. Stop directly above your head, telling you clearly that the location has been found. And startling the snake. The buff blessed by Wang Yi himself is naturally full of details, and the efficiency of use has reached the extreme. The limited magic power is used to maximize the effectiveness of this defensive barrier. There are magic detection bugs in the swarm, but because this is a magic desert area, and the initial resources have been exhausted, under the Zerg cultivation method that specifically solves the current dilemma, the brain worm did not cultivate any magic side units. This naturally made them unsure about this group of robots. In addition to the communication with Morgan and others, the results of the analysis also tended to the purpose of this time was to behead. And the landing place of the spacecraft was indeed directly above its location. So naturally it could not be arrogant anymore. Although there are also risks in cooperating with the Abyss. As long as Celia keeps using the swarm, he will be swallowed by the swarm sooner or later. Ha ha. A wise choice. In the giant underground cave reflected by the lava, as those white blood sacrifice flesh worms turned into blood and began to melt, the magic circle on the ground gradually bulged to form an altar. The connection here with the Abyss has become more solid and reliable. Although the channels have not yet been fully connected, the thick magic tide in the Abyss has already penetrated through the void. It is like a dam bursting and gushing out. The difference in the concentration of magic power on both sides was too great. This difference even made the magic power make a whooshing sound, as if it was about to materialize. However, it was just like when Enzo invaded New York, because of the lack of magic power in the wider area outside. No matter how much magic power gushed out from the other side of the channel, it was like a sprinkler truck running at full power in the desert. The magic power that surged in was quickly diluted, until the channel gradually stabilized. A figure similar to the goathorn demon captured by the brain worm walked out of the channel. It seemed that it felt the lack of magic power here, and snorted with disgust, and a wisp of flame spurted out of his nose with a snort. Lord, you are still stabilizing the channel, and cannot come here in person. I will lead our Abyss army to help you defeat the enemy. As he spoke, one after another goathorn demons walked out of the channel. Unlike Enzo's original use of the flame dog as the main force, combined with some strange Abyss races he captured, the main force under the command of the 100-eyed demon King Celia is the goathorn demon. These Abyss monsters have the image of goat hooves and goat horns, with recurved feet, and holding a variety of weapons in their hands. Although those weapons look very wild, they are still a little bumpy on the surface, and the craftsmanship is very rough. But each one carries a strong smell of corruption, having gone through the most basic and brutal blood refining. In addition, there are a few figures of the Multi-Eye clan, who seem to be the grassroots commanders of the Abyss army. The number of eyes on their faces ranges from a few to more than a dozen, and they look somewhat similar to the 100-eyed demon king. So they should be from the same tribe. A true royal relative. Although the magic power is a little poor, relying on our strong bodies, and the magic power that is constantly replenished by the channel here, we are enough to help you deal with any problem. Or the goathorn demon at the beginning. With the Multi-Eyed clan, he can still serve as the commander-in-chief, which shows that his ability is quite strong. And he is definitely an important helper under the 100-eyed demon king. The peak body of the Great Knight combined with the innate magic of the Great Warlock level. After entering the material world, only those legends can suppress it. And in this place with poor magic power, he thinks that no one can defeat him. The opponent's weapons are very powerful. You have to be careful. Don't rush in all at once, or you will be wiped out. The brainworm seemed to have no worries when seeing the endless stream of abyssal armies. Relying on the number of times the Zerg has dealt with the Abyss, it has already signed a contract with Celia that relies on an abyssal demon god through the knowledge engraved in its genes. No matter where the violators are, they will be locked by the chaotic abyssal demon god and attacked by the omnipresent characteristics of the Abyss. So don't worry about anything in the short term. since they are temporary friendly forces. They must be reminded. The main reason is that they are afraid that these brain abnormal things will rush and all at once to eat mushrooms. Haha. You have some misunderstandings about our strength. These are the elites under Lord Celu. Each member has at least reached a high level. And 1/3 of the pure physical strength is enough to be close to the Great Knight. The Horned Demon leader was full of arrogance. If these insects had not signed a contract, this power alone could easily suppress them now, before the sea of insects is formed. You simply cannot contend with this mass of the Abyss army. Little ones, charge. On the synchronous orbit 17,000 kilometers above Mars, the hundreds-meter-long Xingqiu spacecraft is like a floating mountain, constantly maintaining a rotating posture, so that the main gun on the top of the spacecraft faces the direction of Mars. The dark muzzle of the main gun brings an indescribable sense of dominance. The silver ship body also glows under the sunlight. In the magic experiment cabin carried by the Xingqiu spacecraft, Wang Yi felt the surge of the Abyss breath, and his eyes lit up. It's coming. It's really good. It's worth the added buff consumption. It's almost done. After muttering, Wang Yi directly opened the door of the experimental cabin, letting the strong wind caused by the pressure difference blow, and stepped into space. Disconnect. As Wang Yi spoke in the dissipating airflow, the voice just fell, accompanied by a burst of white mist, like a disconnected boiler steam pipe. The two experimental cabins separated from the main body of the spacecraft, floated backwards, and floated alone on the synchronous orbit. Wang Yi, standing in the void, raised his hand slightly, and sucked the two bloated cabins into his hands, one in each hand. Then he landed on the surface of Mars. Single machine breakthrough. The insect repellent master is here. The thin atmosphere could not form any obstacles. The Martian sandstorm below that covered the sky and connected to the sky looked very magnificent from the perspective of space, like a sea of clouds on the top of the mountain. And Wang Yi directly turned into a stream of light from slow to fast, breaking through the terrifying sandstorm and falling towards the surface of Mars. What the hell is this? Why can they still use magic? The leader of the Goathorn demons cursed. At first, they did not expect to face such fierce firepower. As soon as they showed up, they were stunned by the terrible metal torrent. The flesh close to the level of the Great Knight could not resist the enhanced electromagnetic gun because there was no magic blessing. Several unlucky guys were shot to death at the first sight. This is because the front row of Sheephorn elite soldiers, whose physiques were close to those of Great Knights, were killed directly and not shot through. Otherwise, they would have fallen down like wheat being cut. And some of the projectile attacks with throwing weapons were also blocked by the protective barrier outside the group of robots. The combination of technology and magic instantly gave the Abyss reinforcements, who came across the border, a wake-up call. At this time, I finally understood why the brainworm reminded me. Damn. If it was in the Abyss, this kind of attack would not be a big deal. How can it be done in such a barren place of magic? After leaving dozens of corpses, they could only hide back underground in embarrassment, although the channel has been connected. And there is also magic flowing in here. But it is also very difficult to use the water sprinkled in the desert immediately. The long-dried Martian environment dilutes the gushing magic. Enlarge the channel. Increase the sacrifice. Let the channel expand again. Let more magic flow in. The roar of the Sheephorn leader turned back and reached the brainworm. Of course, the brainworm will not be stingy with the sacrifice. The Earthlings elite team, this time, is completely different. If the defense capability is improved, it is really possible to attack all the way down. As long as they reach the attack range of their forbidden things, it will be quite a headache. Originally, it thought that its biggest advantage was hiding well, and the opponent had no way to do it. So after the opponent gained an advantage in the early stage, it could not continue to expand the results. But the landing position this time made it dare not have a fluke mentality. Now it can only cooperate with the Abyss to expand the channel again. Batches of white flesh worms turned into blood and completed the sacrifice. The cracks in the channel also increased again. Don't change the environment of the entire planet. In fact, as long as the concentration of magic power nearby is slightly increased, allowing them to cast spells, and after attracting nearby magic power to form a sufficiently effective defense, this elite Abyss team is still enough to easily tear apart the opponent's attack. The brainworm, who also understood this trend, continued to increase its investment without hesitation. However, at this time, the eyes arranged in various areas found that something seemed to have entered the Martian atmosphere again. It was just because of the heavy sandstorm that the scene was a little blurry. The reinforcements? It seems that we have to speed up. The batch of flesh worms that were originally prepared to be used as spare rations were all transported out. And the brain worm was also spending its money. Because it has limited resources. Every penny is carefully calculated. After this batch of stored food is consumed, a batch of functional insects will inevitably be used as food to make up the number. Without the resources of egg sheaths, the Zerg's direct conversion speed of Martian ore is also limited. Ordinary insects must use the rations converted by special properties to maintain their abundant combat power and corresponding functions. But now we must overcome the difficulties in front of us first. And everything else will be easy. As a batch of chubby flesh worms turned into blood, the abyss Tongdao expanded again. Even the huge face of the 100-eyed demon king opposite can be seen. It seems that it is indeed a bit troublesome. You have sacrificed so much flesh and blood to expand the channel. The voice of Celia came over. And the brain worm also spoke. You should also increase your investment. I don't have many sacrifices here. You can get back 100 times the loss now. Hee hee. As you wish. Thinking of a fertile material planet. A planet that gave birth to civilization right in front of him. The 100-eyed demon king was willing to continue to invest. Because of the magic desert environment on the other side. The fastest speed for him to expand the channel is also blood sacrifice. Batches of slaves captured before, as well as those discarded waste, were escorted here. These were originally kept as consumables for blood sacrifice. And now is the right time to use them. But soon, Celia was somewhat surprised to find that the expansion and stability speed of this channel had increased sharply again. It seemed that the magic power surging over here was also helping to expand the channel in the opposite direction. This surprised him quite a bit. Didn't the other side say that there were no more bugs? They were willing to invest so much. Sure enough, the Zerg were very cunning and could not be trusted. The brainworm also noticed the rapid expansion of the channel, which also shocked it. How much blood was spent. The stuff in Celia's hand was very interesting. But soon, both sides found something wrong. Now the gap was like a dam burst, and the surging magic tide squeezed crazily, constantly expanding the channel. The larger the channel, the more magic power will flow out, and the more efficient the rewinding will be for expanding the channel. Theoretically, the channel is already large enough, and we just need to wait for a certain period of time until the concentration of magic power nearby increases. But now it is still rewinding crazily and expanding continuously. On the contrary, the surging magic power that originally poured in did not spread to the surroundings to change the environment, but was all used to build roads, wave after wave. This made the brainworms wonder if the other party was ready to tear up the agreement. Stop! Enough! Both sides spoke at the same time, which made both sides stunned at the same time. Didn't you do it? Didn't you sacrifice? After starting to check the same questions, they also vaguely realized that something was wrong. What's wrong with this extra magic power? What's wrong with this reinforced channel? How about you try to close it? The brainworm said with some fear in his heart. And on the other side? Selu nodded woodenly, and then relied on his own ability of the Abyss Lord, who had entered the body of a demigod to force the door to close. But then he found that as the passage expanded to the present, even if he gathered the power of the Abyss in the Abyss to bombard it, he could not stop it at all. The magic power formed an extremely solid crystal wall, which held the passage tightly and continuously reinforced it. His efforts were like throwing a few bags of sandbags into the flood of a 100-meter-wide breach. Hack! Something bad happened. There's something dirty. Selu obviously felt a sense of desolation, and the huge body standing in the territory felt a palpitation. What kind of great power can do this? This reminded him of an encounter when he was still a legend. Could there be a top legendary wizard over there? No! That's the magic desert. Even if there is a top legendary wizard there by accident, it's impossible to do this. It's not like I haven't fought with legendary wizards before. After becoming a demigod, I should no longer be afraid of that kind of dirty thing. Celia kept comforting himself. At this time, the brainworm also began to quickly search its own genetic records, trying to find similar scenes. Pictures were extracted from the genetic memory. The majestic divine light, the pall of light formed by the faith of all living beings, supported the wormhole channel and began to counterattack. Dragon riders raged. Legendary wizards. A Zerg annihilation war in which the brainworm and the queen were both captured and branded with slavery. A god! Although it was completely incomprehensible how a god could appear in such a place. The brainworm still recalled this fluctuation. Damn it! Why did a god appear in such a remote place? The Zerg are very strong, with full survival points. They have already taken root in various places. They have also devoured civilizations with gods, and even have means to target gods. But these are not what a group of little Karami led by a brain worm that is not even 1 year old can fight. Besides, the resource bottle that carries the egg case has been broken. They have to chew on stones, which are not nutritious, just after they are born. They have finally saved up a little wealth due to malnutrition. And now gods are riding on their faces? This is too much of a compliment to me. I am still a child. Chapter 543 The Characteristics of the Zerg Caravan. Gods? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When Celia heard the message from the brain worm, he blocked the bad news directly. The gods are affected by the poison of faith. How foolish it is to take the initiative to contact the chaotic abyss. Does he want to become the abyss demon? Celia himself has successfully entered the demigod realm by driving the crazy plunder and expansion of the Zerg. He can even see the direction of the abyss demon. Chaos and disorder. Continuing to improve will inevitably become crazy and stupid. But there is an absolute temptation that makes him go forward without hesitation. There are countless gods who have fallen into the abyss. The gods themselves have to fight against chaotic beliefs to complete their self-anchoring. Rashly contacting the abyss will only greatly reduce their blood volume. It is not uncommon for them to fall directly into the abyss demon after a long time. Even when the abyss invades the material world, the magic power with the breath of the abyss can cause a certain erosion to the gods. But what the hell is this now? Directly against the abyss's magic torrent to wash the reinforced passage? Do you still want to kill into the abyss in the opposite direction? Really? Looking at the figure walking out of the passage in front of him, hundreds of Selu's eyes were staring at the other party. The dazzling glare made him feel as if he was about to melt. The moment the other party stepped into his territory, he felt that this place had completely become the other party's home court. The chaotic magic of the abyss became orderly in an instant, as neat as soldiers being inspected. There is no escape. Selu's eyes showed a burst of madness and fanaticism. And then he muttered a long string of strange language. ##and%. #Lord Demon. Wangi raised his hand and pressed Selu. And he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this chaotic tone. The real name of an abyss demon god? It's really ugly. Feeling the solemn atmosphere gradually appearing around him, and the originally tamed abyss magic seemed to have a tendency to chaos again, Wangi couldn't help but sigh. Forget it. Porcelain should not touch earthenware. Under the terrifying computing power and analysis of Wang Yi's own root, many laws in front of him appeared in the form of various data symbols in Wang Yi's eyes. The weak points of the void, the ups and downs of the abyss magic, the struggle of the abyss lord to constantly mobilize the magic. Everything seemed to outline countless invisible lines. With a flick of his finger, it seemed to directly hit the weak point where many lines converged. Crack. A sense of shattering like glass shattering appeared. The next moment, the terrifying body of the 100 Eyes Demon King was cut into pieces. Under the terrifying vitality of the demigod level abyss lord, the broken flesh and blood seemed to still have countless tentacles, trying to reconnect. There were endless voices shouting, as if the personality began to split. But the next moment, Wang Yi's terrifying divine consciousness accurately crushed all the remaining will in the flesh and blood, turning it into pure nutrients to nourish those pieces of meat. A demigod level abyss lord, a terrifying monster that could make many material planets tremble, died. Then, under Wang Yi's control, the neatly cut pieces were suspended and swarmed towards the reinforced passage. Now that we are here, we can't leave without anything, right? It's rare to see a demigod level abyss lord while transporting the flesh and blood here. Wang Yi rolled up his sleeves and rushed into the lair of Celiu again. Oh, not bad. Not bad. I have collected a lot of silver. Oh, these magic gems are very rare. Hey, good stuff. Directly controlling a large number of items to float in the air, rushing towards the reinforced passage like a relay. Wang Yi also ran over to catch a few living multi-eyed living samples. Then he dug a large piece of mine and stuffed it into the passage. Feeling the rapidly approaching breath in the distance, he kicked the mine to pieces. Then he pushed everything in. Before the chaotic, powerful, disordered, crazy and terrifying force arrived, Wang Yi also successfully drilled back, then dismantled the load-bearing column and directly closed the passage again. The subdued brainworm drooped limply on the mother worm, watching a large number of things flying over from the other side of the passage. The cave here was also expanding crazily under the guidance of the rich abyss magic. Finally, after a broken mine was stuffed in, the god's majesty closed the passage again. Boom! A violent bombardment in the void scared the brainworm. A closer look revealed that the side of the space passage had a bumpy distortion, as if there was a huge force on the other side trying to tear the barrier apart. Then the unknown God's majesty was seen holding the bumpy part with his back without caring about his image. Don't send me off. Go back. I'll come back to you in a few years. Decades. Don't be so enthusiastic. However, as Wang Yi held the bumpy space fluctuations on his back, the waves of the impact became smaller and smaller, and then disappeared. After the impact dissipated, Wang Yi habitually wiped his forehead without sweat stains and breathed a sigh of relief. The size of the Abyss Demon God is really amazing. But fortunately, he has no reason. When the space fluctuations were disturbed by his impact, he didn't know which direction to rush. A fool with no IQ came really fast. The status of a demigod lord is really different. However, the harvest this time is good. Although the demigod lord didn't catch them alive in order to save time, all the corpses were brought back and can be studied carefully. After all, Enzo was just a legend before. After relying on the Hall of Heroes to help him get promoted, his route is completely different from that of a traditional Abyss Lord. And those collections, although they may not be all of this Lord, are still quite rich. The silver he found alone is more than Enzo's inventory, and more than the silver asteroid he discovered. Other bits and pieces are also icing on the cake. After counting the harvest, Wang Yi was in a good mood. He then turned around and looked at the brainworm with a kind expression. Little thing, I am very interested in you. Let me study you before I die. Okay? A child who is just born and less than 1 year old should be gentler. The brainworm looked at Wang Yi at this time, and after a long time, it spit a mouthful of acid and thick phlegm on the ground. Te. Heh. Mage. Although this person has the status of a god, the sour smell that can be smelled across the abyss, the extremely ugly eating appearance, and the notorious research enthusiasm undoubtedly prove the other party's previous identity. A wizard who has achieved the status of a god. The records of the Zerg are definitely well informed, and the number of times they have dealt with wizards is not a small number. But no matter where the wizards are from, no matter how far away they are, as long as any civilization gives birth to wizards, they will all become this kind of component. Whether they are called wizards, mages, or scholars, they are all like this. Even in the abyss, they are notorious. It's just that there are too many of these people in front of us, so this kind of reputation has appeared. Are you thinking about something very rude? Wang Yi stared at the brainworm with a straight look, and his tone was erratic. No. Tell me. What do you want to do? I will tell you everything I know, and give you a quick answer. No. I'll see it myself. Wang Yi always felt that this octopus-like worm was thinking about something rude, so he raised his hand and tapped the other party's center, following the other party's life source, and began to trace the origin in accordance with a long genetic history. The Zerg is definitely a treasure. If you dig it well, 9 different spirits with different auras stood on the road of the Zerg gene, which made Wang Yi feel a little speechless. Can there be so many? And this is not the source yet. Just some branches on the road. He hasn't seen what's behind yet, and he has seen 9 obstacles? He soon judged that 3 of them had chaotic auras, which were a bit similar to the previous thing. And the other 6 also had their own characteristics. Although they all have insect parts, they seem to be transformed from other races? Humph! A series of cold snorts came from deeper inside, and the 9 spirit phantoms also looked at Wang Yi at the same time, and then directly cut off Wang Yi's tracing and exploration, making him retreat. And the little insect, which was less than 1 year old, had already begun to foam at the mouth and looked like it was about to die, and was fed back by Wang Yi with the help of the remaining magic power nearby. Although it was just a quick glance, he roughly understood the main way that insects deal with gods. Invade the tribe of a certain god, devour the genes to complete the combination, and then produce a large number of Zergs that can provide targeted faith to complete the transformation of the god with the poison of faith. However, there is a question mark in terms of the success rate. After all, in many cases, it may be the gods themselves who come to the scene and complete the blocking of the Zerg, like the alien world that Wang Yi visited. No matter how much the Zerg soldiers carry out targeted faith poison attacks, it still takes time. If the faith of a god is properly handled, the blood volume is still not low. Before being transformed, it is very likely that the nearby Zerg can be directly anchored by faith to deal a heavy blow. But if you encounter those gods who have fallen into a deep sleep, the success rate will certainly increase dramatically. If the gods who rely on sleeping to digest the poison of faith are captured by the Zerg, they may have completed the transformation after waking up. But even if this probability is low, it cannot withstand the reproduction ability and adaptability of the Zerg itself. Anyway, it is to cast a wide net. If it is destroyed, it is destroyed. It doesn't matter. If it succeeds, it is a blood prophet. This special species that relies on its survival ability to survive does have its own unique features. And there is no doubt that after becoming the gods of the Zerg, the speed of their strength improvement may be accelerated again. Even if they are separated by the long river of time, they can still feel their power. Well, but Wang Yi doesn't rely on the power of faith. So this kind of special attack on gods is ineffective against him. At most, there will be a few more Zerg heroes in the Hall of Heroes. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is not unacceptable. Really no more. It's been 3 times. So uncomfortable. Wang Yi inserted 5 fingers into the body of the brain worm, and used the traditional skills of the necromancer to connect the brain worm's ability to sense the subordinate Zerg, searching for those space worm eggs, directly started self-destruction. Moreover, he was not very reassured and used 3 different methods in various ways. At present, it seems that it has indeed been cleaned up. Don't be afraid. Try 5 or 6 more times, and it will be almost done. Don't worry. I am here. You won't die easily. Wang Yi comforted the brain worm. Compared to the brain worm, the queen worm is much more docile. It is just an emotionless egg-laying machine. Or in other words, all individuals of the Zerg except the brain worm follow instinctive actions and develop silently. Even the few transformed gods that Wang Yi observed could feel that they were only connected in faith. And to some extent, they were just tools of the Zerg, not the masters of the Zerg. During the development period, the faith worms kept the gods quiet. And when the crisis brain worms appeared, they once again influenced their actions through the change of faith. It must not be very smooth to use. But there is no doubt that the Zerg has controlled their gods to some extent. In other words, Wang Yi himself is not a person who eats faith, and can observe with a bystander mentality. Otherwise, he would probably be as wary as the gods of other worlds, and leave many related oracles. I am afraid that he is worried that his hometown will be stolen by the Zerg. After eliminating the threat to the Earth, Wang Yi also began to consider the situation of these bugs. In terms of development potential, Wang Yi himself is definitely stronger. But he dare not underestimate the bugs. The Zerg itself seems too easy to use. It can be said that there are Abyss Lords, mages and even gods who have used the Zerg. But look at the gods hanging on the Zerg gene chain. There are even 3 Abyss demons. Maybe they jumped into the Abyss after the transformation and wanted to perish together. So they became like this. It is precisely because of the easy-to-use characteristics of the Zerg that there are so many variables. This kind of thing with full survival ability is very patient. Their footprints have been spread out, and they can lose countless times. But those who use them will be gone after losing once. Many people think that they can completely control the Zerg, but eventually become part of the Zerg. Wang Yi also believes that his ability can control the bugs. But he can't completely believe in this feeling. Even if time is on his side. What if I encounter a time difference, and then the 9 gods ride on my face? Well, then I surrender, and let the Zerg create a faith bug to transform me. Transformation also takes time. His for me. Becoming the Zerg ancestor god is not unacceptable. Wang Yi touched his chin. He didn't want the power of faith. So he was afraid of nothing. If I really become the ancestor god of the Zerg, I will not die until the Zerg is destroyed. That seems not bad. But I am still a human being. Well, if the 9 gods really come to me, and I surrender and offer to keep the human race, the rational Zerg race will probably agree on the spot. Other gods will choose to resist the Zerg because the poison of faith completely distorts the gods, which is equivalent to a direct change in self-cognition. Most of them cannot accept the existence of gods. But Wang Yi, who does not eat faith, has no burden even if he encounters the worst situation. So he can use it. After all, who doesn't like such a convenient thing? Before talking about victory, Wang Yi has even found a way out. So there is no burden to use it. Control the brain worm and the queen worm, and then let them slowly transform Mars. The various functions and adaptability of the Zerg itself are here. They are really much better than humans in transforming Mars. They have the ability to reawaken the geomagnetism of Mars. But it just takes time. I will install a few more wizard towers on Mars. After the magnetic field of Mars is restored, it will have the ability to resist cosmic radiation and protect the atmosphere. Then the worms can start to decompose the minerals of Mars to form various gases to fill the atmosphere. Take the Earth as an example. The mass of the Earth's atmosphere is only about 1/millionth of the mass of the Earth. although there is an astronomical figure of 6 trillion tons. In theory, as long as a large amount of oxygen and nitrogen-containing compounds are decomposed, it is possible to achieve a composition similar to that of the Earth's atmosphere. However, this project can be regarded as almost impossible for humans, at least in the short term, because there are still many places on Earth that humans cannot explore. But for the Zerg, it is a mechanical job that can be repeatedly worked. As long as the individual Zerg without intelligence operate in a factory mode, it can really achieve the goal of transforming Mars. Now that this branch of brain worms is in hand, let's give it a try and place more magic towers to ensure good monitoring. Besides, continuing to pose an empty threat to humans is also more conducive to unity. After all, humans are like this. There is no way. It's a pity. Although the location of the brain worm and the queen worm was found, the raid plan failed. The number of landing craft that arrived was too small. Even with targeted equipment, it still failed. However, the number of worms was temporarily reduced, slowing down their development. Umbrella's announcement of the failure of the operation still disappointed many people who paid attention to it. In fact, Umbrella did not broadcast live, and many of them speculated that they were not sure this time and did not want to broadcast the picture to affect morale. But now that they heard it, it was undoubtedly confirmed, which still made people a little disappointed. Bugs are disgusting, hiding in all kinds of cracks like cockroaches. Guess why we named them Zerg. But Umbrella has tried its best. I believe that with more and more spaceships, we will be able to deal with them sooner or later. At the very least, we can confine them to Mars. Mars is quite far away. In fact, even we watch the wars in some places on Earth as spectators. And slowly, as the news that Qin Xiang formed the first flame dog caravan appeared, the hot spots of Abyss World gradually began to occupy everyone's attention. Even the mainstream of countries around the world are silently pushing to cool down the Zerg. For ordinary people, at this time, just do your own thing. Don't panic. Don't follow the trend. And maintain a good social structure. What bugs or not? Just go play games. Why care so much? 48 fire dogs. A huge caravan, with the size of the fire dogs, plus the caravan of about 100 players with the first-tier attributes, is definitely quite solid at this time. We found that many of the first players are running out of ammunition. This time we can replenish enough ammunition and prepare to open a long-term trading point on the edge of the Warcraft forest. Qin Xiang personally accepted the interview and expressed his thoughts. The heavy musket is currently the new artifact of the players, which can threaten the Warcraft and the professional level. Before the players generally entered the professional level, the heavy musket was the absolute main output. In addition to replenishing ammunition, some players' local specialties can also be used to trade with the natives outside in exchange for local currency. In addition, the 48 fire dogs open the way in the Warcraft forest. After the original Warcraft lord nearby died, other Warcraft would inevitably retreat. This will also make it easier for ordinary players to follow the caravan and arrive at the town of Danik outside. That's the power of money. Yes, young Master Qin is really awesome. That's because there are enough internal test players, and the threshold for capturing the Flame Hound is here. Otherwise those studios can make it very cheap. But I still admire Liu Yi's team. After tasting the first soup, they retreated at the peak of their career. The current price is far lower than their original price. That's right. The output has increased. Even if there are so many new players, there are not many who can afford a high price. Now the cost of 1,000 credit points is already high enough for ordinary people. I can't bear to spend this money. It's just that the price of the Flame Hound is actually not bad. Now it has fallen to about 1,000 credit points. But the camouflage fee from the Abyss to Kato is expensive. This is the official charging, and will not reduce the price. Another person is also important. At this stage Qin Dashao smashed the inflammatory dog knights with superpowers. Good guy. The yin dog itself is too stupid. I do it know how to play their own strength. Complement each other with the player. And practice some cavalry array. This combat power you have to turn over some ancient books. Here, although the number of inflammation dogs of Enzo is very large, it is still limited to be caught every day. After the top players bought it, the middle class, who were willing to spend money on the game, also started to buy it one after another. The number of players at this level is much larger, and the Abyss world has daily brick moving and tasks. So some players can just save up enough money. Therefore, the price will most likely not fall further. And even with the increase in the number of credit points injected, it will rise slightly in the subsequent public beta. However, This thing comes from the abyss after all, and a considerable baptism fee needs to be paid to pass through the portal. This is also an official arrangement to limit the large-scale appearance of flame dogs in the Cephi realm. At this time, on Mars, the terrifying storm that covered the sky and the sun was still blowing, because the atmosphere was only 1% of the density of the Earth. And this storm was obviously much more scattered. It looked very scary, but it didn't have much effect on the 2 experimental cabins that Wang Yi had planted on the ground. At this time, in the sandstorm, Wang Yi was also leaning against the 2 experimental cabins to listen to the radio about the caravan news in the game. Okay, let Zabo issue an achievement task. Open up the trade route and bring the indigenous merchants to our savage expeditionary camp. Wang Yi leaned against the magic experimental cabin in the sandstorm, filling it with the ownerless silver picked up from the abyss. He was going to quickly use these 2 experimental cabins as a benchmark to first install 2 usable convenient wizard towers on Mars. After robbing an abyss lord, his pockets are full, enough to spend here. After the mage tower is built, the rest of the work will be much easier. If it doesn't work, the silver asteroid that is being transported can just hit Mars directly. No problem. Although Wang Yi has a way out, he is still prepared to take more insurance for the use of the Zerg. As for issuing the Chamber of Commerce mission, there is no other way. This time the Zerg suddenly made a moth too urgent, and he didn't want to take the risk of waiting, so he came directly. Now the Mage Tower in Dano has not been officially started, and his only anchor point in the Cephi realm is the Savage Camp. The key is that there are no local natives in the Savage Camp, and there are a group of monsters and demons there. The individual strength of the players is here, and the world will is too lazy to care about it. And there is no need to care about the little Karami that falls from somewhere. Even if Zabo and the current heroic spirits will not attract the attention of the world will. Enzo might take a look if he enters in person. Originally, this kind of self-operating mentally retarded system does not need to be worried too much. Before, Wang Yi could have walked out slowly by himself, but he was too anxious to come here, and his movements were a little big, which might have hurt the world will. Although he escaped quickly and was not caught, this immune mechanism is also easy to record some of his residual breath. Wang Yi thought it would be safer to blend in with the natives, so he had to trick a caravan to come first, and then he would appear from the magic tower anchored in the savage camp and hitchhike with the caravan. Before the caravan came, he knocked on the magic tower on Mars, and then returned to Earth to rest for a while. As for exposing the relationship between the camp and the abyss, there is no need to worry too much. Zabo is a great magician after all. With his magic tower and world tree, it is still no problem to hide the vicinity of the portal. This is just a camp of savages, nothing more. Because the first caravan built by players has appeared. The Chamber of Commerce system is now open, and a high experience reward task exchange is issued. When young Master Qin successfully formed a caravan and was ready to set off, World Company and Umbrella Company also released new game activity announcements. Originally, other games, even Star World, would have some activities from time to time, and those Krypton cheating games would like the activities to never stop. But Abyss World is very cool. You can play it if you want. Even the Shiko rescue mission that Ari hyped up before was spontaneously organized, with a high degree of sandboxization. Except for some NPC interactions, it was mainly left to the players to handle. Even the construction of the expeditionary camp outside was mainly done by players. Now the caravan is also built by players. Now, because of the first caravan established by this player, an official activity has finally been launched. Exchange what you have. For the first 10 caravans that complete the trade between the two sides, corresponding rewards will be given according to the profit situation. In addition, there are also rewards for attracting the first indigenous caravan to the savage camp. The number of caravans, their size, trading volume, and some constraints to prevent players from getting stuck in bugs have also been limited. And the rules of all interpretation rights belong to the game operator have been retained. The general meaning is to let players follow the steps and not do fancy things. Otherwise, if there are fewer restrictions, the caravans will become robbers and directly do no-cost business to make up the numbers, which may be quite a lot. And the players are also very happy about this change, compared with the wandering balloon plan developed by the Abyss Mineral Company, which still needs to be built slowly. The caravan can be formed now. The most important thing is that there are big guys in front ready to go. Following behind the big guys will be a very safe choice. Chapter 544, Departure: The Potential of Savages. The tall, thick-skinned fire dogs looked a bit ferocious even after paying for transformation. However, due to the stupid nature of the fire dogs themselves. They were unexpectedly docile after signing the contract. Dozens of fire dogs gathered together to form a huge team. And each fire dog was now equipped with some wooden shells, which were fixed according to the back structure of the fire dog, with the sharp horns in front, and reinforced with some straps, forming a shelf on the back. The shells were also full of bundled and packaged goods, including some enchanted weapons produced by the Abyss Mineral Company, and some Warcraft furs that players had found nearby. Moreover, knowing that there is a price difference in the processing of furs, some players have now specially practiced for processing, and those who can be placed in the caravan are all of better quality. In addition, half of this transport capacity is equipped with ammunition and flints needed for heavy muskets, which is convenient for players to replenish this new artifact. The tall fire dogs lined up in 2 rows, and the cargo on their backs made the team look quite magnificent. After loading the cargo, the caravan members next to them also followed the team. There was a knight controlling each fire dog to ensure that these stupid things would not damage the cargo. And there were also people on both sides who were responsible for assisting in opening the mountain. With the powerful fire dogs, they were ready to forge a path through the dense forest. Generally speaking, a team of several people had to discuss the time to go online and offline and eat. For a team of hundreds of people here, the personnel deployment alone was a big challenge, which meant that Qin Xiang had a strong ability to make money. And the key point was that although he had spent a lot of money, once the caravan model was successfully run, given the current popularity of the game, his investment could actually be earned back, or even more. However, at this time, Qin Xiang felt a little confused when he saw the large number of players who came out of the expeditionary camp to watch. Wow! Are these also caravans? Qin Xiang rode on his largest fire dog and complained helplessly to Jiangbo, who was also riding a fire dog next to him. We are leading the way in front, which can save them a lot of effort. There are actually quite a few people who want to go out, but many people are worried about the risks of going out. After all, the death penalty is too heavy. What if they are caught by goblins or something? Jiangbo looked at the group of primitive caravans who were carrying animal skin bags on their shoulders with a wooden stick, and there was a helpless smile on his face. After knowing the goblin race and seeing the experience of not being able to be bitter, he was really shocked. After all, because of Jiangbo's boredom, he vaguely glimpsed a little bit of the truth of this game. This is a real world. Okay. What the HL is the clarity. Details. Water surface texture. Magic special effects. They are all lies. In other words, that player is a real warrior in this time. He is also ready to follow the caravan to see the outside, and see the scenery outside. I had originally intended to follow the first airship, but it seemed that it would take time to build. Now I am going out with the caravan to hang out. According to the information obtained by the advanced players, there is a force like the Mage Guild in this world. He thinks that traveling around and getting to know the mages should be very important for a mage like himself whose talent is not outstanding. Since I know this secret in advance, I must make good use of it and seize the opportunity. I may not have outstanding talent, but I can work hard to form my own characteristics. Just follow them. Don't make trouble. I think if I encounter any physical work on the road, I can hire them to help. Which seems not bad. PDD is also a member of this trip. Qin Deshao, who has his own traffic, is the pillar of the game anchor in the 2 major live broadcasts of the World System and Ali System. With the popularity of the first caravan and the Flame Dog caravan, he really attracted a lot of attention. Okay, let's go! As Qin Xiang opened his mouth, the group of flame dogs, who were originally resting leisurely, also took their own steps. Dozens of flame dogs moved at the same time, and even the earth felt the vibration. Some thin branches in the rainforest fell down and were directly stepped on by the flame dogs. The tough, strong, and tough fire dogs are very suitable for this kind of road clearing work. On the road, just bypass those sturdy giant trees and step directly on some ordinary thorns. The skin covered with stratum corneum is invincible in front of those thorny bushes, and 1 foot can step into the mud. After the dozens of subsequent ones stepped all the way, they really stepped out a road. Although due to the terrain and the size of the fire dogs, they had to stop from time to time to determine the path and direction. And the speed was not fast, but the pressure of stepping out the road directly still made the players feel a sense of surprise. The price and sales of the fire dogs also increased a lot. More fire dog players gritted their teeth and paid to bring their pets here. Do you have a caravan coming? Baron Danik was also a little stunned when he heard the information brought by Lu Yi and Kangaroo's father. The other party said that there was an important matter to report. In view of their contribution to the extermination of the goblins last time and their attention to the savages, Danik chose to meet them in the more private place of the study. But now, when Baron Danik heard that a caravan of wild men was about to arrive in the town of Danik, he still imagined a group of ragged wild men, each of whom was hanging a bag wrapped in animal skins on a small stick, coming out of the woods. It was not that he looked down on these wild men. On the contrary, because he had wiped out the goblin nest, Baron Danik attached great importance to these wild men. It was just that Louis and the other elite soldiers who came from inside all looked like real wild men in ragged clothes. How would the caravan come? What kind of goods could they bring? Crossing the Warcraft forest must be a team-like model. A group of people without professional ranks were so unrestrained. In fact, Danik was a little speechless. Adventurers with professional ranks, like Dolly, did not dare to go too deep with his team. Even now that he knew there were wild men inside the Warcraft forest, Danik had never thought of arranging people to go there. That was because the Warcraft forest was too dangerous. What ordinary people think of as danger may be encountering monsters. But in fact, eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, poisonous insects and thorns are all full of dangers. There are examples of great knights being killed in the Warcraft forest. For their local natives who only have one life, they will not take this risk rashly. There is no great benefit in it. Wouldn't it be better to make money through other means or hunt outside? The appearance of these small groups of savages is actually exaggerated enough. But at least it is understandable. Caravan. Are you crazy? Yes, Baron. This is a caravan in our tribe. And it is also a team under the command of the First Chamber of Commerce in our tribe. Louis slightly mixed in some private goods. After all, he is now under the command of the Abyss Mineral Company. And he did not lie. It is certainly good to leave such an impression first. However, there is a disadvantage of the Abyss Mineral Company at present. If the two words abyss are directly translated as language proficiency, it is easy for the natives to misunderstand. Fortunately, it is not a big deal in itself. We are savages. Barbarians. Isn't it normal to use a word like abyss that is full of threats as the name of the Chamber of Commerce? So, do you want to use my influence to call some caravans from Dunner City to complete the transaction? How much goods can you bring? Aren't there enough merchants in the town now? Baron Danik pondered for a moment. No matter how big their caravan is, they came here to say low. So there may be more people than the sporadic ones now. In fact, many of the caravans that bought the savage goods in the town before were caravans under Danik's command, which made him a small profit. Although he is a baron, he is not financially well off. Just let yourself eat it. There is no need to call more caravans. Then, he couldn't help coughing and said, in fact, the East has been a little uneasy recently, and those caravans may have more concerns. Baron Danik's words surprised Louis and Kangaroo's father. Uneasy? Then their eyes lit up slightly. Is this another big task? The Goblin Rebellion just ended, and it's here again. The rhythm of this game is very good. Baron, is there anything wrong? Is there anything we can help? We savages are the most helpful, Louis said righteously. Baron Danik was stunned by these words. But he did not deny Louis's words. He already knew that savages are kind and helpful. But they have a bit of a weird personality. However, he also knew that savages are unruly and lawless. And they don't care much about the constraints of any rules. But if used well, it is indeed a help. Thinking about the means by which they exterminated the thousands of goblins, Baron Danik hesitated for a moment before speaking. It's not that I can't say anything, because the Lord of the East, Lord Luke, was assassinated at a banquet, which led to many twists and turns. At present, many nobles of the East have been involved, and they have returned to their own territories to prepare for resistance. Therefore, the East is about to usher in war. Baron Danik himself is a lord of the line of Lord Luke, and was personally appointed by Lord Luke. So he is quite clear about the current situation. The current situation is that Earl Luke suddenly took advantage of the situation and severely suppressed a group of nobles who were close to the Calais Federation. It is even said that the envoys from the Calais Federation were all dead, saying that they were killed by the magic blood sorcerer. But who knows the truth? Anyway, the situation in the East is a bit confusing now. He even received a call from the rebels and invited him to join the army to resist Earl Luke, denouncing Earl Luke for not following the rules and wanting to take back the territory in the hands of the nobles. But Danik ignored them, let alone his relationship with Earl Luke. The difference in combat power between the two sides is quite obvious. Not to mention the leader, Earl Luke is the peak of the Great Knight. And Dano City also has the strongest elite soldiers in the entire East. Although every noble lord will definitely have his own personal guards. Just like his 50 elite soldiers. The number is not too large. And elite soldiers are very expensive to raise. Most of them are militias to make up the number. And a large number of serfs may be pulled out during wartime. The rebellious nobles may have an advantage in numbers. But they are just a mob in terms of combat power. The troublesome part now is that the Earl's move this time was a little rough. Generally speaking, the current mainstream will give a certain degree of respect even if a hostile country captures the other party's nobles. Even if the Duke of the Empire captures a baron of a principality. If there is no hatred or anything else, he will still be given a chance to redeem the person. As for how much the amount is, it is hard to say. But there is indeed a chance to survive. This is to protect the interests of all nobles, and will not be broken easily. The monarch's recovery of the nobles' territory is a major matter that needs to be handled with caution. Many experiences of national destruction have arisen from this. So even if the nobles are extinct, they will try their best to find other branches to inherit. After all, marriage among nobles is also commonplace. The subsequent struggles here are other things. But the attitude will still be shown. It is necessary to show that the monarch will not spy on the nobles' territory. The territory is the lifeblood of the nobles. But this time, the Earl still took ruthless action. Even with the assassination and the subsequent connection with the Calais Federation, it would still be very sensitive. At present, the purpose of the rebels is to make things bigger, not limited to the east, but to attract the entire Principality of Cadouin, and even spread outside the Principality of Cadouin to resist the pressure of the Earl. The longer this matter is delayed, the more disadvantageous it is for the Earl. However, there is only the smoke of dispute now. The Earl has seized their assets in Dano, and has not yet taken action on the territory. There is some impact on the trade route, but it is not to the point of directly cutting off the trade route. To put it bluntly, even if a fight really breaks out, as long as it has not reached the point of desperation, the nobles will still pay attention to their eating manners. If the robbery of the caravan is really exposed, the merchants will not come, and you can beat them with a hammer. Sometimes it is nothing to do it secretly a few times, and throw it on the robbers. But if there are many missing caravans nearby, the merchants will not come either, no matter if they were robbed by bandits or nobles. It's because you didn't maintain the trade routes properly. Even if they were real bandits, most of the time, they just stopped people on the road and collected money to do long-term business. If the reputation is ruined, it will be difficult to recover. So before, he was just using the recent situation as an excuse. Now that Louis asked, his mind became active. Well, the recent situation may indeed use some mercenaries. In fact, your combat skills are very high. If you are interested, you may join us. Baron Danik stared at Lu Yi's expression and asked tentatively. The caravan is about to come out. Will there be more people? Will the hero-level strongmen in their tribe come out? This is one of the decisive combat forces. Even if we don't talk about the hero level, or even the professional level, the combat power of the dozens of savages in the town of Danik can be comparable to the elite soldiers he trained. To be honest, sometimes he still worries. But at the same time, if we can use it, if we can integrate these dozens of people, and cooperate with the temporary employment of adventurers like Dolly, it will also be a very strong force. Recruiting more militia to cooperate, the strength of Danik can be doubled immediately. If the caravan also has so many people, or even half of them, it will be a very good force. Moreover, there is a barbarian tribe behind them, which is unknown in depth. This, after his mind became active, Danik found that it is very likely that this group of barbarians is a force that can influence the war situation. Of course we are willing to serve. Louis showed a righteous expression on his face. But then he thought of something, and he couldn't help but give a warning and said, But Baron, I need to remind you first that we are all barbarians, and we are used to being undisciplined, and many people are mothers. So I can't guarantee that my people will join your side, and we can't form too good constraints. This is also what Louis must explain in advance. He knows what kind of players are. Although the 600,000 places have passed some assessments and screenings this time. Do you want the rebellious players to be obedient and do the same thing? This is impossible. So as the trade route is opened, the number of players coming over will increase. And some of them will inevitably be willing to help the rebels. There may be quite a few players who even steal chickens directly on the battlefield and fight on both sides. Nobles? Lords? Rebels? None of our players' business. Even if a team really came to snatch the Baroness and take pictures in the chaos. he would not be surprised. That is to say, the game party blocks some perceptions and functions for the sake of physical and mental health. And there is also the deterrence of the last heroic spirit. Otherwise, the players can really be regarded as a natural disaster more terrible than the rebels. In reality, there are always some perverts who do perverted behaviors, and the lack of constraints in the game is even more so. That is to say, the last time the champion Ho made a move, it was still timely. The powerful strength and the searching for the enemy arrows have enough deterrence. The huge death penalty and the deterrence of the heroic spirit guarding the corpse will bring some constraints to the players. But the constraints on the battlefield are unlikely. Lu Yi's words also made Danik frown slightly. Are the savages so undisciplined? Or do you want to raise the price? Just combined with some of their daily experiences, it seems possible. The teams that have entered the town are not affiliated with each other, and some people have found friction between them. But they may have had friction and confrontation in the front. But after the difficult task of the goblin came out, they can team up without worries. Are they not afraid of being backstabbed by their teammates? As long as you die, no one will know that they have backstabbed you. But these strange behaviors can also indirectly confirm what Captain Louis said. The individual behaviors of the savages may be very different, and they are used to being wild and undisciplined. Thank you for your reminder. I will try my best to win the friendship of your people. Baron Danik has already made some calculations in his mind. From the current observation, there are two main directions to impress the savages. One is attitude. Give them respect and make them happy. The other is benefits. It is also a good thing to get this kind of news in advance in this way. At least know this before other nobles. Baron Danik is also clear about the nature of the nobles. Although he didn't have much money, he still had to keep the castle brightly lit all night for the sake of face. The nobles spent a lot of money to maintain their dignity. It was almost impossible to expect the rebels to treat the barbarians well at the beginning. It didn't matter if a small number of barbarians turned against them and joined them, as long as they could win over the majority. In fact, Baron Danik was a little worried about the future situation, because the rebels in Dunner City would definitely not be able to attack. But if he showed his support for the Earl, they might come to deal with him. Fortunately, because the town of Danik was close to the monster forest, its protection level was not bad, which was better than that of ordinary towns. With the help of the people, the temporary conscription of militia, and the corps of his own soldiers, it was possible to protect the same number of elite soldiers. Now that the barbarians helped, it was naturally more stable. After thinking about this, he also felt that he should show some sincerity and help contact some caravans. Originally, he wanted his caravans to eat alone. Even if there were too many and the turnover funds were not enough, he could share them. Anyway, the savages don't have their own trade routes at present, and they all come to their own towns to settle down. But now, let's express our gratitude first. I can help you contact some merchants in Dunner City, and I will choose the side of the friendly Earl. Baron Danik extended an olive branch. Thank you very much for your help, Baron. Please rest assured. At least my team can guarantee to stand on your side. Louis also smiled and made his own promise. Our team can do it too. Kangaroo's father also made a promise. With the running in of Kangaroo's father and his team, this decision can be made in advance. The other people in his team are salted fish who don't want to think about things. Hearing the promises of these two people, Baron Danik also smiled. Louis's team is very strong, and the Kangaroo team has 3 mage apprentices. This is a pretty good help. But Baron, we also want to invite the caravan to one of our camps. I wonder if it will be convenient to introduce it at that time. Then Louis's request made Baron Danik stunned. You are not afraid of death. So you crossed the Warcraft Forest. But you also asked the caravan to cross the Warcraft Forest? Guess why they call it a caravan instead of a mercenary group? Well, even if the mercenary group gives them the task of crossing the Warcraft Forest, they will put the task on your face. Okay. But such a friendly atmosphere has been reached before, and it seems not good to refuse it immediately. So he can only say in a tactful way, this, I can't directly order them about the caravan, but I guess they are most likely unwilling, because the Warcraft Forest is too dangerous. There is not even a road, and going deeper into the Warcraft Forest may enter the territory of the Warcraft Lord, which is comparable to the existence of the hero level. Hearing what Baron Danik said, Louis also breathed a sigh of relief. If you are just worried about safety, then it is okay. Then he patted his chest and said, please rest assured, Baron, our caravan will open up the trade route. At that time, we savages can also escort the caravan as a protective force, before we all die in battle. We will not let the caravan be harmed. Kangaroo's father also spoke up. And the Firebird Warcraft Lord over there has been killed by the strong men in our tribe. Now the area has been tacitly regarded as our territory. These consecutive words directly made Baron Danik's face reveal an uncontrollable shock. What? Your caravan will open up the road directly. Do you know what you are talking about? Opening a road in the depths of the Warcraft Forest? And the Firebird Warcraft Lord? Could it be that Flame Bird? The origin of the title of Count Flame. Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Chapter 545 Waiting the Pride of Gaul. A messenger bird flew in from the study window of Count Deneau's mansion, flapping its wings and landing on a branch of a potted plant in the study, combing its feathers with its beak, and making a cooing sound. Count Luke, who was thinking about something at the desk, couldn't help but smile when he saw the bird. You eat the most? While saying this, he took out some bird food and started feeding the messenger bird a few bites. This was also a rare time for him to relieve stress. Looking at the sealed letter on the other party's feet, he unfolded the letter after feeding the bird. For urgent matters, magic communication will be used. And the words of the messenger bird are mostly some information reports. Without exception, it should be the nobles of the East Land who put pressure on Danik. During this period, Count Luke has been dealing with the follow-up issues. It can be said that the backlash of the nobles of the East Land is inevitable, and his purpose is to force them to rebel. Anyway, he has made his attitude clear. Put extreme pressure on them, and taken away their assets in Dunner. But he hasn't wiped out their territory directly after all. This move can be said to be not beneficial to the entire Principality of Kedon. The nobles outside the East will also be panicked. Once the people's hearts are scattered, it will be troublesome. So in terms of action, he must pin the rebellion of this group of people, the previous assassination, the death of the 2 representatives of Calais, and the collusion with the blood magician and other things. He is slowly pinning them on this group of people. No matter what, Luke himself holds the righteousness, and is the Lord of the East. As long as he doesn't kill these guys immediately, the situation will not be out of control. Now he keeps telling them to return to Dunner. In fact, if they really come back, things may be more troublesome. After getting rid of them, he will definitely resign from the position of Lord, and at the same time let his brother take his title. But it doesn't matter. He didn't care about this stuff. And now they are so timid that they just start recruiting soldiers in the territory, which gives Luke a better opportunity. While thinking about this matter in his heart, Count Luke also casually opened the letter sent by Danik. Then his eyes widened. What's going on? A caravan of wild people is about to arrive. And the caravan will open up a trade route? Invite the Chamber of Commerce to the wild camp to exchange what they have? It is said that the Flame Bird has been killed by a strong wild man? Although it is indeed not an imminent emergency, there is no doubt that each piece of news is very important. Each one is a heavyweight. What kind of environment is the Warcraft Forest? It is said that a caravan will be arranged to come and open up a trade route? How can it be so easy to open a road in the Warcraft Forest? Later, invite our caravan to go there? This is no longer pretending. Wanting to rob the thieves. Right? And the last one. The Flame Bird is suspected to have been killed by a strong wild man. Luke's own title is the Count of Flame. He still has fresh memories of this once-in-a-lifetime enemy. Flame Bird is a Warcraft Lord, and his physical strength is even stronger than that of an ordinary knight. With the blessing of several bloodline magics, he is truly a magician and a warrior. And because of the control of magic, the mobilization of magic power is smoother than the breathing method of the Great Knight. In addition to its air unit, it is really like a tiger with wings. And it is quite uncomfortable to fight. Luke is actually a little proud of being able to force this thing to retreat. He doesn't care much about power, but he never stops pursuing strength. This is a milestone to prove his own practice. But that time, it was a certain party that stole the things guarded by the Flame Bird while it was foraging in order to force him to test his strength, and diverted the trouble to the east. It was also after that time that his strength was completely exposed to the eyes of everyone around him. Even the Principality of Naught, which has been peaceful for so long, has undergone some subtle changes. It can be said that the sense of oppression has always been there in recent years. Even all the troubles he encountered now started from this. Otherwise, why spend a huge price to assassinate a great knight for no reason? It's a thankless task. There are not only 2 parties in the world, but many parties. It can be said that the attack of the Flame Bird directly changed the situation. As a result, we are now in the vortex of the Flame Bird incident. But we learned that the Flame Bird had been killed. This really made Luke feel a little sad. It started with the Flame Bird. and it ended with the flame bird. Although it is only the oral statement of the savages, and has not been confirmed yet. Count Luke has a premonition that this may be true. In the last goblin incident, the information that the savage tribe suspected of having a hero-level strongman had already appeared. The appearance of goblins in the jurisdiction still gave Luke a headache. This kind of thing has appeared before, and caused considerable damage. Although it is not a fatal threat or natural disaster. Goblins are like psoriasis, which makes people uncomfortable and difficult to eradicate. When I heard the news this time, I was actually prepared for long-term treatment. But they were directly wiped out by the savages. So, the key to victory this time is probably on the side of the savages. Danik has done a good job. We really need to win them over. Luke pondered for a moment, then pulled a rope on the desk and rang the bell outside. The new butler knocked on the door respectfully and walked in after getting permission. Go and notify a caravan to go to the town of Danik. Follow your will, Lord Earl. The newly appointed butler didn't even ask. Just be responsible for execution. For Luke, since the savages have made a request, then meet their requirements. He also wanted to see what the so-called trade route they opened up was like. However, whether it is the Flame Dog caravan on the expeditionary camp or the caravan under Earl Luke in Dano City, it will take more than a day to reach the town of Danik. And Wang Yi, who stayed on Mars, quickly completed 2 underground wizard towers that could maintain the teleportation function without considering the cost of silver consumption. Huh. Not bad. We can arrange for Lin Shurchin to come over to supervise. Wang Yi is very satisfied with his current craftsmanship. It took him so long to build his first mage tower. But now it is much faster. Anyway, the silver here is all the windfall from the abyss. So it doesn't matter if it's all used on Mars. The main thing is to keep a good monitor on the Zerg. The brain worm and the queen worm are both vital to the Zerg. But if you think that controlling these two can solve the problem, the Zerg will not be so comfortable now. Many of the gods assimilated by the Zerg may think so. If Wang Yi was a normal god, he would probably choose to kill them all directly. Fortunately, his situation has some restraining effect on the Zerg. And he also has a last retreat. So he began to try to use this force. Apart from other things, when his strength becomes stronger and stronger, he will definitely go to collect more information on the historical road of Zerg genes. After all, the Earth is my hometown. Walking out of the wizard tower of the vertical store, smelling the air full of oil smoke and exhaust, Wang Yi's face also showed a sigh. Although the air quality here is not as good as that of the other world, the concentration of magic here is even poorer. But this is my hometown. The instinctive friendliness of Gaia's will made Wang Yi feel very comfortable. In the Sephi world, even if the world will was a little mentally retarded, Wang Yi would still be subject to an invisible constraint and pressure, and be tied up. But after returning to Earth, even if the magic power was still so poor, Gaia was quite friendly to him. And he felt like a fish in water, since he was back temporarily. And the caravan was waiting for him in the other world. Wang Yi would deal with some things on Earth first. Now that Umbrella has taken the lead, many problems can actually be solved with the help of the general trend. And the rest are just some minor repairs. For example, the loose basic space cracks. I'd better go and repair them. Just in time to accompany Xiaoke and the senior sister to travel. Now I'm no longer worried about the little troubles that will come with going abroad. To put it bluntly, the CIA has to beg me not to get into trouble. But of course, the big beautiful enemy, or organizations like this, may do something specifically to provoke relations. But it doesn't matter. If they really do it, they can use this as an excuse to squeeze them again. What? It wasn't De Pyongyang's fault? No matter what. If Mastery was frightened, it would be De Pyongyang's fault. Today's Umbrella can also let the mecha come to visit directly with laundry detergent in one hand and gun in the other hand. You conscienceless man finally knows to come back. Qian Yayan rolled her eyes at Wang Yi with resentment. And Lu Shiaka asked curiously, is the game fun? Uh-huh. It's quite interesting. You can play it when you have time. Wang Yi laughed and hugged the two of them and fell on the sofa. The long-lost pleasure came. Mastery in the game is really the NPC you created. What about us? What are our plans when we go in? It's okay to set the attributes higher directly. Little Trash Qian Yayan challenged several times without admitting defeat, and quickly surrendered and left the stage. Now he is also lazily holding the pillow and asking, Mastery is awesome. Don't you still have to kneel behind me? Qian Yayan actually doesn't care much about games. Reality is much more fun to her now than games. And she likes the feeling of being in control of the world company. But if Wang Yi plays games, she will definitely follow him. even if she has to run around everywhere. Not impossible. Wang Yi pondered for a moment. In fact, it is no problem to get a small mountain of demigod flesh and blood, pinch it and purify it, and make a few puppets. Not to mention the legend that will attract the attention of the world's will. The Great Knight is still quite stable, and the senior sister and Shioka have really got the most divine favor. In terms of talent, it is extremely strong. Lu Xiuka's control in the mecha competition of the Starry Sky Cup explains everything. Now Lu Xiuka also performs martial arts very well. His acting skills, appearance, and physical fitness are all at the top level in the world. In the past, he was still holding on to the traffic and fans gained by the big production of Starry Sky, and was trapped by the role. Now all the characters revolve around Lu Xiuka, which has completely formed a qualitative change. Especially after his appearance is getting higher and higher. And he is more and more charming. He can harvest a large number of fans. It can be said that whether it is Qian Yayan, who is a big shot in the world company, or Lu Xiuka, who has both acting skills and traffic, they have reached the peak of their current direction. Hee. I want to be a magician. Qian Yayan's expression was lifted. How much of your math skills are left? Your spiritual attributes are definitely enough. But magic will not lie. If you say you can't do it, you can't do it. Wang Yi smiled and stroked the smooth back of the senior sister, which made Qian Yayan's expression stiff, and then muttered, I have passed the CPA exam anyway. But I really didn't spend time on magic numbers. But I think I can pick it up again. Qian Yayan herself is also a top student. And if we only talk about test ability, it is extremely strong. And the math foundation is not bad. So she has a foundation for learning. Then I will also learn magic. Although I have lost math for a long time, my brain feels more and more flexible recently, and it should not be difficult to pick it up again. Lu Xiuka also thinks it should be so. If you really start learning, you will have more common language in the future. It's a wise choice. I can tell you in advance that you can treat this world as the real world. Wang Yi can cover up everything now, so there is no need to hide anything. After all, this is the person closest to him. Lu Xiuka and Qian Yayan both know that Wang Yi has a big secret. And they have even sensed that Wang Yi's influence on Umbrella is probably much higher than normal understanding. The changes in their bodies, the improvement of their physical fitness, the activeness of their spirits, and the feeling of getting younger and younger are already quite amazing. But even so, after hearing him reveal such explosive news, they still widen their eyes. You really know how to surprise people. Lu Xiuka raised her eyebrows, but soon calmed down. Wang Yi has a lot of magical things, and it is easy for the sage time to calm down now. Qian Yayan, who is in charge of the world company, was also amazed. I was wondering why we, as the publisher, can't do anything. They are preparing to ask global players to help work for free. It's not free. It's paid work. Lu Xiuka also added. And then the two of them laughed, looking at the unusually pleasing eyes. Gaul, Paris. Although Gaul's underwear was stripped off in the African battle, and it also signed many humiliating treaties with Umbrella. But after De Pyongyang was slapped even harder, Gao Lu found that he was okay again. The streets were full of joy. Paris, which was originally known as the fashion capital, has many dark places hidden under its prosperity. Not to mention the skyrocketing crime rate. Robberies have begun to appear in broad daylight. Even they themselves have become accustomed to it. Paris really makes people feel a little disappointed. A fashionable beauty who is 70% similar to Qian Yayan, but looks much more mature. Looks quite sexy in a polo shirt and denim shorts. She is Qian Yayan's sister Qian Yaqian. Next to her is his husband Gu Nan. At the beginning, Dachwan Heavy Industry, where Gu Nan worked, was almost cheated because it took on a large order from the Norwegian shipping king. It was all thanks to Wang Yi's help that the problem was solved. Because he handled this matter perfectly, he has become the executive president of Dachwan Heavy Industry, which can be regarded as a high-ranking position. This time, I came to Paris to discuss a few business matters. In fact, the global shipbuilding industry is currently supported by Umbrella's continuous platform orders, and they live a good life. But they will certainly not refuse to expand more businesses. In addition to some procurement business this time, he also plans to ask Gaul for the intention to sell several equipment. And he is also going to expand it when he returns. Qian Yaqian was because Gu Nan invested in a fashion design company for her. And slowly she has made it look good. In the fashion design industry, making money in Paris is also a very important step for promotion. Gu Nan happened to have business to discuss again, so the couple took advantage of this time to come to Paris for tourism. However, because they knew some chaos in Paris in advance, they still asked an umbrella bodyguard to accompany them locally. In fact, Qian Yaqian has been to Paris several times before. But at that time, she might have brought a filter, and always felt that this place is really good. But after Gaul was pinned down by Umbrella, he found that this fashion capital seemed to be like this. Xiao Yin will also come to Paris tomorrow. Let's pick them up then. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Seeing a guy on the street staring at her white collar, Qian Yaqian gently raised her hand to cover it, and a trace of disgust appeared on her face. The environment here is really terrible. If it weren't for the umbrella bodyguards, there would probably be people harassing her. I heard that Neon and South Korea have umbrella security drones, and the security rate is amazing. It's really to the point where the doors are not locked at night. I'd better go there for a trip next time. Is Xiaoyan coming here too? She should be very busy on weekdays. Gu Nan is now the executive president of DSIC, and his vision and status have been improved again. In addition to the relationship with his wife, he has vaguely understood how powerful Qian Yin is. It can be said that in addition to the contributions he made at the beginning, this relationship is also taken into consideration for his ability to serve as the executive president now. There is no wall that is impenetrable. People at a certain level can still understand what kind of character Qian Yayan is. Qian Yaqian's clothing design company, which had never been popular before, suddenly began to see an inexplicable surge in sales and gained a reputation in the fashion circle. This was naturally due to the relationship. Qian Yayan didn't even need to say hello. Those big guys who could get the news would naturally arrange everything. Are you kidding? What's the size of World Company? Entertainment, film and television, and publicity. Where can you get around? This is a real behemoth. After the release of Abyss World, although World Company is far from being comparable to Umbrella, it is also booming in China. It forced giants such as Ari and Penguin to bow down. It can be said that Qian Yayan doesn't need to take care of anything at all, and there will be endless benefits naturally. On the contrary, Qian Yayan herself will consider Wang Yi's opinion and will not give any direct care, relying on this nepotism. It can be said that Qian Yaqian and her husband will take off directly. So when Gu Nan heard that Qian Yayan was coming, he was still a little surprised. What is such a busy person doing in Paris? However, Gu Nan didn't care what the other party came for. He was enjoying the benefits brought by the other party, so he must entertain him. To put it bluntly, the fact that he came here this time was not as important as maintaining a relationship with the other party. After all, no matter what, he was just a senior worker. The company was not his, but the interpersonal relationship was his own. He certainly knew who was more important. Come here to relax. I guess you have nothing to do recently, Qian Yaqian said with a smile. Although she used to like to be Versailles in front of her sister, they have a good relationship. This is the character of the family. She didn't have any pressure in her personality. On the contrary, Gu Nan was a little nervous. Although he had always performed well and got help last time, he was still half an outsider after all, and his attitude still had to be taken out. Recently, Abyss World can be said to be extremely popular. This is a joint production of World Company. The key is that World Company and Umbrella have always had a good relationship. Even the couple got the quota for settlement in Penglai. This can definitely be regarded as care. Apart from other things, the quota for settlement in Penglai and the treatment benefits above are what many people would fight for. The two of them also behaved in a low-key manner and did not publicize this matter. Even if they went to Penglai, they were all in the name of tourism. In fact, Penglai is now much more popular than the fashion capital of Paris. It's not just the treatment benefits. There are also many high-end stores there. And there are also umbrella beauty products. We can go there at will. I guess they are tired of it. It's normal to walk around. But now the Paris dream is shattered. Qian Yaqian's tone seemed to be a little sad. The quota for the fashion show has been obtained, so don't waste it. Gu Nan reminded that the quota for the fashion show also cost a lot of money to get. If you spend money, you will definitely not waste it. No matter how much the company brushes it here, it still has to go through the process. Qian Yaqian also knew that in fact, if she didn't go through this process, her business would not be bad just because her sister was here. But since she was engaged in fashion, she still had to find a way to improve her status. Then the two of them also asked in the family group about the arrival time of the plane, and then said they would come to pick him up, get together, and have a gallic meal. But just after everything was settled, Gu Nan's phone rang again, and his secretary's voice came. Mr. Gu, The Gallic side is very dissatisfied with our sudden change of itinerary and time. They said, we have no integrity, and want to cancel the business. There is no way to cancel the business. But it is indeed my change of time. I will apologize in person afterwards. I will explain it to their president Frank in person. You don't have to worry about this matter. I will also explain it to the board of directors at that time. Okay, Mr. Gu. After hanging up the phone, Gunan also dialed the contact of President Frank, the business object this time, according to etiquette. But it was his secretary who answered the call. After learning the purpose of the call, he also said that Mr. Frank was busy now. After the attitude was delivered, Gunan also expressed that he would visit and apologize in person afterwards. It's really rude. Frank heard the secretary's words and snorted coldly. He is also an old shipping company, also with the title of King of Ships, and has a great reputation in the world, with a large business volume. It's just that recently, because Umbrella's offshore platform is still placing orders, it squeezes out many orders for ordinary ships, resulting in the phenomenon that second-hand ships are more expensive than new ships. So he wants to use the production capacity of the East to add a few more ships and place some orders. Although this is also his demand to a certain extent, it is not a reason for him to put down his face and cater to the Orientals. As a noble Gaul, he has always been quite proud. They seem to have discussed some equipment purchase business with the shipyard. Don't even think about it. Frank was also a little angry at his own side. I thought that after those black guys came, they could alleviate some cost problems. But the result was not the case at all. There was no benefit except for worsening public security. The efficiency of local shipyards was frighteningly low. So now there are orders from Umbrella to feed global shipyards. But this side is taking advantage of the high price to sell some equipment. It would be great if our own shipyard took over our orders, so that neither side would have to look at the face of the East. But now it is so unlucky. After contacting his old friends and asking them to make things difficult for the shipbuilding industry, Frank snorted arrogantly. We Gaul lost to Umbrella. Not you. Now Umbrella is the king of the world. We don't have to care about anyone except Umbrella's face. Speaking of this, he still had a proud look on his face. In the past, we had to look at the face of de Pyongyang, even if we occasionally talked back. But de Pyongyang would often suppress us with 2 slaps. But now, Umbrella has directly replaced de Pyongyang. And the time when our Gaul surrendered to Umbrella was much earlier than de Pyongyang, or earlier than most countries in the world. Although we fought because of a misunderstanding, it was precisely because of that conflict that the 2 sides also formed a deeper bond. Our relationship with Umbrella should be closer. Those treaties are still in effect now. Although Gaul suffered a bit of disadvantage in that treaty, it was also a treaty signed with Umbrella. Do you have it? Chapter 546 Arrangement Feng Shui turns around. Paris. My sister has been here several times before, and she was envious at the time. But later she could come here easily, and she didn't have that idea at all. Now, Punlai is the real consumer paradise. On Wang Yi's private plane, Xian Yayan looked at the city below, whose view from above was not too outstanding, and a trace of emotion appeared on her face. When I was in school, I was looking forward to finding an opportunity to come with this guy. But after I saved enough money, he graduated early and dumped me. This time, it can be regarded as making up for some regrets. But I don't know why I came here. It's okay. The history is actually quite long. Compared to de Pyongyang. Wang Yi glanced at the location of the Eiffel Tower, and a smile appeared on his face. The previous return caused the barrier to become weaker, and the 3 nodes that need to be paid attention to are located in London, Paris, and New York. In fact, these nodes themselves are not a big deal, but the space is a little weak. It doesn't mean that as soon as the space on the Earth loosens, it will immediately encounter a connection with the world. The Lords of the Abyss have times to take a nap. But with this weak barrier, there may be detection situations similar to those in the Cephi realm. Not to say it is completely closed, but it is better to control it. Although it doesn't matter which of New York, London and Paris you go to first. Wang Yi still went to Gaul, the first to surrender among the 3 places, based on the relationship of distance and closeness. Although Gaul was defeated, and the 2 sides had unpleasantness, it was indeed the first younger brother to surrender among the 3 families. Before Umbrella suppressed de Pyongyang, it still helped to wave the flag and shout. And compared to de Pyongyang's unconvinced, Gaul can be regarded as law-abiding. Now according to Lin Shurqin's monitoring, although de Pyongyang is still honest, the 2 parties have cooperated as a whole, and are working hard to break through various technical curves to overtake and then rely on the size advantage to reach the top again. It's not that the capitalists suddenly became patriotic again, but there is no good place for them to go in the world now. Umbrella does not accept burdens, and the East also has restrictions on capital. It's better for them to continue to stay in Pyongyang, which has been completely controlled. They just made the choice based on their own interests and positions. But it doesn't matter. With the advantages and strength of Umbrella now, as long as Pyongyang doesn't have a brain-wrecking idea of destroying both Jade and Stone, let them jump around, and they won't make any waves. Now that Umbrella's power is here, some cards that would have caused war in an instant before can also be properly put on the surface to suppress their restless hearts. And Wang Yi came here this time. In fact, mainly for leisure. He accompanied the senior sister and Xiaoke to play outside for a while. And by the way, he will give an academic speech at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. During the academic speech, some cards can be properly exposed. At the same time, it can also be regarded as letting the group of mathematical succubi get together again to drain their inventory during this period. After the communication with the caravan is completed, he will return to the Surfy realm first regardless of whether the remaining nodes have been completed or not. At least, he will complete the Mage Tower in Deno first, so that it will be more convenient to travel back and forth. Anyway, if something really happens, these places will be the first to resist. Wang Yi shook his head when he saw this magic poor land. It won't be so bad that the situation will be okay if the monitoring is good. Maybe there will be more resource points. And when I return to the Surfy realm, I can help Shika and the others make an NPC body to play together. The main loose area on the Eiffel Tower, and the other 7 places attached. In the case of the Earth's magic poor situation, although the Abyss magic is being converted and slowly replenished as the number of wizard towers increases, the speed of this water purifier is almost ineffective in the short term. In the past, Wang Yi had to spend a lot of effort to find these places. But now, because the wizard tower matrix has been perfected, coupled with the affinity of Gaia's will, Wang Yi's borrowing power on the Earth is much more convenient than before, coupled with the improvement of realm and powerful computing power. Before, I sensed a general idea from a distance in space. And now after flying over Paris, I have roughly marked out several areas. While marking, Wang Yi made a few marks on the map projected by the holographic bracelet. Are you going to these places? Qian Yayan glanced at it. Apart from the Eiffel Tower and the Louvre, there seemed to be no attractions. But it doesn't matter. Qian Yayan's feeling about this fashion capital is just like this now, that she has a broader vision. Well, let's go around and complete some surveys by the way. Although Qian Yayan and Lu Xiaoke didn't know everything about Wang Yi, they knew that their men were very special. Maybe they would use some master's methods again. And this time, the cousins Mo Bin and Mo Tong from Umbrella came with a special plane as bodyguards, mainly to avoid some unnecessary troubles. The hometown of their cousins was originally a tough place with some traditional Chinese martial arts. Now that they have joined Umbrella for so long, they have undergone 3 or 4 surgeries for their excellent performance. In addition to the night breathing method and long-term professional nutrition, their strength is already quite good on Earth. Although the breathing method has not reached the level of a formal knight due to time constraints, the physical body is almost close. In other words, their current strength is even stronger than the body controlled by the player. On Earth, it can be regarded as the standard of a super soldier. Coupled with the blessing of Umbrella's identity, it can be said to be walking sideways in Gaul. Now in Paris, if it is clear that you are working for Umbrella, even if you may be an ordinary worker in a foundry, you can hold your head high. Nowadays, many Gauls are proud of their wise choice of cooperation. What? The Foreign Legion was wiped out? That's called the Foreign Legion. What does it have to do with us Gaul? This is called fighting. No acquaintance. Didn't you see that Pyongyang was also pressed to the ground? In fact, Gaul itself has suffered a lot from Pyongyang, because it has always wanted to maintain its independence. Gaul is also one of the few allies without Pyongyang's garrison. It is also the most complete industrial system in Europe, and it still retains its own fairly good military capabilities. It can be said that to some extent, Gaul used to be a stumbling block for Pyongyang in Europe. You should know that in Prussia next door, the beautiful country even openly placed nuclear bombs there. Moreover, some of Gaul's core businesses have relatively little conflict with Umbrella. This change of the mother-in-law actually makes Gaul's life more comfortable. Unlike Prussia next door, which was impacted by the Umbrella tram, and its important business was challenged. Umbrella was hostile to it in the EU before Umbrella had pressured Pyongyang. In fact, it's all about position in business. As the Gulf Stream landed, Wang Yi got off the plane and was very keenly aware that the airport was very alert, with many plainclothes armed members swaying around. Wang Yi didn't hide anything when he came here this time. After all, there was an academic lecture, but he made it clear in advance that he was just here to play and didn't want to be disturbed. After losing the constraints of Pyongyang, he chose Gaul for the first time to go abroad in so many years. Of course, Gaul must ensure safety issues. Just like the Pyongyang CIA asked Wang Yi not to get into trouble, Gaul was also afraid. In other words, it has been made clear that he is here to play, so it is not easy for them to arrange any airport pickup personnel. Otherwise, Wang Yi will be enough to ask the Gaul boss to come over. Academic achievements are unparalleled. He is the first person in mathematics and computer science, the creator of magic numbers, and the founder of artificial intelligence. In terms of influence, he also created the World Company. Although the World Company is not as dazzling as Umbrella, it is the company with the second fastest growth rate in the world after Umbrella. It's just that the growth of the first one was too rapid and exaggerated, which made the World Company not so conspicuous. But if it is taken out alone and placed in any era, it can be said to be a miracle. The current Abyss world is also one of the developers. The most important thing is that this Professor Wang Yi has a very deep relationship with Umbrella. He is one of the few people who can know and influence Umbrella's decision. Even the current heads of various regions of Umbrella may not have as much influence as the other party. This person must be crucial in Umbrella's many studies. If something really happens on their own territory, Gaul will also worry about the consequences. However, for Wang Yi's first stop after going abroad, he chose Gaul. While maintaining good security, they also seem a little proud. Look, this is the face of our old empire. Well, the airport environment is average. Worse than in China. Lu Shuka and Qian Yayan naturally couldn't feel the tense atmosphere under the calmness around them. Just through the first impression of the airport, it seemed like it was just like that. Don't compare it with these places in Shanghai. It's already pretty good, Wang Yi said casually. And Qian Yayan looked around and said, my sister happened to be here during this period, and they said they would come to pick us up. Speaking of which, I haven't seen her since the last time we met. Wang Yi didn't care. If you want to make arrangements, you can have a one-stop service after landing, and you don't have to worry about anything. However, the three of them don't like this model. After Lu Shioka put on the big sunglasses, it's more interesting to go wherever you go. Now Qian Yayan's sister and brother-in-law are here, so it's okay to meet and get together. Here we are. There, it should be a private plane. Qian Yaqian's eyes lit up when she saw Wang Yi and the other two, and then she began to wave her arms and said, Here Gu Nan, who was standing next to her, also stood up more seriously. To be honest, he was not as heartless as his wife, and he was still very nervous at this time. As for the fact that there was another beautiful woman next to Wang Yi, they didn't take it seriously at all. How normal, hey? Isn't this our President Gu? But at this moment, a French voice with a little dissatisfaction came from the side. Gu Nan heard it and found that it was Frank, the shipping king who had originally agreed to meet this time. After seeing that it was the other party, Gu Nan's face also showed a trace of helplessness, and he said apologetically, Mr. Frank, I'm really sorry. It's our problem to change the time. I understand whatever choice you make. I was going to make an appointment with you to apologize at that time, but I didn't make an appointment. Frank was a bald mustache that looked quite well-groomed. He glanced at Gu Nan with a fake smile, and after seeing that his attitude was quite satisfactory, he was a little relieved. However, when he saw Qian Yaqian next to Gu Nan, his eyes still lit up slightly. Is this your wife? She is so beautiful. However, Qian Yaqian herself is not good at French, and she doesn't know what they are talking about here, because she came to pick someone up. She didn't wear headphones for simultaneous translation. After seeing her husband met the party A, who came this time, she also sympathetically let him talk here first. After apologizing in a French-spoken language that was still a little unfamiliar, he walked towards his sister. This made Frank's expression become a little stiff again. Sorry, Mr. Frank. Her French is not good. She only knows a few simple spoken words. I thank you for your compliment on her behalf. You are picking someone up here? Is this what you call an important matter? Frank turned his head to look in the direction of Qian Yaqian, and then he also saw Wang Yi and his group, with a little dissatisfaction on his face. This is Gaul. It is their own territory. The other party came here to discuss business. Who would they pick up temporarily? Just because of this, the time was temporarily changed. This made him feel unhappy again. However, seeing that Wang Yi and the other 3 were handsome men and beautiful women. And there were 2 bag-carrying boys behind them. He knew that they must have some background. But Frank himself had 5 or 6 bodyguards and followers. So he didn't think that the other party would be a big shot that he couldn't afford to offend. Seeing Qian Yayan's face, that was somewhat similar to Qian Yaqian, but more beautiful, he spoke. Is this your wife's sister? Just for this? Frank looked at her again. Introduce them? Normally. It doesn't matter at this time. But Gu Nan didn't dare to make Wang Yi's decision casually. At this time, he didn't give a direct answer, but changed the topic and said, what is the purpose of Mr. Frank coming to the airport this time? It should be a temporary arrangement. Although the originally agreed time has not arrived yet. It is still too rushed to go back and forth at the airport normally. I guess the other party decided to come later. Oh, you're asking me this question. Well, it's nothing I can't tell you. Alstom's director Joel arrived today, and I came here specially to pick him up at the airport. In fact, if you hadn't made excuses, I would have done the same. I was shocked when I saw you at first, thinking you were here to pick him up, too. When he said this, Frank's expression was a little proud. Alstom is also a giant enterprise in Gaul. It is at the world's first-class level in many fields such as rail transportation, power equipment, and power transmission infrastructure. It can be said to be the leading enterprise in Gaul. Although Director Joel is only a member of the board of directors of Alstom, not even the chairman, he has the tendency to become the core of the next generation. His status can be said to be very important. And to some extent, it can even influence the election. Coming here with Frank's status is really a high climb. He said he came to pick him up at the airport. But in fact, he was just flattering himself. He just came here to create a chance encounter after knowing the news. Originally, the 2 sides also attended some banquets together and chatted a few words. This time, to some extent, he asked the other party for help. Under the many industrial changes brought about by Umbrella. Although many industries have suffered huge shocks and even collapsed. But traditional industries, like energy and electricity, have reaped more dividends. Because of the new industrial innovation, these basic needs are greater. And Umbrella has not involved these fields in other places except its own Pengwai. And their suspected higher level of nuclear power efficiency has not been fully rolled out. So under this impact, Alstom, which had already been declining, has been thriving in recent years and has soared. Frank's own industry has also been clamped by their basic industries in the upstream to a certain extent. Although Alstom's executives were directly arrested because of the long-arm jurisdiction of the big beautiful company. And it was forced to sell 17 billion euros of high-quality power assets to General Electric, its biggest competitor, and almost died on the spot. But now, with the help of the changes that Umbrella has brought to many industries, it has climbed up again, at least in this small piece of land in Europe. It is still a leading large-scale integrated group, and now it is riding on the Umbrella bandwagon. And it is the best of the best. Note, the original power grid system of General Electric's acquisition of Alstom was a double-lose situation. Traditional energy was impacted. General Electric's stock price continued to plummet by 2/3. And Alstom was no longer listed in the Fortune 500. However, this is a parallel world. And it is a parallel world influenced by Umbrella. Gu Nam was also slightly stunned after hearing this. Such a coincidence? Then he glanced at Wang Yi again. Maybe it's not such a coincidence. Frank also changed his schedule temporarily. Which means that Director Joel may have decided to take this flight temporarily. Why? We also changed our schedule temporarily to pick someone up. Isn't this a coincidence? The person I want to pick up is here. I'm sorry to excuse myself. I will definitely visit him later. After probably understanding something in his heart. Gu Nan also said with a strange expression. Maybe. It seems that his business can still be negotiated. Frank's face sank slightly when he heard Gu Nan's words. But suddenly he immediately squeezed out a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. And no longer cared about Gu Nan. And walked forward quickly with a smile. He spoke to the group of people walking quickly ahead of time. Mr. Yoel. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Director Yoel, who was walking quickly over there, just forced a smile and nodded when he saw Frank. And didn't even give any response. He just waved his hand and sent him away. This made Frank, who had made sufficient preparations, look a little stiff. Not really. Director Yoel has always been gentle and polite. And we even chatted a few words at the banquet. Out of courtesy, they should stop and talk for a few words. Why is this? But the next moment, he was bewildered to see Director Yoel suddenly showing a smile that was almost the same as his at the beginning. and speaking a series of fluent Chinese. Oh, oh, isn't this Mr. Qian? I didn't expect to meet you here by such a coincidence. Frank doesn't know Chinese, but now the translation software is extremely powerful, and with the intelligence of the Red Queen Plus system. When he turned his head to look at the bracelet, the translation was automatically completed and transmitted to his ears through the Bluetooth headset. Isn't this the line he just said? Frank's expression was a little wooden at this time. Now it is obvious that under Umbrella's bloodbath of emerging industries, the status of traditional industries has been passively and rapidly improved. Infrastructure, electricity, rail, gas transmission, transportation, etc. The demand for this new industrial revolution has skyrocketed instantly. This is especially true for energy and electricity. The large number of orders subcontracted by Umbrella directly made the production capacity of various machinery manufacturers and shipyards insufficient. The continuous expansion of production capacity and the introduction of robots have also increased the gap in electricity. Building new power plants and the like cannot be completed overnight. Therefore, the status of old traditional strong companies will become more and more important. Just like the impact on South Korea. The result is that New World Company did not have the traditional capital, but its voice was improved. Under this kind of rising tide, it can be said that many large groups in Gaul have begun to curry favor with Alstom in reverse, just to ensure that the upstream is not blocked. In the current situation of shortage, isn't it that people say whoever gives more will get more? If you really wait foolishly, it is estimated that there will always be a shortage of electricity. But what did he see now? Director Yoel, who has been so popular recently and made me spend so much effort just to meet him, actually showed the same no. It was a more humble smile than his own. Mr. Qian? Who is this? I have never heard of him. And why was he walking in the direction of the group of people that Gunan's wife was picking up? For a moment, Frank was dumbfounded. At this time, Gunan had already stepped forward, and he didn't even have anyone to ask. But Frank was naturally thick-skinned to be able to come to the airport to block people. Or it can't be thick-skinned if he has reached his level. At that moment, he showed a blooming smile again, and came to Gunan in a roundabout way. Hey, Mr. Gu. There was a problem with the time we agreed to before. Let's make another appointment. Which time do you think is better? And Joel, who had been smiling from a distance and seemed a little humble to complete the chance encounter, also had a bright look in his eyes when he saw Frank's expression. Good boy. Frank knows the person who came to pick up people? And business dealings? When did he become so wild? The reason why Joel specially chartered a plane to come here at this point was for this chance encounter. After all, Alstom is a Gallic company. Although the last time when de Pyongyang forced to buy Alstom's industry, the current Gallic person in charge happened to be the operator of the Ministry of Commerce at that time, and did not provide any help to Alstom. But now that Alstom's status has been passively improved with the emergence of Umbrella, it can still get some relevant goodwill. Master E, the great mathematician, the big boss of the world company, came to Gaul for tourism, and arrived in his loyal Paris a few days earlier than the time of the academic speech. This is great news. Since the mathematics conference in South Korea, this great mathematician has never been abroad again. Of course, Joel understands what the problem is. He has suffered this kind of loss, and he doesn't think the other party can be an exception. But now the world has changed. Umbrella dominates the world, and de Pyongyang can only hold his tail between his legs. Master E, who has a close relationship with Umbrella, can be said to be able to go everywhere. And the seal is lifted. This rare first stop. A rare opportunity. Of course he has to find a way to grasp it. First, create a chance encounter at the airport to get to know each other, and then have an in-depth exchange after the academic lecture. This is his plan. That is, the other party is here to play, and obviously wants to be free from any constraints and influences. So apart from this chance encounter, it is definitely not convenient for him to harass him during the subsequent play. But I didn't expect that Frank could actually know the person who picked him up at the airport. This is great. Frank has something to ask of me. At that moment, Yoel immediately put on a kind smile and looked at Frank and said with a smile, Mr. Frank, do you know these people? Why don't you introduce them? It seemed that the person who waved perfunctorily before was not him at all. While quickly adjusting the translation mode of the bracelet, Frank also said simply and quickly, This is Mr. Gunan, the executive president of Dachshund Heavy Industry, and his wife. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. Yoel has also seen the similar faces of Qian Yaqian and Qian Yayan, and his eyes light up slightly. He didn't expect there is such a relationship. But then he got stuck again. At present, let alone Master E, he can't even find photos on the public internet. Even though Mr. Qian occasionally shows up because he is in charge of the world company, he will not show up for external publicity. If I introduce myself without permission, Frank seemed to want to introduce Joel when he saw him. But suddenly, he got stuck and his heart jumped. I have seen this expression. Gu Nan was like this before. It turned out that he was not perfunctory to me. But he didn't even dare to introduce without permission? It's over. It's over. Gu Nan won't hate me. Right? Damn. Why are you so mean? Just say hello when you meet. At this time, Wang Yi also looked at the two people. Lin Shiqin had already told them all their information. Even the purpose of the two people's visit, and some things that happened were all explained. Although it was a deliberately created encounter, it is indeed not impossible for Joel to help. Umbrella is indeed now overwhelming the world. But its own time background and volume accumulation are actually limited. In fact, the best way is to maintain a balance between other parties. Find something else for De Pyongyang to do to distract her. Didn't De Pyongyang often find an agent to fight back? Just give him a taste of his own medicine. There is some improvement on the Gaul side, which is good. I know Mr. Yoel's intention. We are here for fun this time, and don't want to waste our time. When the time comes, you can go to Umbrella's office in Paris, and I will tell you about your company's affairs. Wang Yi didn't hide anything from them, and directly made Yoel's lips tremble with excitement. They did judge some of the current situation, and knew that this might be in the interests of Umbrella. So they gave it a try. But they didn't expect it to be so smooth. And they prayed very accurately. It was solved in one sentence. In fact, they prayed to Umbrella to bring up the injustice of the year. A large number of high-quality assets were swallowed up by competitors. The key is that now, because of the impact of Umbrella, the value of these assets has increased several times. So they are naturally bitter. If it was still the heyday of De Pyongyang, they certainly wouldn't dare to do that. They dared to use despicable means to bite the meat even when it wasn't in the other party's mouth. How could they spit it out after they had already eaten it? But it's different now. Umbrella is here. And there is a clear sky. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry for disturbing you today. If you can use me anywhere, please tell me directly. I won't bother you anymore. Joel also knew that the other party's previous intention was to drive people away and let him find someone from the Umbrella office. So he was very tactful and didn't say more politely or entangled. And this attitude made Frank stand there. It was not because of Joel's attitude, but because of the word umbrella. After these words came out, Joel's attitude was completely normal. The whole of Gaul is proud of surrendering earlier. Even Frank himself thinks so. What is the situation now? This person can actually influence Umbrella's decision? Oriental face. Young. Low-key. Then, the identity of a person suddenly appeared in his mind. Master E, the great mathematician, the man who can influence Umbrella. When I thought of this horrifying answer, I thought of my previous disrespect for Gu Nan, and saw the similarities between Gu Nan's wife and the other woman's companion. A chill rushed directly from the soles of my feet to the ends of my hair, and my eyes went dark and I fainted. Pa. He was helped up by his followers and bodyguards, and Wang Yi couldn't help but touch his face speechlessly. Is it so scary? Isn't my identity a cultured person? A mathematician. I won't force you to do math problems. Wait for your boss to wake up, and tell him that you can set an extra time for the consultation with Gu Nan's brother-in-law. It was just a casual remark. And Wang Yi would not be hypocritical with others. Gu Nan's character was okay the last time I met him. After Wang Yi finished speaking, Frank, who had fainted, immediately stood up like a corpse and said, No problem. No problem. Mr. Gu, you are busy these days. You can make an appointment with me whenever you are free. Looking at the backs of the group leaving, Frank kept rubbing his hands behind his back, with a smile on his face. At the same time, he was thinking that all the business that could be cooperated with CSSC would be handed over to CSSC, and as much profit as possible would be given. In short, he had to tie it up first and stick to it shamelessly. You are so lucky. Y'all, who seemed to have left, came behind Frank like a ghost. Frank was not a person. After finding that the other party could not help, he naturally withdrew after achieving his goal, and did not make any more trouble. Now he secretly observed that Frank had also solved the problem. So he came over again. Maybe he could communicate with him in the future. Looking at the backs of the group leaving, Yoel couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A man who can influence Umbrella to a certain extent Today's umbrella is the real sky of Blue Star. And it is much better than the Pyongyang. It is not profit-seeking, but willing to shoulder some social responsibilities. In addition to the Pyongyang being injured, even many other countries were shaken by the technological impact of umbrella. But the subcontracting model of umbrella itself still allows all parties to survive. And although they have eaten the bulk of the new cakes and new fields that umbrella has forcibly opened up, the remaining sinking market is enough for other parties to maintain their former dignity. Emerging entities, like Dongfang, are rising rapidly. And this time, if they help Alstom, then the Pyongyang's life will definitely become more and more difficult in the future. But they have no choice but to cut meat with a blunt knife and give their mushrooms the most basic respect. However, he heard from the recent news that the Pyongyang has also developed a lot of good things. I wonder if they will take the opportunity to attack umbrella. It's not that the Pyongyang will be desperate to attack with force, but they may announce some scientific research results to boost morale and want to reunite their former allies. Chapter 547. The press conference of the Pyongyang. It's okay again. After the Gunan couple met with Wang Yi and his friends, they found a Michelin restaurant to chat about some family matters. It must be said that the cuisine of Europe is mainly based on Gaul and Italy, which is indeed unique. During the chat, Qian Yaqian was actually okay, heartless, and kept pestering Qian Yayan to ask her for Nigong beauty products, and kept praising her skin for being much better. But Gunan always seemed very reserved. The more you know, the more you will be in awe. It can be seen from the previous situation at the airport that a big guy came here specifically to create an encounter. And the person he was talking to for business was in turn trying to create an encounter with that big guy. Hey, Champs-Élysées is just like this. After buying a lot of things in large and small bags, Qian Yayan couldn't help but sigh. Champs-Élysées is indeed not bad. Qian Yayan used to yearn for this place. She is so materialistic. But now that she finds that the funds she has mobilized can buy the whole street, it seems that's it. It's not as good as Palai. But only you have the confidence to say such things. Qian Yaqian looked at her sister from the side and reached out to touch her face. TSK. It's really smooth. Even her sister is tempted, although she also has a lot of umbrella beauty products. The effect is obviously much worse than her sister's. Now the beauty and skincare products on the market can be said to be only umbrella. None of the others can compete. But fortunately, umbrella did not enter the cosmetics market, so this place can still survive. Although the halo of Paris as the fashion capital has disappeared, there are still very few people who say Champs-Élysées is nothing but this. Here, you can even see people wearing big sunglasses like Liu Xiuke from time to time. Many of them are celebrities. And there are also many internet celebrities and live broadcasters. But in the same way, it is easy to be targeted by some strange people after buying large and small bags here. It's also a good thing that there are umbrella bodyguards next to them. Otherwise there may be some trouble. When they returned to the car, they saw the scene of the motorcycle gang robbing. They chased a commercial vehicle and smashed the windows. The public security is indeed worrying. But it can be regarded as the backlash of Gaul's colonization of Africa. Just as Wang Yi shook his head, suddenly several ordinary private cars parked nearby installed temporary sirens on the top at the same time, and then rushed towards the motorcycle gangs frantically. For Paris police cars suddenly appeared and blocked the confused motorcycle gangs. This scene made them not even think of resisting. Not really. It's just robbing some things. Isn't it normal? Is it necessary to make such a big scene? And Wang Yi laughed dumbly when he saw it. In fact, there have been many plainclothes police following him from a distance when he was playing. Gaul also has to be prepared for any eventuality. This kind of embarrassing thing happened nearby, and they would naturally deal with it as much as possible, which involves face issues. Is this to protect us? Liu Xiuke put down his sunglasses and asked curiously. Maybe he doesn't want to lose face. Let's go and take a look at the Eiffel Tower. Wang Yi naturally didn't care about such a small matter. Perhaps he was so excited because he was worried that Umbrella would find such an excuse to send security drones over. After all, if security drones start to work regularly, it will be no different from garrisons to a certain extent. However, as time goes by, sooner or later, Umbrella security drones will be all over the world. It hasn't been anchored anywhere yet under the Eiffel Tower. Wang Yi found the main node nearby and sensed it. He confirmed that although the barrier has become weak, it has not yet communicated with anywhere. After all, it's just that the barrier has become weak. Perhaps with the abyss as a springboard, there may be an opportunity to connect with somewhere. But if no one takes the initiative to connect, and it depends purely on natural operation, the probability of connection is still very small. If Wang Yi works harder here, he may really be able to anchor some other world. But he doesn't have this idea yet. He has to digest it step by step. And he is not in a hurry. Boss, De Pyongyang is ready to announce the results. If nothing unexpected happens, they will send us an invitation. Lin Shichin's voice came from his ear. And Wang Yi nodded. The time is just right. Prepare a PPT for me. I can respond to it during the academic speech. Open their press conference and see what they said. Wang Yi also felt a little interesting. At present, Umbrella's announcement of the basic knowledge of magic can be said to have been chewed up and fed to them. In any case, De Pyongyang's scientific research capabilities are still there. After a new set of basic knowledge appears, it is easy to have a lot of new things, like the explosive innovation after the basic knowledge was gradually improved in the last century. It's similar to the soul detector they made. Now, they should also start to pursue practicality. Let's go! De Pyongyang held a press conference. Let's find a cafe to watch their live broadcast. Wang Yi spoke to the few people who were checking in and taking pictures there. The appearance of the Qianyayan sisters and Lu Xiuke is here. And checking in there still attracted a lot of attention. Besides being the fashion capital, Gaul is also known as the romantic capital, and many people nearby wanted to chat with them. Fortunately, the three umbrella bodyguards sent away all those who wanted to approach. Even the hot-tempered Nigo would become reasonable after seeing the umbrella badge. They popped up with holographic images. I just want to take a break. What's wrong with De Pyongyang? Isn't there anything weird going on? Lu Xiuke stretched and adjusted her big sunglasses that had slipped down. In fact, someone nearby had recognized her, and someone secretly took photos. However, Lu Xiuke never cared about such things. There has never been a lack of rumors about her. And Wang Yi and Qianyayan are also here. Now that TT is fully open and Umbrella's influence is everywhere. These photos can't be circulated. How long has it been quiet? You're making trouble. Qianyayan was also a little speechless. At the beginning, De Pyongyang sanctioned the World Company together. For a time, films invested by World Company could not be released abroad. Until recently, the Starry Sky trilogy and some invested films have been reaping the box office abroad. She naturally had no good feelings towards De Pyongyang. In fact, I think it is unlikely that De Pyongyang will make trouble at present. It may just be to publicize its achievements and boost morale and confidence. Gunan also spoke carefully at this time. He has done a lot of international business, so he has a keener nose in this area. He knew that if Umbrella did not want to maintain the world financial order and was worried about causing a global chain of turmoil, it would let De Pyongyang go. It is estimated that De Pyongyang's economy would have collapsed completely long ago, and now it needs to continuously inject positive factors to stabilize the situation. Fortunately, many of Umbrella's projects are new tracks and new cakes. And De Pyongyang itself is actually a country with extremely rich resources. Therefore, by cooperating with the sale of resources and food, the situation has been temporarily stabilized. Although it is extremely bad, it will not explode on the spot. Under this kind of external pressure, many of their internal conflicts can actually be resolved to a certain extent. More or less. Just look at what they say and you'll know. In this way, the few people found a coffee shop that seemed to have some historical sedimentation. They went in and found a booth without even opening the hologram, because the store's big screen was playing the press conference. The beautiful spokesperson stood in front of the camera, with a rare smile on her face, and said to the camera and the reporters below, "Thank you all for participating in this press conference. First of all, before we get to the point, we must first thank Umbrella for its selfless generosity, publishing a large number of basic models and basic knowledge of magic, and expounding many basic principles in Abyss World, laying the foundation for the magic heyday we are about to usher in. At the same time, we would like to thank Umbrella again for its quality projection and a series of space equipment. The Starry Star spacecraft it produced stabilized the bugs on Mars, so that we don't have to face the threat from Mars immediately. Finally, we still have to thank Umbrella for maintaining the stability of the world order, maintaining the stability of the world's finance, and helping the world enter a new industrial revolution and complete the transition without causing too much impact on the order. Good guy." He opened his mouth and thanked her 3 times to show his attitude. This really made many people who watched the live broadcast of the conference feel speechless and funny. But some people still found the problem. Many people who watched the live broadcast on the internet left messages. It seems that De Pyongyang has something real this time. They praised it so highly. Maybe they are worried that Umbrella will beat them after the release. Indeed, although I don't like Pyongyang, I can say that Pyongyang is bad. But I can't say that Pyongyang is a loser. It is precisely because of the 3 consecutive thank umbrella at the beginning that many people have some new expectations for this conference. Then the spokesperson also got to the point and said, "We know that our Earth has entered a time of disasters recently. The biochemical crisis, the abyss invasion, and the Zerg threat are all huge threats. After appearing one after another, they have brought a lot of pressure to many people. At least now when it comes to zombies. As long as they don't happen around them, there are not many people who will be afraid." Hearing this, many people felt that it was true. Indeed, if the zombie virus broke out in the world at the beginning, the panic caused would be enough to buy out all the food in the supermarket, and $0 purchases would appear in large quantities. But now, although $0 purchases still appear, ordinary people will not be afraid of zombies. Sporadic small outbreaks are not a problem at all, and most of them can be dealt with by rapid response forces at the beginning of the source. Carbon-based life has no resistance to thermal weapons, and the latent multi-point spread of neon is more troublesome. The invasion of the abyss is a big threat, but New York has suffered only once, and it was suppressed by nuclear bombs. The biggest threat at present still comes from the Zerg, but as Pyongyang thanked at the beginning, Umbrella has temporarily controlled the situation, and ordinary people still believe that it will get better and better. So we must now increase the research and development of technology and increase investment. Thanks to the relevant magic knowledge published by Umbrella and Master Yi's attainments in magic numbers, we have also achieved some of our own results during this period. As he spoke, new pictures appeared behind him. First of all, it is the discovery of room temperature superconductivity. The shocking start really made the audience exclaim. Someone claimed to have discovered room temperature superconductivity before, but the material was lost and it was a big joke. If there were not too many hot news on Umbrella, it would have been on the headlines and become a joke. And now it's still here? I know what everyone has thought of. But don't worry. This time's room temperature superconductivity is completely different from the last time. It was obtained by our Pyongyang National Laboratory based on the magic model structure and combined with the existing superconductivity theory. It uses the magic properties of silver to activate the metallic properties of hydrogen. Then a complex schematic diagram appeared behind him. Wang Yi glanced at it and showed some praise. To some extent, this principle is very close to the superconductivity principle he made himself. It's just that Wang Yi can directly mobilize the convenience of magic power, and can easily complete mass production, while Pyongyang can only conduct magic power indirectly. So the production capacity will be quite limited, and the cost will be extremely expensive. But it is undeniable that they should have used the knowledge of magic to really create room temperature superconductivity, instead of the joke that they did before. And if there is no accident, it should be with the help of the relatively rich magic environment near the New York Abyss invasion. It is quite rare to detect the concentration of magic there so quickly, and complete the construction of the laboratory. No wonder they are so excited. It is indeed necessary to be excited to find room temperature superconductivity. There are too many projects that can help. Even if the output is too small, and the cost is too high now, it does not prevent them from coming out to blow the wind first. In fact, even if this kind of thing appears in the laboratory, it is worth writing about. Just like the previous Indian. What's more, this time it is real, and it is still possible to use it in practice. However, the production of this superconductor requires a more harsh environment. At present, we have only found traces of the Abyss invasion in New York to make a production point. If Umbrella wants to cooperate, we also welcome the cooperative research of both parties. Even at this time, they still did not forget to comfort him. At the same time, we have also discovered a very interesting situation because of this research. Relying on the detection of the magic concentration at the Abyss invasion point, we have temporarily divided the magic into some units. If the magic concentration in our normal environment is 0.03 C, then the remaining magic concentration at the Abyss invasion point is 0.2 C, which is equivalent to a difference of 6 or 7 times. We use some silver pipes and purify the magic through the basic magic knowledge published by Umbrella. After that, the magic concentration area of the laboratory near the Abyss invasion point can be increased to 1 C. Wang Yi actually felt a little emotional when he saw this. To some extent, they are also quite capable. It can only be said that those top scholars are top no matter where they are. Although now Umbrella has also recruited a lot of people. But after all, many scientific researchers are still accustomed to the environment in Danyai, and this batch still has strong R&D capabilities. This is equivalent to using the Abyss invasion point and their silver pipeline path to increase the magic concentration by 30 times. Although it is only a small-scale laboratory application, it may be quite difficult to achieve this step. After all, they don't have any magicians to help, which is equivalent to a group of mortals relying on their understanding of magic to hammer out a simple magician tower. With this kind of magic concentration, many experiments and production can indeed be simpler. However, if others have it, we must have it at home, and donate a laboratory to our alma mater. According to their magic concentration calculation standard, it is 10C. Chapter 548, The Confidence to Catch Up Impact. Relying on the numbers announced at the Pyongyang press conference, more exclamations were immediately aroused. 30 times the magic power increase. Very intuitive data. In fact, the outside world has always speculated that Umbrella probably has some means to increase the concentration of magic power, so it can be applied to practice so quickly after obtaining a certain foundation of magic power inheritance. After all, many problems cannot be solved by relying on basic knowledge alone, and there must be enough magic power concentration for practice and experiments. I didn't expect that Pyongyang would actually build a laboratory based on the basic theory announced by Umbrella. Although it relied on the gift left by the Abyss invasion, it is still a qualitative change. This really made many aspects pay attention to it. After all, it is still the former overlord. There is something. In addition, our laboratory research found that, probably due to the invasion of the Abyss, the concentration of magic in our world is slowly increasing. According to the detection of instruments at many measuring points around the world, the concentration of magic is changing at a rate of 0.0001 C every day, and it seems to be getting faster. This information once again caused a sensation, especially on the internet. The players of Abyss World were even more excited. What do you mean? Aura revival? Is it possible to use magic in the real world in the future? Wake up. Look at the difference in magic concentration. The increase is still too slow, and you may not see it in your lifetime. But it should be possible to use the magic in the laboratory again. Although all parties knew that in the Umbrella era, Pyongyang would hold such a high-profile press conference, and there would definitely be great results and great discoveries. But no one expected it to reach this level. Room temperature superconductivity, magic laboratory, aura revival, any one of them can be considered as heavy news. And it was really shocking to many people when they were all brought out at once at this time. Especially some people who were devastated by the collapse of their spiritual motherland. Now they have awakened again. This is civilization. It's still the beacon of civilization. Fortunately, technology is in the hands of civilization. With tears streaming down his face, Pooh was overjoyed. Especially now that humans are still facing the threat of the Zerg on Mars. Pyongyang took out these things at this time, which can be regarded as a morale-boosting effect on the world. That's why they are so high-profile. At this time, you Umbrella can't suppress me because of these technologies. Right? It will be chilling. The result is not over yet. Pyongyang, the spokesperson, continued to throw out the heavy news. Moreover, with the birth of our magic laboratory, we also found that there is still a space node in New York. But through comparison, there is no abyss breath opposite this space node for the time being. Maybe it will be a new planet, a new world, and it is not ruled out that it is a magic world. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately caused a tsunami-like exclamation. New space node? Incredible. We are now fully researching this node. If we can really confirm that the other side is not an abyss, but a safe and habitable planet, then this will also be a way out for us humans. Righteous tone. The righteousness of mankind's retreat. In short, if Umbrella suppresses Pyongyang because of this, it will be injustice. At present, Umbrella is still more careful about its appearance. As long as they don't take the initiative to provoke Umbrella, they will not take the initiative to wear those hats. So Pyongyang never stopped boasting about Umbrella from beginning to end. Lucen said, "Don't hit a smiling person. You can't be unreasonable." Right? Pyongyang's press conference was actually very short, but it was full of dry goods. After it was released, it dominated the headlines of various internet platforms in an instant. It suppressed the popularity of Abyss World and Zerg. Room temperature superconductivity, magic concentration laboratory, aura revival. Another world channel? Retreat? This can really cause a lot of discussion. Even many people in the coffee shop where Wang Yi and his friends were whispering. Although Gunan didn't understand the profound knowledge of magic, he knew that this Pyongyang press conference might have a great impact. At this time, he carefully looked at Wang Yi's expression. because this big shot will give an academic lecture at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris later. This time node may be a little subtle, and maybe someone will ask him related questions at the venue at that time. In any case, it seems that de Pyongyang has won back a game now, because it is very likely that the advantages of these technologies of Umbrella are obtained by relying on laboratories with high magic concentrations and basic knowledge. Once de Pyongyang also has it, many theories and technologies can be improved. Unlike before, it is impossible to eat exhaust gas at all. Huh? What are you doing? Eat. Wang Yi showed a kind face and looked at Gunan, asking him to quickly pick up the coffee and drink it in one gulp. It's okay. I will respond a few words on behalf of Umbrella tomorrow. Wang Yi smiled and comforted casually. This made Gunan, who had his tongue burned, drink water to cool down, and he was powerless to complain. Are you not pretending? You must be a big shot of Umbrella. The effect of de Pyongyang's confidence-boosting meeting is quite obvious. Almost as soon as the press conference ended, the de Pyongyang index rose. Ever since Umbrella beat de Pyongyang up, de Pyongyang's index has plummeted as if its spine was broken. A large amount of capital fled to the credit points for risk aversion. And now, there is a new influx of blood, which is really not easy. Many scholars who have arrived in Paris have also seen the content of this press conference. Many of them have made considerable achievements in magic numbers, and some are even permanent residents of Penlai. It can be said that everyone has been quite shocked. Interesting. I wonder what response Umbrella will give. Although it seems very polite, it is actually a challenge to the right to speak, and it wants to regain some power. The centipede is dead but not stiff. On the other side, in the newest laboratory of de Pyongyang, in a room covered with silver tinfoil, a researcher who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes, then raised his hand, and a ray of light appeared in his hand out of thin air. Success? Sure enough, Umbrella's spell models are all effective. As long as the magic concentration is sufficient, the spell can be released. The researchers outside were also excited at this time. The head of the laboratory said to the representative of the beautiful boss next to him, Umbrella should have mastered the purification of magic concentration. This should be their core technology. Under this magic concentration, many experiments can be completed naturally. What about the other space node in New York? Is there any risk? We can't stand the brilliance now. The representative of the beautiful boss also looked a little solemn at this time, worried about another invasion of the abyss. There is no breath of the abyss. We have captured some fleeing abyss monsters. These things have a very obvious breath of the abyss. We suspect that the abyss should be a projection of the material world. Are you sure it's not the abyss? It's definitely not. Besides, even if it is really the abyss, as long as the entrance is in our hands, there will be no big problem. Only this node? Well, only this one has been detected so far. But you have to remember the time in Kondo, when Umbrella launched an attack that was rarely unreasonable. This shows the importance of this node. If we study the secret clearly, maybe we can also get the same conditions as Umbrella. Who can guarantee that Umbrella has not obtained some important channel and has a world rich in magic as a trump card? Once we can communicate with the world, we will arrive at the same starting line. Okay. Approved under the condition of ensuring safety. But be careful to bypass those people. As the representative of the person in charge spoke in a voice that pressed the ground, the head of the laboratory also nodded. He knew which batch the other party was talking about. The internal conflicts of de Pyongyang are not monolithic. In other words, if it weren't for the external pressure this time, there would be far more conflicts within de Pyongyang than outside. To some extent, the interests of the group of people in the organization and the top management of de Pyongyang are only the same most of the time. Now that de Pyongyang has been suppressed by Umbrella, the starting points of both sides have become somewhat different. At least this latest laboratory cannot be touched by them. Professor Wang, it's been a long time since you started talking. Long time no see. I saw you on the street before, but I didn't come over because I saw a beautiful woman next to you. Professor Wang. Even though de Pyongyang had just released a big news, a short but extremely important press conference, Wang Yi's academic speech was still full. A large number of de Pyongyang scholars still came here to wait. No one would go back to understand the situation there because of that press conference. What's the hurry? I won't run away. You can go back anytime. But Master Yi really knows how to run. Waiting for his lectures is like waiting for the Chinese New Year. He might come to several lectures in a row if he feels like it. But this time, he hasn't shown up for several months. Thank you all for your concern. Let's have a math salon later. Wang Yi showed a kind expression on his face to this group of people. Regardless of their nationality, affiliation, or even their inner attitude, and seemed quite friendly. They are all treasures. The talent cultivation cycle is quite long, as Umbrella has developed to this point. Except for the core tool people. The main foreign talents are all dug up. It takes 10 years to grow trees, and 100 years to cultivate people. To put it bluntly, one of the reasons why I kept De Pyongyang's breath and didn't rush him is that I care about the opinions of these people. At present, it is indeed worth my investment. The previous press conference of De Pyongyang fully demonstrated their value. Although they are just some of the most basic things, which are also left over by Umbrella a long time ago. They are not mages, which is already quite rare, and they have already inspired me a lot. Wang Yi's academic lectures are still quite normal. He combines some of the problems and ideas gathered during this period with some views on magic numbers. As more and more people delve into magic numbers, and Wang Yi specially adjusted according to the on-site situation, more and more people can understand. This is actually the reason why every lecture of his is full. The effect is really good. Okay, let's stop here today. Does anyone have any questions? Wang Yi said casually on the stage. It also means that the most important question-asking session has arrived. A large number of academic leaders rushed to ask questions one by one, asking Wang Yijin to answer them one by one, until the second half of the question. A scholar from the Pyongyang asked with a kind smile. It's a coincidence that my question was asked by the friend in front. So I might as well ask Professor Wang about his opinion on the breakthroughs proposed by De Pyongyang this time. After getting this question, there was a whisper at the scene. Some scholars on the Gaul side also changed their faces slightly, fearing that they would cause Mastery to have some bad thoughts. But now it was an academic exchange, so it was not easy to stop them. In fact, Wang Yi was originally prepared to give a little introduction to the PPT after this time. Since someone asked, he naturally took it out. The special bracelet in his hand was directly projected in the air, forming a void curtain. It just so happens that I have some information here, so I'll just say a few words. The sense of technology when he appeared on the stage was still completely better than the press conference of De Pyongyang. First of all, we praised De Pyongyang's pioneering spirit in research. Originally, the purpose of imparting basic knowledge and theories of magic is to encourage more like-minded friends to study together. We are very pleased to see that they have achieved results. Wang Yi's heartfelt praise made people feel a little strange. Isn't this a sarcastic remark? I also watched the previous press conference, although there are no practical results yet. After seeing the theory, I can be sure that what De Pyongyang said is true. Whether it is superconductivity, or their magic laboratory, or space fluctuations, because we also use this set of theories. Wang Yi's smiling words directly caused a whisper at the scene. Many people showed a matter-of-fact expression. Does this mean that Umbrella had these earlier? But actually, many people had similar speculations. After all, De Pyongyang is now a pursuer. So what they bring out is likely to be a replica of Umbrella's approach. At least Umbrella's electromagnetic gun, mass projector, and the railgun on the star are all highly likely to use superconductivity. It's just that whether the superconductivity is obtained by a special cooling method is still unknown. Now, according to Master Yi's simple description, it should be a normal room temperature superconductor. It may be the same model that De Pyongyang brought out. If so, then Umbrella's skyrocketing computing power can be understood. And they may have used superconducting materials a long time ago. But at the same time, this is actually good news for De Pyongyang, because it means that the direction they are chasing is correct. And it will also inject confidence. This is actually the reason why they still proposed it after they knew that Umbrella may have mastered superconducting materials. We are now competing on the same stage. But after seeing the popularity of Umbrella's application, everyone still understood that De Pyongyang only made a little bit in a high-cost laboratory. But Umbrella can already build a mass projector. This output may not be much, but it is definitely not small. And it is really used in practice. The gap between the two sides is still huge. It's like many laboratory materials are amazing now, but they have never been used in civilian use. We actually guess that Umbrella has mastered superconducting technology. So as far as I know, De Pyongyang wants to invite Umbrella to carry out an international experimental project of controlled nuclear fusion. After the superconducting materials are in place, and the cooling device can be reduced, the controlled nuclear fusion project can also be put on the agenda, which can greatly solve the power shortage problem we are currently facing. Then the scholar made a new proposal. At present, because Umbrella has subcontracted a lot of manufacturing business, All factories around the world are working overtime. And the problem of electricity is also in front of us. This is also the reason why Alstom status has suddenly risen again. When it comes to electricity, one of the ultimate solutions to the energy problem, controlled nuclear fusion, is undoubtedly an extremely important application. It is said to be forever 50 years. The difficulty of controlled nuclear fusion itself is still here, and the cost is actually not low. Although deuterium is widely present in the ocean, and its extraction cost is not high in the simplest tritium-deuterium nuclear fusion. The half-life of tritium is only 12 years. So the stock of tritium on Earth is not high, and the production cost is amazing. So even if the problems of positive energy gain and energy utilization of boiling water are solved, there are still a lot of commercial problems. At least for a long time. Controlled nuclear fusion is experimental in nature. Even when various problems are solved one by one in the future and enter the initial commercial application stage, it will definitely not be as mature and reliable as today's thermal power and fission power generation technology in the early stage. And the cost performance is very low. The current controlled nuclear fusion experiment is actually more of an exploratory nature, a direction, and a bet on the future. The researchers currently rooted in this laboratory are afraid that they will not be able to see their research projects landed in their lifetime. When it comes to the cost of nuclear fusion materials, there is a lot of helium-3 on the moon. But the problem is that the simplest controllable deuterium-tritium nuclear fusion is still in the experimental stage. Helium fusion is much more difficult. And even uncontrollable nuclear fusion cannot be achieved. It is only a pure theory at present. Helium has one more proton, and the Coulomb barrier is stronger. So it is naturally much more difficult to overcome. This is also the reason why all parties still believe that Umbrella has mastered some kind of efficient fission reactor. The difficulty is too high at the same time. This is actually the reason why Wang Yi quickly used the convenience of magic to make a hydrogen reactor after the first generation of tritium-deuterium reactor came out to confirm that the method was feasible. Nuclear fusion reactions directly carried out by hydrogen are more difficult. But there is almost no need to worry about the raw material problem. Anyway, Wang Yi used magic cold fusion technology. This kind of purely physical difficulty is much simpler for him. Oh, no need. In fact, Umbrella has been using fusion reactors since Pumli was built, including the energy system of mechas and the Starry Sky spacecraft. It's just that this kind of fusion has a high demand for magic environment and is not universal. So it has never been announced. We just use it ourselves. Wang Yi's understated answer directly said something quite terrifying. Chapter 549 Caravan arrives shock. With Wang Yi's explosive announcement, everyone at the scene was stunned, because the scene was full of academics. They all knew better than ordinary people how difficult controlled nuclear fusion was. This shock was much greater than the previous superconducting materials. At least for superconductors, the current application is already very extensive. The hospital's magnetic resonance has superconductors in it, as well as quantum computers, magnetic levitation, controlled nuclear fusion experiments, etc. As long as the cooling is in place and the cost is not considered, superconductors are still in front of us and can be touched and seen. But controlled nuclear fusion has really always been at a positive gain regardless of cost. Let's not talk about it now. Let's not talk about the cost of raw materials. Just saying that it has made a device that can stably output positive energy to the outside world is definitely worth a lot of writing about. The previous ignition device of Depyaliang that could output less than 1% of the energy has been praised as a miracle. But now Umbrella has directly revealed that we are using controlled nuclear fusion. Moreover, not only Pumli has been using it, but even our mechas are using it. The miniaturized application of controlled nuclear fusion has reached this level. This shows that Umbrella's nuclear fusion system is already quite mature. Even the application of basic principles is different from traditional principles. At present, the internationally recognized device that may be used for power generation is the nuclear fusion based on the magnetic confinement principle, among which the tokamak device is the representative. According to the formula, as long as the tokamak device is made large enough, it will be able to gain positive gain sooner or later. But the larger the scale, the more problems will be encountered. So the current international controlled nuclear fusion project has been difficult to produce in Gull. But Umbrella has not only begun to use controlled nuclear fusion, but has even miniaturized it to mecha? This is directly a brain-cracking problem. Originally, even if Umbrella only used nuclear fission methods on mechas, it was actually a remarkable technological breakthrough. But now the other party is talking about a fusion furnace. Are you kidding me? Did you really say it so lightly in an academic speech? No live broadcast. No press conference. And even no official announcement? Is it necessary to be so low-key? Because Wang Yi's academic lectures have always been in this kind of small circle. His news certainly did not spread as fast as the live broadcast press conference. But because the things involved were too incredible and explosive. Some institutions in related fields got the news quite quickly. In the great New York Abyss laboratory, everyone was just immersed in the joy of various breakthroughs obtained by increasing the concentration of magic power. The next moment, they received news directly from Gull. The scholar who asked the question in the venue was indeed from their side. In any case, Umbrella is ahead in the use of magic power. And even if they start to catch up later, it will probably take a long time. So it is of course best to be able to cooperate. At the beginning, it is to first propose an invitation to an international project, and then slowly progress after the other party agrees. The invitation was chosen for the controlled nuclear fusion project. Both because this project is high-end and because the current international controlled nuclear fusion project is also located in Gull. So it is just right to propose it. But who would have thought that they had just come up with a pretext? Just for fun. But they had already accomplished it. Controlled nuclear fusion? Energy problem solved directly? Are you serious? This explosive news made their eyes go dark. In fact, by now, the importance of the energy problem itself is beyond doubt. Umbrella has subcontracted enough industries to mobilize global production capacity. If it were not for their own robots, there would probably be a shortage of workers. Now the problem of electricity is prominent, and some places have even affected residents' electricity use. It takes time to build a new power plant, and there is also the construction of power networks, etc. Not every place can be like the infrastructure maniacs in the East. At this time, the way, efficiency, and means of power generation have also become problems in front of us. In fact, the most efficient and convenient power generation mode is still thermal power, followed by nuclear power, which is essentially boiling water. Pyongyang is a nuclear power country, and the East has also developed a thorium-based nuclear reactor. But the temporary construction of distant water cannot solve the immediate thirst. Proposing nuclear fusion is just a gimmick to pick up the opportunity. But they are serious. Pyongyang started using nuclear fusion reactors when it was just built. And even the mechas use small fusion reactors? Are you really a solar furnace? This shock began to spread rapidly like a storm, sweeping the world. Have you heard? Umbrella has always used controlled nuclear fusion. Is it normal? I am not surprised by anything Umbrella proposes now. The spacecraft has come out. Isn't controlled nuclear fusion a matter of course? They are also very good at using nuclear bombs. However, this shock is more in those scientific research institutions. For ordinary people, they don't actually know where the difficulty of controlled nuclear fusion and room temperature superconductivity lies. They don't understand how terrible the actual application of controlled nuclear fusion is. But no matter what, everyone knows that the previous press conference of Pyongyang was in vain. What you have made is just what others have left over. As for whether you can follow the steps and keep up with Umbrella, it's hard to say. There are no bends in between. And everything is straight. While Wang Yi released a heavy bomb, he also reinforced the weak point of Paris space, but did not completely block it. The caravan from the city of Dano in the Sephi realm finally arrived at the town of Danik. So Wang Yi began to prepare to return home. If Pyongyang in New York wants to deal with it herself, then let them deal with it themselves. This time it's not cleared by themselves. The wooden wheels of the carriage were moving on the trade road, and most of them were just compacted road surfaces, causing the wooden wheels to bump against each other. It is because of the influence of the magic environment that the wooden materials here are generally tougher. Otherwise the journey would be more difficult. Oh, I don't know why we came here. The goods brought by the savages are good, but Danik should be able to eat them all by himself. It's very dangerous to let us run a special trip. The leader of the caravan is a cat man, and there are many subhumans with animal ears in his team. There are cats, dogs, foxes, and rabbits, which can be regarded as a large concentration of subhumans. However, when doing business outside, most of these subhumans are still males. It won't be a loss to make a trip. The furs in Danik territory are quite good. I just don't know how much they have accumulated now. A tall and burly figure with some tiger features, riding on a giant wild boar, also seemed a little lazy. However, although his tone was lazy, his ears kept moving from time to time, and his eyes kept scanning the surroundings carelessly, relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside. The guards of the caravan were mostly tiger people, and he was the captain of the guards. Not only did he have the strength of a mid-level knight, but he also had a magic pig mount of the Warcraft level. Combined with some of the Tiger people's own talent bonuses, they can be regarded as the first echelon in the professional class. But fortunately, we didn't encounter any attacks on the road when we passed by Zack territory before. We were afraid that they would kill us directly. The cat man named Jian Nan, the leader of the Chamber of Commerce, looked relieved. There are only 2 knights in the Zack territory. How dare he fight? Besides, wouldn't it be a good excuse for the Earl to accuse him of attacking a caravan? The leader of the Tiger Guard sneered. Whether it was Baron Zack or the captain of his personal guard, they were not as strong as himself. Even if they were combined, he could handle it with his partner. The men under his command were no weaker than their elite soldiers. It would be a loss to choose such a hard bone. I still hope that this tributary can be connected to the Deno River, which can save a lot of trouble. Although the waters of this Taishui River are mostly not wide, it passes through several territories, so it is enough to run a small boat. Jian Nan sighed as he looked at the gentle river in front of him and the town of Danik. When most of the trade routes are dirt roads, water transportation is actually the highlight of trade, which can be much more convenient. Unfortunately, this river is located in the Forest of Monsters. Although there are many territories that can be partially connected, there is no place that is worth the trouble of digging a canal to connect to the Deno River. Are young Master Qin and his team coming soon? The caravan over there is almost here. Looking at the caravan coming from the direction of Deno City, Zhao Qi asked Louis. This guidance mission is considered a cooperation between their 2 teams. And Kangaroo's father's language proficiency has made a great contribution. And the connection with young Master Qin is mainly left to Louis and his team. If there is no open trade route, then there is no point in saying anything. These NPCs clearly cannot take the risk to actively open up wasteland in the Forest of Monsters. For players like them, whether it is the content announced by De Pyongyang or the controlled nuclear fusion proposed by Wang Yi, they actually pay limited attention to it. They just need to listen to it, so as not to affect their daily activities. Especially at such a critical time now. We're almost there. We've reached the last marked position. We'll probably arrive tomorrow at the latest. Let's go connect with the caravan first. Well, the Fruit Prince and the others are waiting on the roadside. Don't let them steal the chickens. There was a little magic in Zhao Qi's eyes. He saw the Fruit Prince and other foreigners who were also waiting on the roadside instead of going out hunting. At present, the foreigners have not yet integrated a team of the level of the Abyss Mineral Company. But after all, there are 600,000 places for this internal test. And several foreign internet companies have also invested heavily. Each party has actually formed a team. And the few teams in Danik Town are just the vanguard. So they are also clear about the situation at the expeditionary camp. Anyway, the trade route has been opened. And they can't block them from passing. Right? Moreover, the price of flame dogs is currently rising. And the number of flame dogs brought to the expeditionary camp has also increased. Judging from the situation, several foreign groups may be preparing to join forces to build a caravan. And perhaps they want to suppress Qin Xiang's caravan in terms of scale. It's just that they are still keeping this specific information secret and have not disclosed it for the time being. They don't know the language. But they seem to have studied the language here. Last time I saw them, they could speak some long sentences. Well, let's go there too. Besides, we have to learn the language in this game. We can't rely on knowing the language for everything. Then the 2 teams met, because there might be a situation of grabbing tasks this time. Louis and the people of the Kangaroo team gathered together and also came to another entrance of the town, waiting for the caravan on the road. Mr. Kangaroo, have you considered cooperating with us? We can give you a higher reward. As the 2 domestic teams arrived, the first to speak was the Fruit Prince of the Fruit team. He started to poach people. What, Mr. Kangaroo? It's Kangaroo's father. I am Kangaroo's lifelong enemy. Kangaroo's father said directly. Yes. You can call him Dad. Yu Yuzi also plucked up the courage beside him and directly made Kangaroo's father unable to speak. Otherwise, just call me Kangaroo. Okay. Don't waste your time. We won't cooperate with you. Zhao Qi also came out at this time to resolve Kangaroo's father's embarrassment. As far as I know, your team has not joined any company. It is a free team. Why not give it a try? In addition, Komodo, the captain of the Lizardman team under a certain special, also spoke. The captain of the Metaverse team under a certain book said not to be outdone. The sky outside is even more vast. Okay. Please don't hurt others. Okay. And Chi, who served as a coolie and meat shield in the team, curled his lips. That's right. Helping foreigners when opening up the wasteland. You can think of it. And G also puffed up his chest and looked contemptuous. It's true that their team is full of salted fish who don't like constraints. Playing games is playing games. But at this time, their stance is definitely fine. That's a pity. We can only communicate later. The Fruit Prince shrugged, took a step back, and waited beside him with his hands on his chest. It was obvious that he was going to wait for the kangaroo's father to finish using the language, and then use magic on the side. But there was nothing he could do. At this time, the caravan had already slowly arrived in front of him. It would take 5 days to travel normally, and 1 or 2 days to travel fast. But the caravan needed 15 days, and there was a reason for that. He had seen it long ago, and the debate was over. But now it was in front of him. Jia Nan and King Kong, who were riding on horses and wild boars, had also seen the group of people arguing on the roadside early, wearing animal skins and moving strangely. They were undoubtedly the legendary wild men. However, it was also the first time they saw wild men. They did not expect that although they were dressed a little vulgar, they were not covered with hair, and it is said that they are very intelligent and have their own unique civilization. It is indeed a good trading partner. But unfortunately, it is in the depths of the Warcraft forest. I don't know if I can get anything this time. With some lofty thoughts in his mind, he was thinking about how to intervene. As Kangaroo's father started the magic, Jia Nan's face showed a little surprise. It's the language. It seems that it's redundant for you to invite me here this time. Old Murphy from the Mage Tower came out of the carriage behind it this time. No. The ability of Mage Murphy is unquestionable. You can also judge their spellcasting ability when you are here. Jia Nan is the leader of the caravan. Although he is a cat man, he is also smooth enough. Murphy is a veteran of the Mage Tower. And after this series of incidents, the owner of the Mage Tower has a higher status in Dunner City. The Earl even directly cancelled the Mage Guild in the city for him. The cancellation of the Mage Guild in a commercial city like Dunner City has also had an impact on the reputation of the Mage Guild itself. Many places are afraid of the Mage Guild, and now they can make a big fuss about Dunner. Some small places may be looking forward to the Mage Guild. But Dunner is the Mage Guild that actively wants to move in, since the Earl is willing to make this choice for the owner of the Mage Tower. It also represents the status of the new owner of the Mage Tower to a certain extent. Murphy can be regarded as the butler of the Mage Tower to a certain extent. The players on the other side stopped arguing and listened to the NPC's words with their own translation function. They also whispered to each other. I didn't notice them from a distance. I didn't expect that they were all orcs. Cat ears, rabbit ears, and tigers. TSK, there are just too few women. But I'm looking forward to it. Did you hear that they have a mage? That old man is indeed a fairy. I wonder who is stronger. Elder Zabo. Although Elder Zabo has lost face a few times, he is still a great mage and has a super high status. Just as the players were whispering to each other, and many people set their eyes on Murphy, who looked very attractive. Kangaroo's father finally finished casting the spell, and completed the spell of language proficiency. Feeling the baptism of magic, Murphy also nodded. The spell casting is unfamiliar, but the basics seem to be good, and he is very spiritual. His talent should not be weak. Murphy himself has a talent of about 10 points of spirit, and it is almost impossible to break through the mage without external help. Kangaroo's father studied hard, and he has 15 points of basic spirit. Although he casts very slowly, his spirituality still made Murphy notice it, and he couldn't help but envy him. With such a good talent, he still casts spells like this at this age. It seems that there are some problems with your teaching level. If you go to the Magic Academy for further study, you may have a chance to become a formal wizard, although Murphy is only an apprentice. He has been immersed in this path for a long time. He still has a say in the evaluation of apprentices and the possibility of breakthroughs to formal wizards. What teaching level is wrong? I didn't start learning magic when I was born. I only studied it seriously for 2 months. Kangaroo's father rolled his eyes, but his words made Murphy drop his jaw. Only studied it seriously for 2 months? How is this possible? Chapter 550 PEP. After hearing the time of learning that the other party had revealed, Murphy's face was full of shock. Originally, he felt a little sorry when he felt the other party's spellcasting at the beginning, because the other party's spiritual fluctuations were very active and spiritual, which showed that the other party had a strong talent. This is an innate talent. Murphy, who had been stuck in front of the door, deeply understood the importance of talent on the road of the mage. The accumulation of knowledge, learning ability, talent and hard work. These are all indispensable, and the rest of them can be changed through acquired conditions. But the innate condition of talent is the most difficult. Some travel notes and legends may also have successful mages with low innate spiritual power. But these can be taken out and sung separately, so you can imagine how rare they are. Moreover, each special case itself has more or less improved its innate spirit through some unrepeatable ways. This is a hard threshold. But in addition to the innate talent, if no one guides it correctly after birth, it will also lead to the squandering of this talent. He had been serving Master Sente, and had become an apprentice very early, and occasionally had the guidance of a formal mage. It can be said that except for his talent, which could not be compensated, he was very lucky in other aspects. Not everyone has the opportunity to become an apprentice of a formal mage, even if you are selected to enter a magic school with magical talent. Most of the teachers who teach are actually just apprentices. Only those top magic academies can have regular classes taught by formal mages. In any case, in his opinion, the accumulation of magical abilities and knowledge must be done step by step, in less than 2 months. I am afraid that I can't even learn arithmetic. Right? One of the reasons why I was able to win the favor of Master Sente was that I had been an apprentice of the Chamber of Commerce, and was very sensitive to numbers. But even so, when he first came into contact with the arithmetic accumulation required by the magic world, he still felt his own powerlessness. Even now, he can't say how strong his arithmetic ability is. He can only say that it is barely enough. Many times he thought that if he had better math skills, he would have a chance to break through the professional barrier. Huh? Are you so surprised? Kangaroo's father was speechless when he saw the old wizard was so shocked. Although he had a basic mental power of 15 points, which was about 1,000th of the proportion, there were still hundreds of people with 600,000. Although he relied on hard work to be in the upper middle position among these people, there were many people who were better than him. Even those who had only a basic mental power of 12 points like Pineapple, but had a strong learning ability, still suppressed him steadily. However, although Kangaroo's father didn't like math before, and his grades were not ideal, but in fact, this kind of unsatisfactory is only relative. Many people's peak knowledge reserves are at the end of the 3rd year of high school. This is not a joke. Some logic that he thinks is natural is not taught from childhood here. So although it seems that he has only studied for 2 months, in fact, it is an expansion of learning specifically for magic based on the previous basic knowledge points, coupled with his own 15 points of mental power, and the teaching process that Wang Yi personally compiled according to the situation of the Earthlings. The progress naturally shocked Murphy, but neither Kangaroo's father nor Murphy had figured out the reason. So after being shocked, Murphy subconsciously felt that the other party was lying. But this time he came here just to be a consultant, so he didn't go into it and say anything more. The Master Wizard went out to travel recently, and let him move freely. So he took the opportunity to make some extra money, not only for the family's consideration, but also to save some capital to see if he could break through the professional level of specialization. There are a few spells that he has some experience in casting. He has the foundation to become a professional spellcaster. Even if he is not as good as a formal wizard, he is still a professional level. The increased lifespan alone is enough for him to fight. Dear wild friends, I heard that your first caravan is about to break through the Warcraft forest to open up a trade route. I want to exchange what we have. I don't know how to open up that trade route. When can they arrive? After Jianan roughly understood the situation, he also did not delve into the issue of casting, but asked about the main purpose of this time. It will arrive tomorrow at the latest. Maybe we can wait for them outside the Warcraft forest first. Louis opened his mouth and made an invitation. Hearing that they would arrive tomorrow, Jianan was a little surprised and a little happy. Whether they were bragging or not, it would be confirmed soon. Wait a minute. But at this moment, the Fruit Prince and the others also found an opportunity to speak. This made Jianan's eyes flicker slightly. It seemed that these savages were not in the same group. This was actually a good thing to some extent, because the caravan coming was just him. If they wanted to fight for something, whether it was to lower the price to buy goods or raise the price to sell goods, it would be beneficial to him. For merchants, the most favorite thing was that the customers rolled themselves in, and they could always get better conditions. Aren't you all together? Jianan's cattail moved, and he showed a surprised expression even though he knew the answer. There are also factions in our tribe. I would like to ask if this old wizard has also mastered language proficiency. After the Fruit Prince performed an inappropriate greeting, he also asked. Of course. That's why I came here. Murphy nodded. As an old mage apprentice, although the model of the spell language proficiency was not the ones he was most familiar with, He could still draw a picture in the void. The casting speed and level were much better than the young man. That couldn't be better. They have been exploiting us a little bit by relying on their mastery of language proficiency, and have also promoted the so-called First Chamber of Commerce. In fact, our alliance is the First Chamber of Commerce in the true sense. At this stage, the Abyss Mineral Company is indeed still the only one in the market. But if foreign big companies unite, they are indeed not weak. And they are all bragging. It depends on who brags more. Anyway, the scale of the Flame Dog caravan jointly formed by several foreign companies is indeed preparing to be larger. Oh, is that so? Jianan had a smile on his face. It's just that these pictures were taken by Louis, and a live broadcast was opened by the way, so that many players could see it. At this time, even foreign players were a little indignant. What's the situation? For the NPC natives, we players are still on the same side. Isn't this a spoiler? Harming others and benefiting oneself is too narrow-minded. I used to think that the Fruit Prince was good. How could he be like this? Now the Abyss Mineral Company is indeed stronger. They also formed the first Flame Dog caravan and opened up the trade route. Even if the second caravan they jointly formed later may be larger. It can't be like this. Many domestic players started to curse. It doesn't matter whether the Fruit Prince and his friends saw it or not. Now that it has started, there is no intention to stop. Public opinion doesn't matter. Who can get the benefit in the end, and when the greatest benefit is the key. If I complete the first guidance task here, the conclusion will naturally be determined by me, the winner. So, we want to invite your Chamber of Commerce to visit our camp. The Fruit Prince bowed and politely extended the invitation, with an elegant smile on his face. What can you do if I steal someone's girlfriend in front of you? Boom. The sudden hot fireball hit the Fruit Prince, who had just stood up, and the violent explosion directly blew away several teammates next to him. The second one followed and crashed into the crowd, because they had not expected to be attacked. They were standing close to each other on the roadside. The power of the two fireballs was almost fully consumed. The Fruit Prince was blown to pieces on the spot, and the others fell to the ground. This sudden attack made the caravan very alert, and Louis and the others were also a little stunned. What are you doing? Hurry up and control them. And she pulled out the barrel of the gun and hit the foreign player, who fell to the ground. His elder sister and Ji also made the same action and shouted, "Whoever moves will be killed. Be honest." On the other side, Xiao Qi began to comfort the caravan and said, "Don't panic, everyone. It's just a small conflict among us. It's nothing serious. We can continue to talk." Jianan was comforting the horse that was frightened by the fireball explosion, and his face was also stunned. After looking at the blown-up Fruit Prince woodenly, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. You call this a small conflict? People were blown to death. What is the big contradiction? At this time, Louis also reacted and regained his calm. It was indeed no big deal. Just a PK to steal monsters and kill people. If they took action, it would be a bit troublesome. After all, they joined the Abyss Mineral Company. But if the kangaroo, his father's team took action, it seemed that there was no big deal. They were originally a free team. This sudden attack, directly hitting the face with a fireball, a ruthless method without any scruples, directly stunned Jianan and his subhuman caravan. King Kong, the leader of the Tiger Guard, rode a somewhat manic demon pig to block in front with a vigilant face. And the other members of the guard team also immediately became furious, and a group of tiger people surrounded them. Don't worry, everyone. This is a problem within our savages, and it has nothing to do with you. After Louis reacted, he hurriedly began to explain. It would be bad if they thought that our players were cruel, and the foreign players who fell to the ground did not act rashly after being pointed at by guns. The Fruit Prince, who was blown to pieces, told them with his death that this group of people would really take action. Now they were being aimed at by guns, and were being served by fireballs. They were also at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. They would just die in vain if they had to give in. The punishment for dying once was very heavy. If they could still talk, they wouldn't mind talking. At this time, Captain Komodo of the Lizardman team said, "Everyone, it's not appropriate to suddenly throw fireballs at us. Right? Is it appropriate for you to intercept us? Don't you have any idea how the trade route came about? You want us to get angry, right?" Kangaroo's father also stood in front of Yuzi with his hands on his waist, pointing at Komodo's face, and spraying wildly. Although Yuzi took action first, he was socially phobic, and was not suitable for such a scene. Kangaroo's father was a little scared when the fireball was suddenly thrown before. Now think about it. Maybe he couldn't stand it and wanted to refute it. But because he was socially phobic, he didn't know how to interrupt. So he simply used fireballs to kill those who couldn't interrupt. But it was lost. Just as Louis thought. They, the free team, don't mind. Didn't you see that Ng's brother and sister and Zhaoqi reacted so quickly? So no matter what the reason is, it doesn't matter, since you are already on the opposite side. Just stand up and take it. Besides, this matter is indeed a disgusting thing done by this group of foreigners. But we are just talking about it. You can't just do it directly. Komodo also seemed very wronged and aggrieved. Why should we follow the rules you set? De Pyongyang is dead. And you are still dreaming of your world hegemony? Kangaroo's father is also not weak at all. And because the process has been forwarded by Louis. When this picture came out, many De Pyongyang netizens and the remaining spiritual De Pyongyang's broke their defense collectively. What do you mean De Pyongyang is dead? Isn't it still here? Room temperature superconductors are out. And there is also a magic laboratory. It is catching up. Okay. Domestic netizens are even more gloating and complaining. Haha. De Pyongyang is dead. Good job. Kangaroo brother. Shut up. He's Kangaroo's father. His father brother. Haha. I don't know what the grudge is. I heard that Kangaroo's father and Kangaroo Company don't get along very well. I know this. In fact, it's almost spread now. He was hit by a car when he was delivering food. Because he obeyed the traffic rules. Kangaroo Company asked him to find the driver directly, and didn't do anything about it. And then the driver didn't pay for it. Oh my god. Although it was indeed the driver's fault. He was working for Kangaroo Company after all. So he paid for it first, and waited for it to be repaired. Can't the driver come back after paying the compensation? It's really chilling. TT is still better. Too lazy. You can't roll up even if you want to. The smart food delivery holds you down tightly. But the two fireballs of the big brother Yuuzi are so satisfying. When I saw their faces at first, I wanted to jump in and slap them twice. Yeah. Why should we follow their rules? If you intercept our mission, we will kill you directly. The players and Cloud players who watched the live broadcast later also saw that Kangaroo's father team confiscated the guns of foreign players. And finally let them go. The players themselves are invincible. Although the death penalty is heavy, they can turn around and become heroes again. If it was somewhere else, they would be killed. But now, in front of the NPC, killing one is enough. And killing them all may cause some misunderstanding. Take their guns, let them attack and destroy most of them, and then blast them away. In fact, this is the first live PK of the players in the true sense. And it has reached the level of killing. In the past, in Enzo territory and even in the expeditionary camp, there were local NPCs to maintain order. At present, except for some confrontations and frictions when fighting for the right to capture the flame dog, there were only some scheduled fights. There were unexpected deaths among 600,000 players. But the real confrontation and death between players has not yet erupted. With top combat forces such as Enzo, Zabo, Champion Marquis, and King Arthur, plus the player's own record and registration system. The players who passed the exam are still more disciplined. But now that the first blood has appeared, the players have also found that it seems that those constraints no longer exist after leaving the expeditionary camp. What really constrains them is probably some local laws and regulations in the other world. And the invisible shackles of the heroic spirit on the moral suspension. Small-scale PK, even death, seems to be nothing. If the local natives were killed and discovered, it would be affected by the NPC forces. But the savages fighting savages. After a good explanation, it seems to be like this. Didn't Baron Danik say before that the savages are also divided into factions? There have been some confrontations and conflicts in the past, which is completely fine. Originally, they were not on the same side as the Fruit Prince. Murphy looked at Yuuzi with a shocked face at this time. Fireball is nothing. He can do it. And the casting speed is about the same as this young man. And the power can even be greater. But he himself can't control two fireballs to attack at the same time. He can be sure that the other party is not a formal mage. And even the fluctuations of the previous casting have not reached the peak of the apprentice. But he didn't expect that he is more spiritual than the releaser, who is proficient in the language. Are the savages' magic talents so strong? Then he slowly said to Jian Nan. They should have no ill intentions. Otherwise, although I felt the fluctuations of the fireball spell before, I couldn't stop two of them. If they were really hostile, they would have attacked us directly. At this time, in the town of Danik, Baron Danik himself and his captain of the guards, with 10 fully armored cavalrymen, rode their warhorses directly towards this side. It was obviously attracted by the explosion of the fireball nearby. This is a caravan from the know, so they are naturally afraid of any moths. These tall war horses are also Baron Danik's trump card. These war horses even need to be mixed with feed. The price of a pack horse is about a dozen gold coins, but the price of his warhorse is at least 10 times higher. And it is difficult to buy in batches. The continuous maintenance cost is even more than the price of the warhorse itself. However, such an expensive price and use cost also allow this tall warhorse to run wildly with fully armored cavalry. Although there are only 12 riders in total, the cavalry's charge ability has been slightly demonstrated. The vibration of the horses rushing down the road from the suspension bridge surprised many players who were still watching the live broadcast. There is such power with just a dozen horses. The horses here are also quite strong. After all, they are rushing over with tin cans. But I want to see what the scene of our flame dog knight charging looks like. Chapter 551 Heavy Cavalry Shot from the Savages. This. After hearing what happened, Danik couldn't help but look a little strange. At first, he thought that the unruly savages had a conflict with the caravan, but he didn't expect that it was an internal conflict between them. Then he thought of the news he got from the previous conversation. The savages were not united, probably just like the nobles in his own family. But I didn't expect that they would kill without mercy. And those guys who killed a team leader left in disgrace after being released, and didn't even come to complain to me and ask for punishment. It should be some of their internal handling methods. Okay, I don't want to interfere with your own situation, but in my town, killing people in the street is not allowed. If you have any problems, you can ask us for arbitration, Danik said with a headache. As the lord of the town of Danik, he certainly has the responsibility of maintaining law and order. But it's okay to turn a blind eye at this time. We are the ones who caused trouble this time. We are really sorry. Kangaroo's father also lowered his posture in front of Danik at this time, so as not to lose his favor because of the killing. Since your caravan will arrive tomorrow at the latest, I will accompany you after a little rest, Danik said after a moment of silence. It is our honor. Louis now understands a little bit about how to deal with this group of nobles. He flipped through some books on the way back. Fireball. Right. 2 fireballs? Although he is only an apprentice, it is indeed very strong. Not as lame as releasing language proficiency. Danik and the 2 leaders of the subhuman caravan bumped into each other. They were all under the command of Earl Luke and had a good relationship. We also got something from a single perspective from here. Fireball is a spell that can be used by apprentices to legends, and it is an extremely cost-effective attack spell. From the previous explosion traces and the simultaneous launch of 2 fireballs, Danik also made an okay prediction. If he didn't wear armor and relied on breathing alone to induce magic disturbance, it would be difficult to resist. The best way is to kill the opponent when he casts a spell. If he is not a formal mage, and has not engraved the model in advance and does not perform instant casting, it is still a sure thing to use the bow and throwing pistol directly. But once he is entangled, he can only find a way to use speed to get rid of the mental lock of the fireball spell, and then follow the direction of the fireball explosion and rely on breathing to resist. After all, he is also a knight. After a quick simulation in his mind, he nodded and said, Then you mean that they use that kind of stick to point at those guys who fell to the ground, and they dare not move? This is also a place that Danik pays close attention to. Every savage will carry such a stick, and he is actually very curious. But more of it is regarded as a totem of theirs. After all, it doesn't look very strong. But now it seems to be a weapon. I sensed a slight fluctuation of magic power, probably some kind of reinforcement. And there was also a slight breath of fire magic power. But I'm not sure what the specific situation was. They didn't launch an attack. Murphy is an experienced apprentice, at least with Baron Danik's background. It is difficult to hire such an apprentice as a consultant. Reinforcement, Flame Danik murmured. And in his mind appeared a scene of savages holding sticks like magic wands and pointing at each other and spitting fire. But now, no matter what, I don't know if the so-called caravan will bring some. If it is not expensive, I can buy one and study it later. I will go with you with my personal soldiers. We can't let the savages look down on us. Danik then said to Jianan with a smile, Are you all riding horses? The tiger captain King Kong also grinned at this time. It is still not a small cost to send out a war horse. The war horse itself is actually very easy to get injured when carrying heavy armored cavalry. And it is very expensive. Don't look at Danik only raising 50 elite soldiers. But this cost is much greater than the escort team of their caravan. In addition to his own magic pig, most of his mounts are pack horses. Not to mention the heavy armor. It would be difficult for his men carrying weapons to charge. All on horses. After raising them for so long. They have to come out and see the world. Danik laughed. And still felt a sense of accomplishment for his elite soldiers. Although there were only 50 people, and a lot of money was spent. The effect was absolutely outstanding. With these 50 cavalrymen as the spearhead and the assistance of the militia, it would not be a problem to disperse the mob of thousands of people. Even 20 professional-level masters can fight head-on. But of course, such precious elite soldiers must not be wasted casually. It costs too much time and money, and there will be few hard battles. So deterrence and protection are still the main purpose. The rebels kept sending letters to persuade him. In fact, they were attracted by this force. And the power mainly used for deterrence must be displayed when necessary. When the wild caravan arrived, it was necessary to show it, lest this group of savages continue to be lawless. I, Baron Danik, am easy to talk to. But that's just because I'm approachable. Not because I don't have power in my hands. The power of deterrence doesn't have to be used. But it must be there. It's coming. Just ahead. At dawn the next morning, Louis and his team received news from the caravan of young Master Qin. And then, they also took Baron Danik and the people of the Asian caravan to the edge of the Warcraft forest. 50 heavy cavalrymen lined up. The visual effect is still quite good. I felt quite powerful when I saw more than a dozen cavalrymen yesterday. And it looks even more handsome now. Full body armor. We also want to build full body armor. Animal skins are too low. It's embarrassing. Wait for the local tyrants like young Master Qin. This is the first encounter between the savage caravan and the indigenous forces. There are still many people watching the live broadcast. Some from the perspective of the caravan. And some from Louis and his side. Baron Danik led his 50 heavily armored cavalrymen to stop in a neat and orderly manner 200 steps in front of the forest. The heavy armor of the knights and the armor of the horses shone with silver light under the rising sun, bringing out a steely atmosphere. In addition to the heavy carriages and merchants stopping in the town to unload goods, the Tiger Guards also rushed over. Although the pack horses of the Tiger Guards were somewhat inferior, the tall and mighty Tiger Guards made up for these shortcomings to a certain extent in terms of appearance. In addition, the demon pig ridden by the Tiger Captain King Kong also stood out at the scene. It was even larger than the 1,000-pound demon pig killed by Dolly's team at the beginning. With sharp fangs, black and shiny hair combed like spikes, and humming and exhaling hot air from time to time. It can be said that this time is the time to show their strength to a certain extent. Looking at the forest path in front formed by hunters and adventurers for a long time, Danik also smiled and asked Louis, "Didn't they say that they have come to the road opened by the adventurers? The speed is a bit slow." Murphy next to him also rode forward and asked, "Are you communicating through magic communication?" "Yes. We have a special communication method within the tribe." Louis responded to Murphy first. After all, this old man with a fairy-like appearance is a wizard master outside. And his strength is probably not bad. Thinking of the scene where Zabo, who was also old, used the special effects of the great wizard's strength, Louis still felt a sense of awe for power. Then he said to Baron Danik, "Your Excellency, they have indeed come to this long-term forest path. But because this road is too narrow, they took time to widen the road." Hearing this, Danik, Jian Nan, King Kong, Murphy and others all showed surprise on their faces at the same time. No way. Originally, in their opinion, that trade road was not comparable to this trampled path. Even if it could be barely distinguished in the forest, it would be good. But what are they talking about? Too narrow? This, before Baron Danik wanted to say anything else. His intermediate night-level strength also felt something wrong first. The ground is shaking. At first, he thought it was his cavalry warhorse occasionally stepping on the hoof. Or it was caused by the Tiger Guards. But as he continued to approach, he found that the source of the vibration was in the forest. "There's a noise over there. Is it your caravan?" The tiger leader King Kong also rode over on a magic pig, looking a little solemn. The magic pig under his but was digging its trotters uneasily, and seemed a little irritated, and hot air was coming out of its mouth from time to time. Some dirt was turned over on the ground. "Yes, it's the fire beasts transporting goods." Louis seemed to know what they were concerned about, and then looked back at the neat cavalry and the Tiger Guards in surprise, and couldn't help but think of it belatedly. Could it be that this group of people came to welcome our caravan in such a big scene? Not just out of enthusiasm. Wouldn't there be a kind of demonstration in it? Not only Louis reacted, but some players watching the live broadcast also reacted slowly. Hey, looking at their expressions, they seemed quite surprised. Did they not believe that we could open a trade route in the Warcraft forest at first? Are they not here to demonstrate? Haha. It's possible. After all, they can't see the situation on both sides in real time like we can. With this information gap, they are completely in the dark about our caravan. They don't know what we take for granted. It's really funny. I want to see their expressions. We'll see it soon. As the horses of the cavalry under Danik's command also showed signs of uneasiness. They began to get agitated. The pack horses of the Tiger Guards were so exhausted that their legs went limp, and they fell to the ground. The vibration of the ground became more and more obvious. Then, there was the sound of trees falling down. It was like a herd of wild elephants pushing down the trees in the rainforest. And the fallen trees were constantly separated to reveal the large number of fire dogs behind them. Even though they paid to wash away the breath of the abyss monsters during the teleportation, their appearance was slightly beautified. But these giant beasts like Triceratops are larger than the size of the demon pigs under King Kong's crotch. Although they look stupid and honest, the sharp horns on their heads and the sharp teeth in their mouths are also telling everyone that these things are not vegetarians. Qin Xiang, who was also watching the interaction on the forum, saw that someone was carrying some screenshots of the live broadcast and some textual speculations. Leaving the jungle, he raised his hand to block the rising sun and glanced at the welcoming team in front and couldn't help but smile. Brothers, let them feel the enthusiasm of us savages. As his voice fell, he pulled the reins fiercely. Then, led by the most burly fire dog under his command, 48 fire dogs raised their heads to the sky and roared low and heavy at the same time. Roar. The deafening roar filled the sky, and the sound seemed to shake the earth. The roar could be heard in the town. The wild beast-like breath burst out, and each fire dog of the magic beast level roared together. Even the well-trained war horses under the command of the 50 elite soldiers began to tremble and retreat continuously. King Kong's magic pig also kept digging its hooves and humming as it retreated with its master, slowly making way for a wider open space. Originally, they came here to demonstrate, but after seeing the flame dog caravan coming out one after another, and their own team with the morale collapse, Baron Danik looked around and found that his side seemed to be the perfect foil for the extraordinary wild man caravan. There were dozens of giant beasts, each of which had the strength of a magic beast. As a mid-level knight of Danik, it seemed that any one of them would be enough to give him a headache. But looking at their appearance, they could actually pull goods docilely. The shed directly built with wooden supports on their backs. If the magic beasts were disobedient and moved a little more, this structure would probably fall apart. So powerful, so docile and obedient. So many were tamed at one time? How is this possible? Danik's own precious warhorse. The price of buying it is not cheap, and it is even more expensive to raise it. It is his favorite. Usually, many exercises are done with pack horses, just to avoid hurting the warhorse during practice. Warhorses are usually fed and cultivated by their owners. Just this has already cost him a lot of energy, and it is also what he is proud of. But looking back, the savages directly pulled out 48 large monsters that can transport goods. This is simply unbelievable. There are many people who can train monsters as mounts. The most famous one on the East Plain is King Edai, the Dragon Knight. That is the flying dragon passed down from their ancestors. There is also King Kong who has tamed the monster boar in front of him. But generally speaking, these are just individual cases. There are forces that are trying to tame monsters and equip them in batches. But each of them is at the Empire level. And the corresponding monster knights trained are definitely the core of the core. The well-known teams such as the Wolf Cavalry Regiment, the Wild Boar Knights, and the Griffin Knights are all famous and have forged their glory with blood and achievements. But now, there are dozens of tamed monsters in a caravan pulled out by the savage tribe. This really made Danik feel uneasy and shocked. This impact is even greater than the impact of the savage tribe having a heroic level and killing the flame bird. The Principality of Kaduan has a heroic level, and the Count of Flame, who can repel the flame bird, is not an ordinary person. The strongest unit of the Principality of Koktun is their Koktun Royal Knights Corps, with a total of 5,000. The strength of a single soldier is stronger than the elite soldiers trained by themselves, but not much stronger. It mainly relies on the number of 5,000 people, and there are 100 professional captains among them for deterrence. Typical magic beasts are not enough. So people are used to make up. King Edai of the Kingdom of Edai, who is known as the strongest in the East Plain, used the dragon power of his flying dragon mount to create a two-legged flying dragon guard. But the total number is only 30 people. It is just because it is a flying unit. So it also has a certain strategic role. It is said that the Calais Federation has hybridized with their local barbarian tribes to produce a more docile magic wolf that can be kept in captivity. But it has been still in the experiment. Now it is only used on a small scale. It seems that the offspring are prone to fall in rank. At present, it is relying on Calais' strong economic strength and the number of mages to overcome the problem. The closest one that has been equipped on a large scale should be the 30,000 giant bear army of the Pharaoh Empire in the north of the Calais Federation. That is a huge empire with a legendary national sword saint, and the former lord of the Calais Federation. There is a qualitative change between the hero class and the professional class, because the hero class is not easy to be surrounded and killed, and can break out of the encirclement of the army. But if it is this kind of Warcraft Knights, it is enough to cooperate with the siege of the hero class. The hero class is also a human being, and if he is killed, he will die. Moreover, the effect of this kind of group combat charge on the front battlefield and the blow to morale are definitely not something that a few heroes can reverse. Admittedly, there are only a few dozen wild men on the side at present. Although this number can be shocking, it is not unacceptable. But the problem is that the wild men easily took out this lineup to open up trade routes. Looking at the docile appearance of these things, it is obvious that they have not just been domesticated. I am afraid they already have a complete set of domestication industries. Even in those well-known mature Warcraft Knights, there are often some cases of mount backlash. Warcraft is Warcraft after all. To maintain wildness and strength, there will still be a certain degree of danger. But the docile big guy in front of him, who could work hard and open the way in the forest without complaining, and the wooden frame on his back did not fall apart, really made Danik drool. What a good mount. Even if it may be slightly insufficient when charging because of its docile character, its huge size and sufficient strength can easily make up for this deficiency. The important thing for cavalry is coordination and formation. After the mount reaches the standard, obedience can be said to be a very important factor. Otherwise, the Calais Federation can completely form a ragtag Warcraft Knight Corps with its strong financial resources, and specially hire riders like King Kong who have tamed Warcraft. But obviously, the ragtag team without coordination may have a situation where 1 + 1 is less than 2. Chapter 552 Cooperation God's Favor. As the roar of the flame dog ended, Qin Xiang controlled his mount and walked forward. Accompanying him were Pineapple and PDD. 3 people and 3 flame dogs. Although they all looked slow, the size of the flame dogs still made them quickly come to the crowd with a little shaking of the earth. The other flame dogs stopped and ate grass leisurely beside them. Flame dogs eat everything, including stones, and they can be controlled by the contracted knights to eat only grass. They look like a group of docile herbivores, just a little bigger. On this side, Louis and Kangaroo's father also came out with Baron Danik, who had recovered from the shock. Captain Jianan and Tiger Man Captain King Kong, President Qin, President Pineapple, and Teacher Piao. Thank you for leading the team to open up the trade route. Welcome to Danik Town. This is Baron Danik, the Lord of Danik Town. This is President Jian Nan of the Asian Chamber of Commerce, and Captain King Kong of the Guard. As a connector, Louis came to the scene and introduced both parties. In fact, Qin Xiang and others already knew the identities of these people, but they still had to introduce them on the surface. On the other side, Danik was quite enthusiastic when he heard that Qin Xiang and Jiang Bo were 2 of the 3 presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. Even if there was no such thing as the Flame Dog, just based on the previous conflict at the village entrance and the death of the Fruit Prince, they could know that the Chamber of Commerce that Louis and others were talking about had a very high status among the wild people. Now such a strong team has been pulled out, and the opening of the Warcraft Forest trade route has been completed. It is inevitable to build a good relationship, and Danik was surprised to find that now might be a great opportunity for the development of his territory. The wild people came out of the forest, and this was their first stop. Although there may be some potential safety issues, the trade between the two sides and the benefits that can be obtained from one's own territory are more important. Exclusive trade is the only way to make big money. Although the savages seem to have their own caravans and may also conduct their own trade, it can be considered that this will make their territory safer. Sharing some risks. Your domestication technology is really eye-opening. Forgive my ignorance. I don't know what kind of monster this is. After the greetings, Danik went straight to the most concerned issue. Monster domestication. The Flame Beast, a special monster of our tribe, can sign a contract with us, because more and more flame dogs will appear sooner or later. Qin Xiang has nothing to hide. As a typical merchant family, he could tell what Danik wanted at a glance. So he added, but for now, the Flame Beast can only sign a contract with our own people. It may be difficult for outsiders, but if there is anything that requires our flame dog to help, you can also come to us directly. Qin Xiang's words made Danik stunned for a moment, and he was a little disappointed. But he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at the ragged savages who followed the flame dog caravan and screamed and looked crazy and said, "Are these the tribesmen following the caravan? Yes. It is too risky for them to pass through the Warcraft forest alone. Now that the trade route is open, there may be more and more tribesmen coming behind. Our tribesmen are also uneven. If there is any offense, I hope that the Baron will bear with it." Qin Xiang saw the group of ordinary players behind him who had already started to plot loudly, and he felt a little black line on his forehead. They already understand the language, and even I can hear what you say. As a knight, Danik must have heard it too. Can you speak softly when you want to rob the Baroness? It makes me a little embarrassed. At this time, Danik kept a polite smile on his face, but he was still a little speechless when he glanced at the group of wild monkeys from time to time. Can I only say that they are worthy of being wild people? The strong men in our tribe will have some restrictions on some things that are harmful to the world, but after they come out, some things can't be controlled. Speaking of this, Qin Xiang also paused, and then began to express one of the main purposes of this time. In addition, we want to build our own transit camp nearby to store some goods. I wonder if the Baron can help. Qin Xiang can actually build it directly in the forest, but the local lords nearby are here, so he also showed some courtesy. There are dozens of roaring fire dogs in front, and I believe that the other party knows how to make choices. Sure enough, Danik just thought about it for a moment and agreed readily. Of course, it is a win-win situation for us to exchange what we have. If you need any help, you can tell me. Danik also knows that the world depends on fists. To put it bluntly, this team is called a caravan, but it can really be regarded as a small group of Warcraft knights. This kind of force definitely has this face. Besides, after seeing the strength of the savages, letting a large number of savages live in the town of Danik for a long time will also add some dangers. Who knows if there will be some lunatic who really wants to sneak into the Baron's castle. It's better for both sides to keep a little distance now. And the big pineapple next to him, looking at the environment in front of him, listening to the communication between Qin Xiang and the Baron next to him, also showed a trace of emotion on his face. The real world. He also paid attention to some changes in the real world. One of the biggest points was that he heard about the construction of the magic laboratory over there, as well as the space nodes and so on. This made the big pineapple, who had almost understood some of the situation, secretly complain. Don't let the node in New York connect to Enzo territory or Safei realm. It would be awkward for the group of soldiers of the Big Beautiful to meet the players. And after the magic concentration laboratory comes out, sooner or later someone will try the contract magic. And when the game appears strangely, it may also be exposed. However, there are 600,000 players in the public beta, and the magic knowledge is completely public. So in that kind of secret laboratory, perhaps the researchers directly learn magic release in the real world. If the laboratory is confidential enough, perhaps in the short term, there will be no boring operations like mine. However, in the long run, exposure is probably inevitable. I really don't know what De Pielion will think at that time. Enzo has been captured. What can you do? In fact, Jiangbo knew that Umbrella was now soft-hearted. Otherwise, if Enzo made trouble again, the newly built laboratory would probably become a ruin on the spot. On the other side, after Qin Xiang finished talking with the Baron, Jianan, the president of the Asian Chamber of Commerce, also came over and began to discuss some trading matters. He had already taken a rough look at the goods with his own eyesight. Half of the goods looked a little strange and could not be seen specifically, but the other half were either Warcraft furs or weapons wrapped in oil paper. If those weapons were of the same level that the savages had brought out before, this batch of goods would definitely be worth a lot of money, especially now that the situation in the East is very tense. The price of weapons has skyrocketed. The value of those weapons alone is probably tens of thousands of gold coins. If they can be eaten, I am afraid that there will be at least a few thousand gold coins in profit. Plus those furs, the profit will be tens of thousands directly. It is absolutely considerable to have such a large profit at one time. It's not that Jian hasn't done a business with a profit of tens of thousands, and even more than that several times. But most of those are long-term, with trade routes lasting half a year or even a year. Although it took half a month to come from Dano this time. It's really nothing compared to the profit. With such benefits, it's not impossible for him to go deep into the Warcraft forest. The road has been found. And the savages also said that they will follow the escort for the first time. It's absolutely no problem for the Vanguard team to explore the way. Inside the expeditionary camp, the Wizard Tower, Wang Yi manipulated several branches of the World Tree and quickly outlined the image of a skeleton. Then he threw out several pieces of demigod flesh and blood, which directly nourished the growth of the branches and completed the catalysis. Soon, a resin of the World Tree began to condense, and quickly outlined two graceful figures. Wang Yi was already familiar with the bodies of Qian Yayan and Lu Shuka, and there was no problem with the depiction of various details. But since he was reshaping two bodies, Wang Yi would naturally DIY a little bit himself. Qian Yayan added some succubus characteristics to her body, and optimized her weapon. She simulated Yuji's other magic weapon and enchanted it with OK, so that she could compare with Lu Shuka, so as not to surrender in a few moves. Lu Shuka added some elf characteristics, each with its own strengths. Not bad. Not bad. I remember Enzo said he wanted to catch a succubus lord. I don't know if he caught it. He also misunderstood me a lot. After completing the transformation, Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Then, through the operation of the Mage Tower, the permissions for the two of them were arranged in the game. These two bodies are the limit of the hero level, stuck below the threshold that the world will pay attention to. In addition, the two of them receive the most divine grace. If they practiced in the game and learned some magic knowledge, they would soon achieve the effect of magic and martial arts. Moreover, these two bodies mainly rely on the World Tree cultivated by Wang Yi, which is equivalent to having extremely high warlock potential. There will be a huge bonus for the use of some life magic. Qian Yayan mainly strengthened her life intake, while Lu Shuka's life blossomed. At that time, one was positive and the other was negative, which was truly a world of ice and fire. The protection measures sealed in these two bodies by Wang Yi were also much stronger than those of ordinary players. After going offline, they could be handed over to Lin Shurqin for control. TSK. You still want me to use someone else's body at this time? No. I have to try the effect first. Lin Shurqin controlled the bodies made by Wang Yi for Qian Yayan and Lu Shuka at the same time, and pounced on them tacitly, unlocking various achievements and postures. I said I would make one for you, but you didn't want it. You can't blame me. You're used to this way of existence. Don't you think it's more exciting? It has to be said that Lin Shurqin, who controls two bodies at the same time, is really amazing in terms of tacit understanding. It feels completely different. Jianan and King Kong walked on the widened forest business road, looking at the branches that had just been trampled and broken, and their faces were full of emotion. Those fire beasts are indeed quite perfect. Their personalities, strengths, and bodies have the potential to form a Warcraft Knights. Yes, and these savages are really adventurous and courageous. King Kong looked at a team of 3 savages coming towards him, and felt a little unbelievable. Although the other party did not exert any force, he could tell from their movements that they were not at the professional level, and there was a clear gap between them and Lu Yi and the others. With this kind of strength, only 3 people were excited to cross the Warcraft forest, even if there was already a trade route. It was too risky. Do you really not regard your own life as your life? And have you noticed that they are not surprised at all when they see us, and often point at us and whisper? Although they know that the savages have long-distance communication magic, will they tell all the tribesmen? Looking at the 3 people standing aside with excitement and loudly conspiring about topics such as beaster girls, Jianan also felt very helpless. We brought the magician ourselves. I know the language. So don't be like this. Haha. I'm so sorry. Our people are like this. If you mind, just beat them up. It's okay to kill them. They deserve it. Luigi said with a laugh. Since we have to complete this task, we must do our best. Otherwise, what if we encounter powerful monsters on the way? As for the reward of this task, even if we die once, it's a profit. When this task is completed, my attribute points will be close to the threshold of the knight. At that time, I can save enough attribute experience and various upgrade props, and I can complete the promotion of the professional class. This time, I can get a lot of gold coins. After the map of Dano is opened, I should be able to go to the city to buy upgrade materials. I have learned from the Asian Chamber of Commerce that although those magic materials are relatively rare, they can be bought with money. And I have accumulated a lot of experience during this period. So it's a good time to go back and add some points. I don't know when there will be places to add points outside. Danik Town is actually not bad. Don't talk nonsense. Don't scare our guests if you had someone who knows the language. Kangaroo's father complained to the 3 players who were walking towards them. Hee hee. Isn't it good for us to be so frank? If you add it, then add it. There is obviously no awe between the players. However, after Kangaroo's father took out Yuyuzi and put him in front, the 3 players instantly became honest and walked away with their heads down. This big guy really knows how to use fireballs to hit people. There is no need. It's really unnecessary. This change also fell into the eyes of Jianan and others. Then Jianan and King Kong looked at each other in surprise. And then asked Murphy, who also followed all the way. Master Murphy, the magic of transmitting scenes over long distances should be more difficult. Right? Murphy was also observing the situation on the scene, and said thoughtfully, it is more difficult. But it is not impossible. However, I think it may be that this young friend is famous to begin with. And they said back ordinary information over long distances. This is the case. The 3 of them all thought that this was because the news that the savage Yuyuzi killed people with fireballs had spread. But it spread too fast. They haven't even arrived yet. And the savages who came over have already known about it. If the other party was really famous, he wouldn't have argued with the kangaroo at the beginning. Even with the convenience of magic communication, it is still not popular after all. And the information transmission mode of this world is still relatively backward. It's about the same as the World War II period. With the doubts along the way, they also walked out of the cover of the last tree and saw the expeditionary camp construction site in front of them, which was still under construction. However, so much time has passed, and many buildings of the expeditionary camp itself have taken shape. The tall world tree and the magic tower under the world tree are shining with a strong magic atmosphere. Although Murphy is the only mage apprentice, the physical professional breathing method for the mobilization of magic is enough for them to feel the brilliance of the 2 dazzling magics. So strong. Such a terrifying tree. Such a powerful magic tower. This kind of fluctuation is completely not at the same level as the magic tower in Deno City. Although the blue magic light on the top is gentle, it gives them a feeling of being stared at. It seems that if you do anything illegal, you will be vaporized by the magic power in an instant. No wonder this camp is built in the monster forest. But there is no wall. It's not that there is no wall. There is a large area in the middle that is blocked by a tall log wall. But that should just be a restricted area or something. Many buildings are outside the wall. In addition to the savages we have seen recently, there is a new red-skinned race, which seems to be in the same group as the savages. Welcome to our camp. This camp has just been built not long ago. Please bear with the simplicity. The immortal Zabo, dragging his magic robe, walked over with a calm smile on his face. The surging magic tide seemed to rise and fall with his breathing. Without any doubt or temptation, Jianan, King Kong and Murphy all had an idea in their minds at the same time. Archmage. The hero level is very special. It is an existence that can kill a large army alone and cause a lot of damage. At the beginning, the magic blood warlock stirred up trouble in an empire, avoiding the legend of the empire and causing great damage. Although they were driven away in the end and had been lurking until recently before reappearing. This can fully demonstrate the power of the hero class. This is also the foundation of the country. Before, they were amazed at the wild man's beast taming skills. And the major empires were also forming Warcraft Knights, which themselves also had the intention of targeting the hero class to a certain extent. This kind of Warcraft Knights has a record of besieging and killing the Great Knight, especially with the same leader of the Great Knight level. They can complete the pursuit and search of the hero class, combined with the positive impact and morale improvement. Usually every empire will start to form it, and some top forces close to the empire will also start to consider it. But even for these Warcraft Knights, it is obviously much more difficult to besiege the Great Mage. The Magic Blood Warlock, who can be regarded as comparable to the Great Mage, is the best example. There are too many ways to save the life of the magic system, and most of them have mastered the ability to fly. The Kingdom of Edai has the strongest comprehensive national strength, the largest population, the best economy, and the number of hero-level and professional-level strongmen on the East Plains. It also far exceeds any of the other 3 countries. Also known as the Dragon Knight, the current King of Edai, the strongest man in the East Plains, still maintained a certain degree of restraint in the face of the Principality of Ye, whose population and economy were even slightly inferior to those of the Principality of Kaduan. The main reason was the great wizard who lived in the Principality of Ye. Even if the other party did not belong to the Principality of Ye, the kingdom of Edai still gave enough respect. But now, a great wizard appeared when the savage tribe met. Whether it was Jianan or King Kong who traveled all over the country, or an old apprentice who had been immersed in the road of magic for decades, they could generally judge that this red-skinned old man with a very high level of magic tides in his breathing was the great wizard, not other hero-level spellcasters. Even though they knew that the savage tribe must have its own magic heritage because of the magic abilities shown by the savages, they did not expect that they would directly meet the great wizard. In this way, it is completely understandable that the flaming bird was killed. This person alone is enough to prove the strength of the savage tribe. Just based on this person and the current display of the savages, we can know that the savage's power is probably above the Principality of Kton. The previous pride and sense of superiority also disappeared with the appearance of Zabo. This made several people dismount one after another, and then bowed deeply to Zabo. "Meet this, master." "Hello, master. Sorry for disturbing you." It can be said that Louis and others who escorted them here, as well as some players watching nearby, saw Zabo's ability again at this time. And they were surprised. It was really because Zabo was too embarrassed to be pressed by Enzo after showing off. Facing players, these God-favored people, Zabo would not put on airs. So in fact, he had never taken him too seriously. As a result, the respectful performance of several people who should have a high status among the natives still made the players feel a little contrast. I can't believe that this old guy Zabo has a good status. I always thought he was an old man who issued tasks. Not bad. Not bad. We didn't lose face for our savage tribe. The whispering of the players nearby made Murphy and others sweat. Although they knew that the savages were undisciplined, they didn't expect them to be so fierce. Such a blatant offense in front of a great wizard? But seeing that the red-skinned great wizard named Zabo was always smiling and seemed to be indifferent, they couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he could achieve such success. He is really generous. Lord Zabo, you have to make the decision for me. At this moment, a sound of ghosts and wolves howling that sounded familiar to them came over. Then, they saw the resurrected fruit prince as if they had seen a ghost. And now they were crying here. Damn! He's dead. It's obvious that the fireball spell directly blew him to pieces? How did they put it together? The fruit prince didn't care about the ghostly expressions of the few people, and ran to them and said, "Friends, please help testify. They beat me to death before." Right? Jianan and King Kong both took a step back unconsciously and looked at Murphy. Murphy couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said, "Some powerful wizards also have the ability to revive through life boxes, and other means it's the favor of God." Zabo calmly explained, "Whether it's the special blessings that are constant on them, or the ability to revive, they all come from the favor of God." When he said this, Zabo's face showed a sense of piety. Murphy was secretly shocked. Generally speaking, even if there are believers among wizards, most of them are shallow believers. And this kind of piety is almost invisible. And by a great wizard who has mastered knowledge and truth, it is almost certain that the savage tribe has obtained the favor of God. The miracle of resurrection appeared before their eyes, and they had to believe it. I don't know which one it is. Jianan and the others also put on a pious expression at this time. Whether you are a believer or not, you must respect the gods. The situation of the savages is like the blessing of the Earth Mother Goddess, and it can also be seen as the blessing of the Moon Goddess to the subhumans. Both sides seem to be related. It is unspeakable. Jabo smiled without saying anything, and then made a gesture of invitation. "Since the guests are here, please come in and have a chat first." Jabo's politeness made several people dare not to, so they followed behind carefully. And Murphy also carefully tried to make friends. The legend about the savages is a song sung by Mastery, who I am currently serving. I wonder if Master Zabo knows it. He has seen the attitude of the magic blood sorcerer towards his boss. So his boss is also a great wizard. But he is low-key. Since the boss knows the news about the savages and spreads it, it is very likely that he has dealt with them. This made Zabo freeze directly. "What do you mean by whether you know them? You put His Majesty on the same level as me. This is disrespectful." But he didn't dare to expose Wang Yi's identity casually, and he was in a dilemma for a while. Fortunately, there were always players who followed and watched. They had been eavesdropping all the time. And now after hearing the words Mastery, many people spoke up. Ah, another Easter egg from Master E. I thought it was just the linkage with the elf song before. But I didn't expect there would be another one. Is this old man serving Master E? Could Master E be in Deno City? Could he be a real person? It's really possible. His magic number ability is here. So it's not surprising that the great wizard came out directly. Sure enough, Master E has a close relationship with the savage tribe, and seems to be very popular among them. It is not even ruled out that Master E is also a savage. But it doesn't matter. When the strength reaches this level, no matter what race it is, it can get the respect it deserves. There are also hero ranks among the subhumans. Some of them, like the tiger people, have racial talents that are even more suitable for their own professions and are stronger. The Tiger King is also a legendary warrior, who has a great reputation in the Sephi world and has been famous for thousands of years. He is also one of the pillars of the subhuman race. So they were shocked by the sudden appearance of the savage. But they didn't feel it was too abnormal. The Sephi world was originally a situation where all races coexisted. The most special thing about the savages is probably the resurrection of the gods. And I don't know what the restrictions are. Anyway, looking at the savage, who was killed and was furious, it must have cost a lot. But it's no wonder that they said this kind of conflict was a small contradiction before. Chapter 553 Meeting Ambition. Killing is not prohibited outside the camp. As long as the threshold is not triggered to cause sanctions, we will not interfere. Jabwa responded to the question of the Fruit Prince. The Fruit Prince, who originally came here to make trouble, felt a little helpless. He is considered the first echelon. But because of this, his attributes are not low. It is also fortunate that when he was in Danik town, because he had no time to hit points, all the experience was saved. So the penalty for death was relatively small. And after adding all the saved experience, it was replenished. It is just equivalent to the task that was completed in Danik town wasted. But he himself did not expect to defeat the opponent with this, but took this opportunity to continue to speak. Lord Zabo, before I was killed, I was just communicating with a few people about the invitation. Now that they are here, can this task also be given to me? While speaking, he continued to look at Lu Yi and his group with a provocative look, especially when he saw the fireball that killed his Yuyuzi. He made a cruel expression of wiping his neck. Being killed outside the camp, there was nothing I could do. But now I am under the eyes of Lord Zabo, in a relatively safe area. If you have the ability, continue to attack. Kangaroo's father also pulled the restless Yuyuzi and said, he did it on purpose. He wants you to attack him. Don't be fooled. Jianan and the others were also a little surprised at this time. It seems that they have arranged a task to invite their caravans to come. So the previous person wanted to intercept. At present, it seems that the task reward should be very high. So the other party came here to deliberately provoke? But now it makes Jianan and the others feel a little difficult. It seems that they are involved in the internal conflicts of the savages, which is really tricky. It's not good to offend either side. Especially these guys seem to have the ability to come back to life. Even if this ability may have some limitations, it is still an incredible miracle. If they are really hated, they will feel very troublesome as merchants. But before they make any choice, Zabo has already helped. You'd better not do that. People with good magic talents have certain immunity. If he kills a few people in the camp, we won't punish him specifically. We will only educate and warn him. After Zabo finished speaking, Kangaroo's father let go of his hand, and 2 fireballs began to condense in the air. The Fruit Prince didn't even leave a harsh word. He ran away, constantly moving around, and rushed to the middle of the players watching nearby. The players who were still gloating at the time couldn't help but curse at this time. Get out. Don't come over. Damn. For a while, there was a commotion nearby, and the players all scattered. And Yuyuzi's fireball was not really thrown out. Zabo raised his hand and dispersed it all. At least don't come in front of me. Zabo smiled kindly, and then invited the caravan to visit. This body is great. In the Mage Tower, Xian Yayan, who had just logged into the game, did a few stretching exercises and felt the power of this body. I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. Lu Shioka also looked eager to do something. She had filmed martial arts movies before, and now she felt that this body could do those fancy moves without relying on wires. One of them was a succubus, and the other was an elf. With their unique looks, they were really pleasing to the eye, and Wang Yi had already felt the combined attack of the two. That kind of cooperation was really memorable. But now, he still reminded them and said, get used to it first, and start with a high-level account. Don't kill someone by mistake. Okay. Asterisk 2. Also, you can't fall behind in meditation. Don't waste your talent. You can also learn math and magic through tutorials when you are offline. If you don't understand, just ask me. I will take you to the Mage Tower where I temporarily stay. Wang Yi made simple arrangements for the two. While I was giving them a lesson, the apprentices from the Mage Tower could also learn a little. Murphy seemed to be coming over, so it was a good opportunity for them to go back together. Calculating the number of people, it should be enough. If I don't use my abilities indiscriminately, it would be more than enough. The will of the world is still a bit rigid after all, and it is easy to fool. Let's go. The caravan is coming. Let's go together. By the way, wearing this veil can save you some trouble. Wang Yi made 2 veils for the 2 people. After all, he made them based on their original appearances, so as not to cause some trouble in reality. It's not that there will be danger. It's just for the convenience of going out to eat, drink and have fun. Yes, the players are indeed a bit unrestrained, and they are clamoring to rob the Baroness every day. Qian Yayan took the veil and hung it up. Originally, she had a succubus body, and her outfit was also astringent. Now with a black veil, she really added a bit of charm, and the looming appearance made her more attractive. Lu Shirka, wearing a white veil, had a sense of pure desire, and she seemed to have a strange expression and said, I say, you are not thinking about the Baroness, are you? You all have a deep misunderstanding of me. Wang Yi smiled dumbly, and then he took a mask covering his eyes and put it on his nose. It's better to add more when entering the area where players are present. It doesn't matter if you know that you are Master Yi, an NPC, and even if you are exposed in the future. It is normal for Master Yi to know magic, isn't it? After all, he is the #1 magician. This is reasonable. At this time, the representatives of the caravan also arrived near the Mage Tower. Looking at the magnificent Mage Tower and the World Tree, feeling the fluctuations of the magic tide, they were also deeply shocked. It is worthy of being the Mage Tower of the Great Mage. Murphy, how did you come here? How is to know? Wang Yi walked out of the Mage Tower with Qian Yayan and Lu Shuka, and Murphy recognized the boss with a mask at once. I didn't expect the boss to come here after going out. As expected, the boss has a deep connection with the savage tribe. This made him bow his head and say respectfully, Teacher, everything is fine in the Mage Tower. The accountability and questioning of the Mage Guild and the Calais Federation were all blocked by the Earl, and the matter was all pushed onto the Magic Blood Warlock. While speaking, he also noticed the 2 graceful figures beside Wang Yi. Is this the reason why the boss came? Thinking of the sexy and wild Shoutir and the 2 cat maids, and the charming female magic apprentice Naya, and then seeing what was in front of him. For a moment, Murphy also knew how to cater to his taste. But the teacher's vision is very high. Even if he wants to find one, he needs the top stuff. And Jia Nan and King Kong next to him also reacted and immediately said to Wang Yi respectfully, Hello, Master Yi. We are the head of the Asian Chamber of Commerce under the Earl. This is the first time I see you. You are indeed as young as the rumors say. Wang Yi did not deliberately release magic fluctuations like Zabo, so they could not see anything. But Murphy's expression naturally knew the identity of this person. This is a hot figure in Dano City, or the initiator of singing the savages. As expected, the other party has a close relationship with the savage tribe, and he can directly enter and exit the magic tower. And he is probably very close to the great magician Zabo. While thinking of this, Jia Nan also glanced at Zabo next to him. Then he was a little confused to find that the red-skinned great magician, who was originally calm and indifferent, was now sweating and lowering his head. And he didn't know what he was thinking. Jia Nan didn't have Murphy's perspective, and had never seen the attitude of the Magic Blood Warlock towards Wang Yi. In the eyes of Jia Nan and King Kong, Wang Yi was still an ordinary magician favored by the Earl. Now at most he has a savage background. So from their perspective, the status of the great magician Zabo must be higher than the other party. Is Elder Zabo uncomfortable? Wang Yi glanced at Zabo and asked with concern. He is indeed a good tool man, but his psychological quality is too poor. This life ends with the great magician. Oh, yes. I was thinking of an experiment I did before, and I was a little distracted. Jabwa came back to his senses with a cleverness. Now he still had to cooperate with his majesty. He almost made a mistake. What's going on? The native saluted over there. Wow, what a great figure. Is that outfit a succubus? I love it. Beautiful lady. I feel like I'm in love again. Why can't I see her face? I'm so anxious. She looks even better than the Baroness. Who is that man? Are they players? From the Mage Tower. When did a new NPC appear in our camp? The caravan representative came here. And there were actually some players watching nearby. So they also saw Wang Yi and his group. Although Qian Yayan and Lu Xiuke both had veils given by Wang Yi. One black and one white. With different styles. But even with this veil, they could still feel the hazy beauty. In addition, the masked man standing on the left and right of Wang Yi naturally caused a lot of whispers among the players. However, with the conversation between Murphy and others later, everyone was also somewhat surprised to find that the masked man, with two girls on his left and right, was actually Master Yi. The Easter egg is still Master Yi Ben Yi? Heck! I think it's most likely Ben Yi. Oh my god. I didn't expect Master Yi to be such a person. Wait. Maybe they didn't block some special functions themselves? It's not fair. We wanted too much. After seeing Wang Yi's figure and making some speculations, the players immediately started to get angry. This news quickly fermented among the player community, and even affected the cloud player community. On the real internet, various internet platforms began to appear the topic of hashtag please for players. Restore players' special functions. A large number of players' real name petitions. But it is obvious that neither the World Company nor the Umbrella Company will pay attention to these petitions at all, and let the incident develop. And Wang Yi in the game naturally doesn't care about these voices. At this time, he has left the range of the World Tree with the representatives of the caravan, who came to investigate, and began to return to the town of Danik. Originally, the caravan mission this time was actually to come to pick him up and cover him. And the goal was achieved. Along the way, he also revealed a little about the characteristics of the savage tribe to the Chamber of Commerce. For example, the favor of God, their civilization and domestication technology. The most important thing is the character of the savage tribe. They are undisciplined and rebellious. You have seen that even if I am there, they will point fingers at me. It is useless, Wang Yi said casually. And Jianan nodded and said strangely, Elder Zabo is a great wizard, but he seems to have no face in the savage tribe. Is there a legendary strongman among the savages? This is also a tentative inquiry. Legends are the real ceiling in the entire Surfia realm, including Silver Moon. The two major temples may have the combat power of demigods and corresponding artifacts. The chief of Leo Floating City may also be able to compete with demigods, with the background of legendary wizards. But this kind of power rarely appears at ordinary times. Even under normal circumstances, legendary level power will not appear casually. If both sides have legends, it can usually be finalized by talking. If one side does not have a legend, it is even easier to talk and finalize. If there is a legend among the savages, the status can change dramatically. Legend? That's not the case. At least I haven't found it yet. Wei did not lie to them. Enzo was a legend before, but not now. The ability shown by the heroic spirit is also in the scope of the hero level. When Enzo catches the legendary succubus lord, he will probably be a legend. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Jianan was slightly relieved. But thinking about it carefully, this seems normal. Powerful countries such as the Kingdom of Edai and the Calais Federation do not have legends. Every legend can create an empire. However, even if there is no legend, the comprehensive ability shown by the savage tribes now is probably still above the general kingdom. If their domesticated monsters are formed into a legion, they are a terrifying force. When they were in the savage camp, they also saw those monsters called flame beasts sporadically. There are quite a few of them, but they all seem to be scattered about. This is probably because they have been living in the Warcraft forest before. The terrain of the forest is not very suitable for this kind of group army, so the savages show a very scattered character. But now that they want to come out, I'm afraid that in the future, a legion of fire beasts may really be born. Thinking of this, Jianan's mind became active. The strength of the wild men will bring risks to the Principality of Ketan, but it will also bring opportunities. And the wild tribes do have a lot of specialties. Although their simple enchanted weapons cannot be compared with those top-level magic weapons, they are much stronger than traditional standard equipment. They should have some skills to simplify enchantment. This time, just the ones brought back by the wild caravan before can make a lot of money, which is just enough to deal with the chaos in the east now. This is indeed worth it for the caravan to cross the Warcraft forest directly and go to the wild camp to trade. Although there are still some risks after the wild men opened up the trade route, it is already within the acceptable range for the benefits. The specialties of the savage tribe are not just those enchanted weapons. Wang Yi's next words also made Jianan's heart move. And then he said with some expectation, Could it be that kind of strange stick? I wonder what kind of weapon it is. It seems to be very powerful. When the kangaroo squad and the fruit prince had a conflict, he saw with his own eyes that the savages who were pointed at by this kind of stick dared not move. The power is probably not small. That is indeed a very outstanding weapon. But I'm not talking about these. The next batch of caravans should bring out samples, which are some seasonings, spices and medicines. Wang Yi's words surprised Jian Nan. The savage tribe also has such good things? For these caravans, seasonings, spices, and medicines are themselves a kind of business with high profits. For example, the magic airships with higher transportation costs in the Calais Federation usually transport these high-value goods. As a result, the sloppy-looking savages actually have such things? The painting style feels a bit wrong. Just as Wang Yi followed the caravan out of the camp and headed back to Danik town, the rewards for the first invited caravan had been distributed. The members of Team Louis and Team Kangaroo instantly gained a huge amount of experience. At the same time, all members of the caravan formed by Qin Xiang also completed the task of running business. Then he received a share of special goods purchase. Qin Xiang, who was still processing goods in Danik town and building a small wooden camp near the Warcraft forest, also received the corresponding system notification. Special goods purchase share. Unique goods transported from Earth by teleportation. Each kind of goods can only be exchanged with the corresponding share points and credit points. And different goods have different points. The top ones have tanks, field artillery, and armored vehicles. But these points are extremely high, and it feels like they are just for show. Next are Gatling, sniper rifles, and other individual heavy weapons, which also have high points. But with Qin Xiang's achievement points after completing the task, he can really exchange a little. This made him feel very excited. This is a unique thing. Although the heavy musket is extremely powerful because of its flint and enchanted barrel, it can be regarded as a close-range sniper rifle that can kill monsters. Its power is much greater than that of traditional gunpowder firearms. But after all, reloading is still too troublesome. And long-distance shooting is also easy to drift. At this time, modern firearms were launched for purchase. At least the caliber of ammunition, like Gatling and sniper rifles, is powerful enough. And the scope of application is much wider than that of heavy muskets. It's a pity that the points are still too expensive. If only credit points are needed, it would be fine. Qin Xiang sighed. Haha. But it's enough for our own use. PDD was also very excited when looking at the rewards. He was bad at math and couldn't learn magic. He thought he would be suppressed for the rest of his life. But now, after looking at these weapons, he instantly felt Oklahoma. Riding a fire dog, dual-wielding Gatling, rushing into the enemy army to shoot and mow the grass. Just thinking about this picture is beautiful. At present, it seems that the exchange requirements for these things are still quite high, and ordinary players may not be able to get them, which can highlight the status of these high-level players. Only Jiangbo, who has a deeper understanding of the game, is still silently flipping through the catalog at this time. Black pepper, message, pepper salt, various perfumes, toiletries, and antibiotics such as penicillin and cephalosporin. Has it been confirmed that the bacteria in this world can still be solved with antibiotics? This world has magic and magic potions, but the price is definitely not affordable for ordinary people. Relatively speaking, antibiotics and other magic drugs are the real harvest of this world. In fact, according to the points, these are the real trade commodities. And the weapons in front are just a little reward for the top players who run merchants. And looking at the forum, it is said that Mastery has appeared. In fact, Mastery himself should be a powerful magician. But I don't know what his specific rank is. Jiang Bo thought of the big man who opened up the magic number, and has been tirelessly promoting this big man, who can accelerate the basic course of magic learning. And he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, seeing that some players said that Mastery was playing games. In fact, he thought it was not surprising that he came here in person. In the barony of Zak. Compared with the town of Danik built by the river, the town of Zak was built on a mine. The town is located in the concave of the mine, and only needs to do a good job of defense on one side. This makes it possible to luxuriously build the town walls with stones. These stones were originally a byproduct of mining, and they didn't cost much. And although there was no moat outside, it was also on a slope, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Relying on this mine in the territory, Baron Zak was considered a very wealthy lord in the east. Although he was only a baron, the power at his hands was more than that of an ordinary viscount. thanks to his own mine. In addition to having 50 heavy cavalry as elite soldiers, like Baron Danik. He also had 200 heavy armored infantry and 100 longbowmen. These were all professional elite soldiers. And they were definitely not at the same level as the militia. The longbowmen guarded the town walls with the steep mountains, making the territory as solid as a rock. That is, the war horses themselves were too troublesome to maintain, and all the feed in his territory had to be transported here. Otherwise those heavy armored infantry would also be conditioned to be trained as heavy armored cavalry. At the same time, because of his control of the mines, Baron Zach has frequent trade with the neighboring Principality of Not. Because the land in the territory is relatively barren, most of his food is purchased from the Principality of Not. Otherwise, he really can't support his subjects and soldiers. Although Baron Zach's land is barren and has little food output, he relied on his relationship with the Principality of Not to get the wind in advance, and spent a huge amount of money to buy a batch of low-priced food from the Principality of Not. And this time, he also made a lot of money. And this time, he also held an absolute supportive position for the Calais Federation to build an airship dock. And he can be regarded as the hardcore core of the pro-Calais faction. This time, Earl Luke, the Lord of the East, suddenly launched an attack, resulting in the death of 2 special envoys of the Calais Federation, and also confiscated the assets of the nobles of the East Calais in Denos City. He himself was quite jumping up and down. He was also one of the people with the biggest opposition. And at the same time, he was vaguely one of the core figures of this rebellion. He wrote letters everywhere to win over nobles from all over the country, and wanted to form an alliance. Baron Zach was very scared at first because of the sudden attack of the usually gentle Earl Luke. Because he has a mine, is strong, and has a high prestige, he is likely to be targeted as a scapegoat. Even if his Zach territory is built strong, it will definitely be crushed to pieces when facing the army led by the top knight Luke himself. Although he is a high-level knight, he has also received a great earth blessing from the temple of the Mother Earth because of his donation. Standing on the land can enhance strength and quickly recover from injuries. He also has 2 enhanced blessing magics, and his strength is top among the professional ranks. But facing Count Luke, who belongs to the first echelon among the knights, and may even have the potential to become a legend, the gap is still too big. The only way he can think of to fight is to contact the nobles everywhere. Once he is attacked, they can attack Dunner City from other directions, and at the same time raise the momentum of resistance. But when he actively contacted for a while, and had vaguely formed a rebel alliance, he found that Count Luke did not take the next step, but slowly checked their assets in Dunner City, began to digest them continuously, and issued a notice ordering them to go to Dunner City to receive punishment. This made Zach feel relieved, and his mind became active. In fact, he could roughly see that the purpose of Count Luke this time was to rectify the East, eliminate the influence of the Calais Federation and the Principality of Not, and did not want the previous situation of uncontrolled grain prices to happen again. If he took the lead to surrender at this time, in order to appease the nobles in various places, and avoid the bad reputation of seizing the title and maliciously taking back the territory, it is likely that he would be punished slightly and severely, and he could continue to be his lord. But the problem is that Zach has already tasted the sweetness. The low-priced grain of the Principality of Not can allow him to raise more miners to mine, more elite soldiers to guard, and his own minerals can be sold directly to the Principality of Not or even the Calais Federation. With this increase and decrease, if he compromises with Count Luke, it will be impossible for the elite soldiers in his hands to maintain the scale. The number of miners will also decrease sharply, and the output of minerals will also decrease, entering a vicious cycle, which he is unwilling to do anyway. Therefore, he seemed to be more active in contacting the internal rebellious nobles, and had even begun to write letters to the neighboring Principality of Not and even the Calais Federation, want to ask for foreign aid to judge the matter. Count Luke relied on his strong military power to openly seize the property of his nobles, and even the envoy from the Calais Federation died. He must give an explanation. We are not rebelling, but a just act. Zach knew that if he could lead the nobles to unite, not to mention Count Luke, even Grand Duke Ketan would have to give in. And just when he was preparing to invite reinforcements, encircle and suppress them from both sides, and turn defeat into victory. But he learned about the wild caravan from the spies he arranged. What? Are you serious? Zach looked at the spies in front of him with a serious face, and his eyes flickered. The subhuman caravan under Count Luke passed by the territory before, and he was paying attention. So he had been arranging spies to observe the situation. But Zach himself was very dependent on trade. And even if he was ready to resist now, He didn't dare to attack the caravan easily. Besides, the guards of the subhuman caravan are very powerful. Although King Kong's Tiger Man is only a mid-level knight, he has the blessing of racial talent, plus the magic pig mount. Even if he cooperates with his personal guard captain, he may not be able to defeat him easily. For the sake of mobility, he took the cavalry out, facing those tiger guards. Even if he could win, the loss would be considerable, and the gain would not outweigh the loss. This is actually the biggest role of the caravan guards themselves. As long as they make a deterrent and let others know that you are not easy to mess with, they can usually ensure safety and pay a toll at most. Robbers and attackers are just eating a meal. There is no need to fight desperately. The benefits are not in place. But now, through the intelligence from the spies, the wild caravan has opened the trade route of the Warcraft forest and transported a large number of goods to the town of Danik. The most important thing is that the wild caravan actually used dozens of Warcraft as mounts for transporting goods. This naturally made Zack as shocked as Danik and others at the beginning. Warcraft transporting goods? So luxurious? He had a mine and built 200 heavy armored infantry. But the number of cavalry was still only 50. As a result, they directly pulled out dozens of magic beasts. The impact of this news naturally shocked Zack. But then he felt a burst of ecstasy. Ha ha. Who would have thought that those barbarians could have such a foundation? Now that I know about it, I deserve this blessing. Zack's eyes flickered, and many plans quickly appeared. The Calais Federation is powerful and rich, but they are still stuck in the scale of the magic beast army. The artificially cultivated hybrids have fallen too far, and most of them have degenerated into ordinary beasts. At present, they cannot be equipped and can only be used in small numbers. It can be said that if the magic beast army can be bought with money alone, there are definitely wealthy countries in Middle-earth willing to pay a high price. Even those empires that already have magic beast armies are still willing to add a foundation. And now, such wealth is right next to him. This is simply within reach. Zack did not mean to rob the savages. Just those dozens of monsters were enough to flatten his territory. What he wanted was to obtain the right to trade with the wildlings. The territory of Danik bordered him, and although the strength of Danik's troops was not weak, the number of cavalry was comparable to his own. But the extra 200 heavy armored infantrymen were enough to maintain absolute suppression, as long as the family ensures that there are 100 longbowmen guarding the house. The other party can be defeated. The savages certainly don't care who they trade with, and relying on the relationship with the Principality of Not and the Calais Federation, I have an absolute advantage in terms of goods and trade. However, the defense of the town of Danik itself is not weak. Although I have the upper hand, I will suffer heavy losses if I bite it hard. The best way at this time is to either persuade Danik to join the group, or to call all the friendly forces I have contacted, and maintain an absolute advantage to conquer. Humph! I will not underestimate the opponent. This time I must crush it with thunder. Zack's eyes flashed, and he made the final decision, inviting reinforcements, and everyone came together to protect this huge profit. This wave. The advantage is mine. Zack quickly wrote many letters in the study, and then relied on messengers and magic to invite reinforcements. For a time, a large number of messengers flew out of Baron Zack's castle, leaving a lot of falling feathers. Chapter 554 Threat Large Mission. Danik Town. It's been all over the screen these days, and all kinds of landscape pictures of the town are flooding various platforms. Leaving the Warcraft forest and arriving at Danik Town, Qian Yayan looked at the quiet town with smoke in front of her, and couldn't help but sigh. After learning about the special situation of this world, she also knew that this tranquility would be broken by players sooner or later. Master Yi, I didn't expect to meet here. Is this Mr. Qian? And just at this time, Qin Xiang rode his flame dog and ran over from the camp next to him, where he was working hard. The ground was shaking. When he was about to arrive in front of him, Qin Xiang stopped the flame dog and quickly got off and trotted to the crowd, with a standard smile on his face. He used to be just a normal rich second generation, but since he became friends with Master Yi, he just said hello and got the agency rights from Umbrella and drank some soup. He felt that his status was already higher than his old man. In fact, for Qin Xiang, money is just a number after a certain amount, but the sense of achievement of improving his status, especially surpassing his old man, makes him quite excited. And he also understands who brought all this. In addition, during the few times he went out to play with Master Yi, he found that this great scholar was actually quite playful. He was not arrogant, had strong abilities, and could make jokes. In Qin Xiang's eyes, He was simply perfect. As for the female companion next to him, Qin Xiang himself was like this. And he thought it was normal. So after learning from the forum that Master Yi appeared in the expeditionary camp, Qin Xiang had been waiting here. That's why he was the first to discover their group and rush over. It's been a while since I last saw you. I'll come back to play with you next time. Wang Yi also smiled when he saw Qin Xiang's game character. When the wizard tower in Dunner is built, it will be more convenient for him to go back and forth. And even if he is far away from Dunner, it won't be so troublesome in the future. If he is really in a hurry, he can just go back first, then come here and teleport to Dunner. There were enough natives in Dano City, so there was no need to call a caravan at the last minute like this time. You are always welcome. By the way, you should have heard of these two. They are the main anchors of the Ali system and your world system. PDD and a pineapple. Qin Xiang was very considerate and introduced the two people who came with him. After all, Wang Yi had already made his identity clear and was wearing a mask now, so he should not mind others knowing it. Qin Xiang also knew from previous contacts that this was not a big boss who put on airs. The always carefree PDD also felt a little restrained at this time. He was a typical poor student who skipped classes when he was in school. Now he naturally felt a kind of pressure when he saw this kind of tyrant. Jiang Bo on the other side was under more pressure. He even understood the essence of the game to some extent. And Wang Yi also looked at Jiang Bo more, with a smile on his face. There are not many people who specialize in contract magic. But you are not afraid of headaches. The slightly teasing voice directly made Jiang Bo's scalp numb. Shit! Did he see through it at a glance? Originally, when he saw PDD's nervous look, he thought it was okay for him to come over. After all, if he didn't come over at this opportunity, he would also stand out. But who would have thought that he just glanced at her? Sure enough, this is Master Yi, and his strength is probably beyond imagination. At least Zabo didn't see his problem. Zabo is a great wizard. Could it be that Master Yi is a legend? But it seems that it wouldn't be strange if he is a legend. It's completely natural. Wang Yi was really surprised. He could see that Jiang Bo's spiritual talent was average, belonging to the threshold level of wizards. But such a guy actually contracted a little thing in the world. Coupled with his uneasy mood, he probably has already noticed some truths of this world. In addition to Gu Qianqian, who had already opened a special course. This guy is the first. Although the Depalion Abyss laboratory that he is currently watching has started some experiments on spell testing, it has not really noticed any abnormalities in the world. More importantly, they used the limited concentration of magic to test various materials, trying to replicate Umbrella's way of winning by relying on materials. After all, the area of magic concentration for extraction and purification is so large, and the amount is so limited. After testing some simple spells, they still have to use limited resources to be practical. But it doesn't matter if someone knows about it. So what if they know? Qian Yayan and Lu Xiuke are also in the stage of being curious about everything, and they have been whispering and chattering beside them. In addition, the representatives of the subhuman caravan and Murphy over there are also tactfully waiting beside them. Seeing Master Yi and the familiar wild man start chatting here, Jianan also stepped forward and said tactfully, "The wild man was preparing to build a camp here before. When we set out, they had just started. Now they are already in good shape. The speed is very fast." Qin Xiang saw that it was the leader of the caravan who came out with Wang Yi, and he also behaved very kindly and explained, "We paid for the residents of Danik Town to help. The fire beasts are still very fast in demolishing trees." Qin Xiang is used to using money to open the way. After transporting a batch of goods out and selling half of them to the Asian caravan, he already had quite a lot of funds. With the top designers in reality designing, the fire dogs in the game demolish trees and transport them back for processing. The action will naturally not be slow. After all, it is just a transit station for storing supplies, not the scale of an expeditionary camp. However, at this time, 3 cavalrymen quickly rushed over from the town of Danik, and the bells of the town of Danik rang rapidly. It also attracted the attention of this side. King Kong, riding on the demon pig, raised his tiger ears and kept turning them, with a serious expression. This urgency shows that the town of Danik is at risk of war. Jianan, who was standing next to him, also changed his expression slightly, and then looked at the wild man camp that was being built over there, looking at the docile fire dogs. "I'm afraid it's because the situation of the wild man attracted someone's attention. We went in and came back again, and it took a long time." Jianan knew that it was impossible to keep it a secret for long since the wild men were making such a big noise. It took him almost half a month to cross the monster forest and reach the wild men's camp. It was normal to be discovered now. It was very likely that the neighboring Baron Zack had discovered something. Such an urgent bell might have invited reinforcements. Soon, the cavalry that arrived nearby also brought the corresponding news. The cavalry without heavy armor relied on the speed of the warhorse to be quite fast. After coming to the front of the crowd, the only knight under Baron Danik, the captain of the personal guard, Captain Gong, spoke to the crowd. President Jianan, Captain King Kong, you came back at the right time. We found that a large-scale noble coalition was being formed in Zack's territory. It might be against us. His Excellency the Baron would like to ask you two to help us. The Tiger Guard of the Asian Chamber of Commerce is quite powerful, and is a very strong force. At the same time, Captain Gong turned over and dismounted, and came to Qin Xiang, and said solemnly, "Okay," and saluted. I wonder if President Qin is willing to accept the commission. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up slightly when he heard the words. But then he turned around and looked at Wang Yi first. Master Yi, it's okay. Just complete the task by yourself. I'm just here to play and won't interfere with you. At this time, Captain Gong also looked at Wang Yi and the two beauties beside him. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. But he knew what the task was that needed to be completed at this time. So he retracted his gaze and asked for advice. Who is this gentleman? This is the current owner of the Deno Mage Tower. Master Yi, who saved the Earl's daughter at the banquet. Jianan also introduced him at this time. This person who had appeared in Deno City before, regardless of whether he was a savage or not, and regardless of what his relationship with the savages was, he could be regarded as one of his own. Even the current situation is somewhat related to him. Master Yi? Captain Gong's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. If it was the mage who turned the tide at the banquet, then this time he would definitely be a powerful help. If a mage is not careful, it is not impossible to be counterattacked by a physical profession of the same level, especially when he has some targeted equipment to deal with shields. There are not many cases of assassins counterattack and assassinate mages with magic-breaking equipment, but it is not too rare. But in terms of group destructive power, mages still have a very obvious advantage. Before he could speak, Wang Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry. Since I'm here, I'll take care of it." Wang Yi still had to follow the caravan back to Dunner City, so he naturally wouldn't let anything happen here. But he also felt that since the players were here, it seemed okay to let the players experience the baptism of war. The war between the rural nobles of a rural principality seemed just right. Baron Zack, at this time, as the initiator of the alliance, coupled with his own strength, Baron Zack undoubtedly became the temporary leader. However, the actual power in the hands of a leader of this nature is definitely limited, and the nobles' private soldiers still only listen to themselves, which is more symbolic to a certain extent. This time, the nearby lords who responded to Zack's request to participate in this action have set up temporary camps in 2s and 3s under Zack's territory. A quick look shows that the total number of people, including auxiliary soldiers and militia, may be tens of thousands. Even if each noble can pull out 1,000 people, it will take dozens of nobles to work together, even if many of them are militia and auxiliary soldiers. It is enough to see the determination of this group of nobles this time. Zack's appeal alone is definitely not enough. After all, he is just a high-level knight and a baron with a little blessing magic. This is more driven by interests. Zack himself knows that he can't eat such a big profit, but his own territory is closest to the town of Danik, so he can take a relatively good part. Now looking at the many nobles in the banquet hall, his face is full of high spirits. Everyone, I've invested a lot of money this time. At this time, the border knights of the Principality of Nod are facing the city of Deno across the river. The Bloody Duke is in charge personally. Luke, the unruly guy, is too busy to do anything. At most, he can only send a little reinforcement to support us. As long as he doesn't send out all his men, he is not afraid of the forces we have gathered now. Zack raised his glass and gave a shot of heart first. No matter what, Earl Luke is a sharp blade hanging over everyone's head. Even if he stays in Deno City and doesn't come out, they will be worried. Being able to contain Earl Luke and prevent him from leaving for a short time is the reason why they dared to gather here this time. Otherwise, with so many rebels gathered together, it might really cause Earl Luke to lead the team to take action and wipe them out. Now the Bloody Duke of Nod is stationed on the other side with the Border Corps. Even if he does nothing, it is enough to keep Luke in place. The strength of the Bloody Duke is not as good as that of Count Luke, but he is also an old knight. The reason why the previous Count Deno died of illness was largely because he was seriously injured in the confrontation with the Bloody Duke. But now that the border has been peaceful for 20 years, new storms have emerged. Even if the Royal Knights under Luke come out in full force, they are only a limited number stronger than us. I don't believe he dares to leave Dano City empty here. If there is a chance, I am afraid that the Bloody Duke will not mind eating Dano City directly. A nobleman with a scar on his face and a fierce aura in the hall also sneered a few times at this time. He participated in the battle 20 years ago and started his career with it. But his interests and positions naturally changed after becoming a noble. He knew that the Bloody Duke was just pretending this time, and it was impossible for him to really fight with Count Luke. Even if Zack promised great benefits, he would not have the face to do so. But if Luke really came out in full force without caring about Dano's safety, then the other party would definitely not mind biting off this piece of fat meat. This is a clear sign. That's right. The number of cavalry we have gathered now has exceeded 1,000. The total force is tens of thousands. And it is meaningless even if Danik builds his territory as hard as Tai Tong. Another noble stood up and sneered. And Zack continued to say, with a smile on his face, and in order to reduce our losses, I specially invited my daughter's teacher Master Ma Fei to come here this time, which is enough to blast open Danik's turtle SHL. Zack then let out a middle-aged man in a black robe with a stern face, causing a burst of exclamations from below. They knew that Zack's daughter had a certain talent for magic and was learning magic, but it was said that she seemed to be stronger in enchanting ability. Unexpectedly, she became his disciple. Ma Fei was not a mage, but he was an excellent professional warlock with the title of Fire Warlock. Although the several spells added by blood were not all linked to the chosen warlock, he was also good at Fireball and Fire Ring, which had a strong destructive power on the wooden walls of the town of Danik. With a strong support like Master Ma Fei, it would be effortless to flatten the leader of Danik. Yes, if Danik knew better, he should surrender. For the sake of his noble status, we will still give him a decent death. If he resists stubbornly, it's not our fault. I remember Mrs. Danik. As the group of people talked and laughed, it seemed that they had already decided the life and death of Danik. At this time, they gathered nearly 30 nobles, and the professional knights added up to more than 50 people, and the number of cavalry had exceeded 1,000. You should know that the strongest royal knights of the Principality of Kaduan only have 5,000 people in total, and only 1,000 people were assigned to Luke. This was because Grand Duke Kaduan valued his younger brother and knew that he had not yet successfully formed his own knights, so he assigned them to help. In terms of quality, these scattered cavalrymen who were put together could definitely not beat the 1,000 royal knights head-on, but they were definitely not afraid of individual combat power or small-scale team battles. When Count Luke's main energy was to focus on the other side of the Dono River, they could have achieved their strategic goal long ago and wiped out the town of Danik. It's easy to take it down with our strength, but the problem is how to protect this victory. That's right. Baron Zack's territory is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is also the only way for Dano to go to Danik territory, which can become a solid line of defense. Danik territory has been built for so long. After it is taken down, the moat is still usable. It is enough to rely on our strength to defend it for a short time. There is no need to worry about reinforcements from other parts of the Principality. The other two great knights are also responsible for important tasks. It is impossible for them to run so far to deal with us. Yes, and we can continue to contact the Principality of Not and the Calais Federation. After we have these cards in our hands, they are willing to invest more. If we can get airship support from Calais, then this place will be stable. A group of people have imagined a bright future at the banquet. As for the savages, they didn't worry too much. It's not that they underestimate the strength of the savages, but it doesn't matter to the savages who they trade with. After they show their own strength, the other party should also understand who is the most appropriate to trade with. Interests are the key to stable contact. Mission? After Qin Xiang and other players heard the mission issued by Baron Danik, their eyes also shone. The coalition of rebels appeared, and it seems that they have ideas about the Danik leader. It is even possible that they are targeting the wild tribe. After hearing that it was such a large-scale mission, Jiang Bo and PDD, who were broadcasting live, also attracted the attention and discussion of many players. This should be a benefit, right? It may be a reward for pioneers. You still have to participate in the land reclamation to get the first share. Yes, but it feels great that this historical process is driven by us players. From the beginning to the end, not many players propose to join the Noble Coalition. First of all, it is a question of justice. From some of the information obtained so far, there is no doubt that these rebellious nobles are villains. The relationship between Master Yi and Count Luke has actually defined the protagonist and the villain. Perhaps there will be a camp issue between players. But what is in front of us now is that the strength of the Noble Coalition is much stronger than that of the town of Danik. They will definitely get more experience rewards for helping the weak against the strong. Otherwise, join the Noble Coalition and just lie down and wait for Danik to be swept away. How much reward can you get just by witnessing a process? As for not helping either side, that is even more impossible. Making trouble is the nature of players. Please rest assured, Baron, we have sent out quite a few people this time. If they dare to attack the town of Danik, we will definitely help. Qin Xiang patted his chest and spoke directly after meeting Baron Danik himself. Danik obviously didn't know what the players were thinking. Although he got the guarantee, he still made the generous promises he could to win over these wild men. For your help, I will definitely give you the best reward I can. As you can see, Danik territory is my territory. In addition to the farmland outside the town, the large plains also belong to me. I can give you the undeveloped area to express my gratitude at first. Danik only agreed to set up a camp on the edge of the Warcraft Forest. This time, the area between the Warcraft Forest and the farmland was directly divided to the wild men. This was originally his territory. With the help of the wild men this time, he only needed to report to the Earl to complete the change of ownership. After hearing this, Qin Xiang and others showed joy. The players watching the live broadcast also exclaimed, "Isn't this a city-building task and a territory task? Oh my god! Just coming out and getting such benefits? It can only be said that it is worthy of the harvest of pioneering." For players, this is the territory of system certification, and it is their own city. Although the expeditionary camp was built by players before, it was considered as the public area of NPC. But now it is different. Now this reward is given to Qin Xiang and his team. This is their private territory. The Abyss Mineral Company got a piece of land first. Please rest assured, Baron, the Noble Coalition will make them come and never return. Qin Xiang coldly made a promise. At this time, Danik saw that the atmosphere was there. So he said carefully, this time they gathered a strong force. From a preliminary observation, there may be tens of thousands of people, and the number of cavalry may be thousands. This is a very terrible force. Not much worse than the Royal Knights under the Earl. Qin Xiang and his team were also quickly analyzing the difficulty. If all are calculated according to the 50 cavalry under Danik, then the strength is indeed very strong. But this time Qin Xiang just brought enough flint and ammunition for supply. With the help of the fire dogs and the musket array, it seemed that there would not be a big problem. They had already experienced the power of heavy muskets. The thick-skinned fire dogs could not withstand the volley. Even wearing heavy armor was enough to penetrate. This was discussed by the players a long time ago. It is indeed very strong. But we can handle it, Qin Xiang promised again, which made Danik stiffen slightly. In fact, he wanted Qin Xiang to quickly ask for help from the tribe behind through the communication magic between the savages. Jianan had already explained to him briefly that there was a great wizard in the savage tribe. Not to mention inviting this great wizard. Some professional reinforcements would definitely be able to catch up. Otherwise, although their fire beast caravan is not weak, with 100 fire beasts, they can also organize a charge. But facing thousands of heavy armored cavalry and tens of thousands of other auxiliary soldiers behind, there is still a big gap. The Warcraft cavalry regiment is strong, but it also needs assistance. The heavy armored cavalry is not an ordinary person. They are all elite. Everyone mastered the breathing method, which was the basic of the basics. In addition, the nobles themselves cooperated with their knights, which was enough to pick out dozens of professional ranks. Under this kind of pressure, Danik could still maintain a calm conversation because of his strong psychological quality. He had urgently used the magic communication device to contact the city of No, and confirmed that the Earl of the Principality of Not was unable to split up. Please rest assured, Baron, if they want to rush into the town of Danik, they must step over the bodies of all of us. With such a guarantee, if Danik continued to ask for reinforcements, it would be ungrateful. Maybe the current support will be lost. So he can only express gratitude. What? God's favor? Resurrection from the dead? Baron Danik met with Jianan and King Kong again. And this time, he got more in-depth information. At first, due to time constraints, Jianan just quickly reminded that there was at least one great wizard in the savage tribe. Now, after talking with Qin Xiang and others, and discussing the details. He carefully said what he said. This naturally shocked Baron Danik. So that's why they said you have to step over their corpses to enter the town of Danik? They're serious. Jianin thought of the lack of awe in the savages for life, and couldn't help but sigh. Savages are afraid of death. But that's only relative. Death should still have some punishment and loss for them. But they can accept it. Overall, it's much better than ordinary people who only have one life. Ah, I didn't expect it to be a god's favor. Danik was a little absent-minded at this time. He should have invited Mastery to come. But he went to rest early with two beauties. So it was not convenient to disturb him. Combined with some information he had heard, Mastery seemed to like Beauty very much. Thinking of this, Baron Danik's face also showed some uncertainty. Then he sighed. This person must be stabilized. Whether it is the possible use of his magic on the battlefield, or his relationship with the savages, or his connection with the Earl. It is inevitable to bet heavily. This is related to the life and death of the territory. Chapter 555 Captured Players Enemy at the Gates. Have you found a savage spy? When Danik began to prepare for war, the Noble Coalition camp and Zack also encountered their troubles. There were savages around the camp. Looking at their sneaky appearance, it was obvious that they had bad intentions. Although these savages were clumsy and seemed to have no idea how to be spies. But they were very brave. They were looking around. Some even wanted to sneak into the camp directly. Do the savages want to intervene in this fight? Baron Zack was not in a good mood at this time. Originally, in his opinion, if the savages discovered his coalition forces, it would be the best choice to stand aside and watch. Anyway, it had nothing to do with their interests. But now it seems that this is not the case. The savages seem to want to intervene. Did Danik promise some benefits? The savages can't judge the situation? Danik is now doomed. And all his promises are meaningless. We caught one alive. And he's resisting fiercely. But he's been hung up. Bring him up. Baron Zack's face was heavy. Call Baron Shooter and Viscount Henry. And we'll interrogate them together. If we can appease the savages, we should appease them first. After all, we'll need to deal with them later. Yes. As his followers left, Baron Zack was constantly thinking. Their original purpose this time was to gain benefits from the savages. The savages can train monsters, so their strength must be strong. But since they are savages, there should be a way to trick them through normal channels, or exchange them. This will undoubtedly be the most beneficial to them, and the most cost-effective. If it's possible not to use force. Of course, it's better not to use force. After all, the savage tribe is in the monster forest, and their cavalry has no combat capability at all. And non-combat casualties can be a headache. Now, in Zack's opinion, he should first show deterrence to the savages and let them stop. If it really doesn't work, and they are still bewitched by Danik, then it's no wonder that he is cruel and ruthless. Zack's eyes flickered with some cold light. At least outside the forest, this is their home ground. If they hurt the savages this time and let them recognize the situation, it would be good. If they insist on carrying hatred, then I am afraid that they will have to ask Calais to take action. In this case, it will reduce the original benefits for himself. If it is not necessary, he does not want to directly invite Calais' group of businessmen who are full of money. Considering the safety, Zack quickly sent a precious magic message to briefly explain to the partners in Calais, and then waited for Baron Shooter and Viscount Henry to come in. These two are the deputy leaders of the Alliance, and the two strongest among this group of nobles. The power under Baron Shooter is even higher than that of Zack. But he has the advantage of geographical location to become the leader of the Alliance. Although Viscount Henry's power and strength are average, his ancestors have earls, and they have been squandering until now. It is not surprising that such an ancient family took out a few powerful magic scrolls that have been sealed for a long time. The savages are coming? Baron Shooter frowned as he came in, obviously considering similar concerns as Zack. I think we should try to convince them first. Viscount Henry looked a bit like a cream boy, with a white face and no beard, and he looked like he was too indulged in sex and had his body hollowed out by alcohol and sex. Well, we caught a live person. Let's ask him together. The three of them didn't have to wait for long, and a player who was tied up was brought in with curses all the time. Although he was tied up very tightly, he never stopped talking. But they couldn't understand the words of the savages until they followed in together, and the fire warlock Maffei invited by Zack released language comprehension on them. And then, they understood the nonsense. Although Maffei was not proficient in language comprehension, he was a professional spellcaster after all. and he could still release it after some time. Don't even think about making me compromise. Come on. Chop my head with a big knife. I will never give in. The player's face was full of grief and anger, and he looked like he wanted to sacrifice himself and die. In addition to his jingle, he also opened a live broadcast. Live broadcast of being captured. I hope these nobles don't have the hobby of goblins. It is obvious that he is also a prankster, and it is not certain whether he was captured on purpose. Not to mention, quite a few people have given a lot of gifts in his live broadcast room. Young Master Cheen came over and gave 10 rockets. Come on. Get some information. Most of these players who ventured near the camp actually came here because of the bounty mission issued by young Master Cheen. In the case of directly spending money, there are many brave people. However, there is only one person who took the opportunity to approach by being captured. The three nobles and the fire warlock looked at the player's emotional expression and felt a little speechless. We are not going to invade your homeland. We are just fighting the Danik territory. It is our own civil war. Why does he look like we have done something unforgivable? Are the savages so easy to fool? And they are brainwashed by Danik? This savage friend. Zack spoke carefully. Bah. Who is your friend? Come on. Let's torture him. If I scream the word pain, I'm a coward. The player didn't give Baron Zack any face at all, and spit on the ground. The faces of several people at the scene looked very ugly. Crazy. Why torture? Does this savage have any special hobbies? Let me calm him down. We won't get anything out of him this way. Ma Fei, who was dressed in a black robe, said calmly at this time. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a black spell model in the air took shape instantly, and then turned into a wisp of black smoke and drilled into the player's mouth and nose. And he also had a cruel smile on his face. You want to punish me? Right? Then let you have a taste. That's it? Haven't you eaten? Before the fire warlock finished thinking, the player took a big breath of black mist and said something, which made Ma Fei's expression a little stunned. No way. This is a painful lash on the soul. The other party didn't react? The player was still typing in the air in the live broadcast room to communicate with netizens. I turned off all my senses. It doesn't hurt at all. But it's disgusting to look at this thing. Has any mage recognized what the spell model is? No. I haven't seen this. It should not be recorded in the public library. Maybe you can ask the teacher. I have taken a screenshot. Warrior. How about turning on some senses to taste it? Yeah. I'm curious about what the torture caused by this spell feels like. Turn on the perception to reward the sports car. And turn on the perception to reward the rocket. Seeing that there are rich guys ready to show their support, the player was also excited. The feeling of pain doesn't really matter. Now for traffic and rewards. There are people stuffing firecrackers in their crotches. It's just a little pain in the game. He thinks it's nothing. Since there are big brothers who want to see it, then I'll go all out and turn on the perception. Dead? Zack poked the captive, who rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth, with a surprised expression on his face. This captured savage is really a tough guy. He shouted that he would be tortured when he was caught. And the fire warlock he invited also used some of the warlock's best methods. Although each warlock has different specializations according to different bloodlines, there is no doubt that they are all good at dealing with souls and bloodlines. This interrogation and punishment are definitely professional. In fact, Zack himself didn't really want to torture him, and wanted to have a good talk. But it would be good to hit the other party's arrogance. This guy didn't brag. The warlock's punishment method was used on him, and he didn't frown at all. And he could still say some righteous words with full energy. This seemed to have provoked the fire warlock, who felt angry and embarrassed. And then he increased his strength. As a result, the savage captive was still cursing and saying some lofty words. But suddenly he screamed. In less than 3 seconds, it became like this. No. It feels weird. Although Ma Fei is only a professional, he is still a warlock. Although he can't detect anything wrong, he always feels that something has happened to this guy, as if his soul has been lost. And before they can discuss it, the guy with wide eyes and foam at the mouth bounced up again. Hee hee. Some tricks. But nothing. The player with saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth and slurring his words is still tough. But his live broadcast room is already laughing. The host scream just now is really hilarious. It turns out that this game can really disconnect because of pain. What on earth did you suffer? How painful is it? Take some enkangding. Oh, by the way, there is no in the game. The voices of gloating did not stop. And several bosses also gave gifts as promised. Rocket sports cars one after another. This is the first one to be disconnected due to excessive pain. The anchor, who was still in shock from the pain he had suffered before, smiled when he saw the gifts, and then quickly typed OK in his mind to reply. Thank you all for the rewards. And thank you Mr. Chin for being so popular. After expressing his gratitude, he continued typing. It's true that although it only lasted a few seconds, the pain was really scary. It felt like my head was going to explode, as if an electric drill was drilling my brain. He seemed to be afraid that others would not believe him. So he added, friends who are interested can try it again. I guarantee you will be so happy. While he was distracted and typing in the void, his eyes became a little out of focus again. Let Zack sigh. He must have been stupid. Ma Fei also nodded heavily. Well, I hit too hard. You guys are really good at flattering yourself. And you can easily control it. Come again if you dare. The anchor, who received the reward promise again, started to act like a demon again. Although it was painful, he could accept it with the gained disconnection protection. A few seconds was still bearable. But at this time, Zack stopped Ma Fei's action and said, My friend, I admire your will very much. There is no need to continue. In fact, we don't want to be enemies with the savages. This time we are only targeting Baron Danik. Are you deceived by him? His promises are not counted. This is of no benefit to you at all. Benefits? Humph. We savages are the most kind and helpful. We just don't like your actions. We want to uphold justice. As soon as these righteous words came out, they really made several people at the scene a little confused. What did they hear? You talk about justice in the adult world? Looking at the other party's righteous look and the action of asking for punishment, it seems that he is not just talking. Hiss, are all savages so fierce and fearless? Of course. If you let me go, I can promise not to participate in the next action against you. And you can also tell me about our arrangements. The unexpected turn made several people unable to recover for a while. This is actually because the player saw Qin Xiang's message and was ready to have a head-on confrontation with the Noble Coalition in one go. And to go all out. With a gift from the big money sponsor. And the fact that he might not die and lose his attributes as a messenger. The anchor with no bottom line agreed directly. But this completely opposite change in attitude made the group of people on the scene a little confused. Could it be that the customs and thinking of the savages are different from ours? Do they think this kind of thing is natural? After all, they looked at death as if they were home and didn't care about torture at all. They didn't believe that he was cowardly and surrendered. You don't mind exposing your arrangements and intentions? Baron Zack said hesitantly. Of course. We are going to defeat you openly. The anchor's face was full of pride. Do you have reinforcements? Baron Shooter, who had been silent next to him, said seriously. What kind of reinforcements do we need to fight you? Just our group of people will be enough. Do you rely on your monster mounts? The pale-faced Viscount Henry also asked. Humph. It's good that you know. Hearing this, they were actually somewhat relieved. If it was just a few dozen riders, then there was no need to worry about it. So, what kind of fighting style are you going to have? Of course, it's a fair duel on the plains. After interrogating the savage for a long time, Baron Zack and his men were surprised to find that the number of captured savage spies nearby had suddenly increased. In just a short while, 3 or 4 more were captured, and it seemed that they had walked into a trap. After being captured, they all shouted strange words like torture me. They were simply speechless. Could this be a special hobby of the savages? They didn't know that after seeing the first person who tried it tasted the sweetness. Several nearby players also began to follow suit and start live broadcasts. Even if we don't get as much attention as the first one, it's good for us to do more and get a taste of the soup. In other words, in the chaos caused by the players all night, the Noble Coalition also pulled out the camp early the next morning and slowly advanced in the original direction. Among the tens of thousands of troops, militia and auxiliary soldiers accounted for a large proportion, and the thousands of cavalrymen and the knights' entourages, who were lightly equipped and ready to rotate their mounts, were the real main force this time. Dispersed the enemy, followed by some elite infantry to assist. And then the militia and auxiliary soldiers followed up to finish off the enemy and kill them. The shining armor glowed with a dazzling silver light in the sun, looking extremely majestic. Hashtag the first direct confrontation between the players and the natives of the Sephi world. With the previous big beautiful statement, and the big melon thrown by Wani and Gaul, the heat gradually decreased. The content of Abyss World has once again become a hot search. The movements of the Noble Coalition can be said to be carried out under the live broadcast of some players. And the images of the army advancing from various angles have appeared. The scale of the advance of tens of thousands of troops. The shining armor in front. Everything has brought a lot of shock to people. Theoretically, there is not much difference between tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people within the direct observation range of an individual. Even if the savages on the roadside are hiding in the trees next to them to take pictures, they can only see dense crowds of people. Marching in this era with relatively weak transportation capacity is still different. Yes, they are probably in big trouble building camps and digging toilets. It is a problem to deal with the food, drink, defecation, and urination of tens of thousands of people. Although it is a magical world, these ordinary soldiers obviously cannot use the convenience of magic. There are still some. Because of the breathing method, their physical strength is stronger, and the auxiliary soldiers who specialize in transporting grain will consume much less. To say that the scene of tens of thousands of people traveling in modern times cannot be said to be unique, but it is also very rare. Usually, you can see a sea of people during some activities. But this formation, the army holding weapons gathered together, the impact is still completely different. Especially the elite soldiers in the front row. Those shining armor and horses are really completely unseen in modern times. The heavy cavalry did not ride on war horses when they were on the road, but took turns to rely on pack horses to alternate. In fact, the endurance of horses varies greatly depending on the weight they carry, and the distance and speed they can run vary greatly. The precious warhorse will be used at the last moment. Now we have to wait for the auxiliary soldiers in the rear. But we don't need the speed and impact of the warhorse. On the other side, on the plain outside the town of Danik, which has received the news, dozens of fire dogs are also lined up horizontally. And there is a wild knight on each fire dog. Shin Seong, the Pineapple, and PDD step forward in front of the formation. The formation has been formed long ago. Baron Danik, with his 50 elite soldiers and 200 militiamen, stood behind the wild array. The newly mobilized auxiliary soldiers did not come out, relying on the town's walls to take a defensive posture, so as not to be in a hurry when retreating into the town due to lack of experience. Most of the temporary auxiliary soldiers still have some sharpened wooden spears in their hands, and their expressions are also very nervous. Standing with the team outside the town of Danik is the Tiger Guard of the Asian Chamber of Commerce. At least the formation is still neat. However, Baron Danik, who was standing with Jia Nan and King Kong at this time, was full of worry. Although the impact of the Warcraft Knights is indeed unparalleled, and the Flame Hounds are strong enough in both size and strength, there are only so many of them after all. We should rely on the defense of the town to garrison. Baron Danik also has military qualities. His Danik town is also well built. Although the moat is not wide, it seems that you can jump over it. But with a wooden wall and sharp wooden thorns behind, it is enough to make people drink a pot. Contracting troops, disintegrating the opponent's numerical advantage, and expanding one's own advantage in local areas is enough to resist, even if the opponent has more soldiers and generals. The convenience of dispatch is definitely not as good as inside the town. Dozens of flame beasts can also burst out enough local advantages in the later street fighting in the town. He even thought of the town falling, the failure of street fighting, and the final castle defense battle. After repeated consumption, relying on the continuous compression of the last elite soldiers, he felt that there was still a chance to hold on, with difficulty. No matter what, the food stored in the basement of his castle is enough to last for a long time. But who would have thought that this group of savages would not only not invite reinforcements, but would also fight a decisive battle with the other side on the plain outside? This fire beast is strong, powerful, and looks thick-skinned and strong, and its charging ability must be good. But in Danik's view, even if he doesn't ride a horse, a few followers with a certain level of breathing skills, combined with weapons such as spears, are enough to complete the exchange. After all, the number is still too small. The opponent's cavalry can overwhelm these dozens of fire beasts with a hard charge. What's more, the number of professional strongmen on the other side is probably more than your fire beasts, which is really difficult to fight. But now the savages are going out to fight for the town of Danik. And as a lord, he can't hide in the town behind all the time. So he can only pull out his own assets to provide support in the rear. If he fails, then save as many as you can. He already knows that this group of gods can be resurrected at a certain price. But those fire beasts may not be able to. We can't just lose them all here. The size and impact of the flame beast are still there, so they won't be defeated too quickly, and they will break up the enemy's charge formation. I will take the opportunity to launch a charge. And King Kong will take your tiger guards to respond. Save as many as you can. Baron Danik sighed, and then felt the earth shaking a little. The large army of the noble coalition had already appeared in his sight. Looking at the overwhelming number of people, Danik could not help but fall into silence. You really think highly of me. So many of them came. It should be because they saw the savages bringing out the fire beasts and felt the benefits of it. So they made the decision. Katmanjian has dealt with a lot of nobles and knows what kind of people they are. Zack's prestige alone would definitely not be able to pull out so many people so quickly. Now we are just glad that the savages are willing to fight side by side with us. At least for the opponents. They don't want to go to war with the savages. Hey. King Kong also felt a little solemn at this time. Generally, tiger people are usually more reckless. But after following the caravan for so long, King Kong also has his own opinions and views. Then they turned back and looked at the figures on the town tower at the same time. At this time, Wang Yi and his companions were watching the show from the best viewing position on the tower, while Murphy was directing the maids of the Baron's mansion to deliver various fruits and snacks at the bottom of the tower. There was no sign of the tension of the army approaching. But even so, a mage standing behind them also brought some comfort to Danik and his companions. Master Yi agreed to help, so it was normal that he didn't come out. Mages are not good under dangerous walls. But standing there and adding a few instant fireballs to intercept during the retreat can play a big role, even if he recorded and engraved defensive magic in advance. The speed of the formal mage's outline is still fast enough. For this kind of group destructive power, you still have to rely on the mage. At this time, the noble coalition had already set up a battle formation in the distance. The team of tens of thousands of people dispersed in a black mass. The heavy cavalry came out from the middle. Although the guns, shields, and bows next to them did not look too neat because they were coalition forces, they were much stronger than those in the town of Danik. The key is that there are dozens of nobles, and their knights standing in the front. Each of them has armor left by their ancestors, with different styles and different family emblems. Each of the knights in the front exudes a strong momentum. And each of them is a professional knight. Half of them are nobles, and half are knights under their command. In addition, there are thousands of heavy cavalry lined up behind them. Even if the colors of horses and armors are not matched, they have enough impact. It is precisely because of those slight flaws and a small amount of rust on the armor that it brings out a sense of reality. The players took pictures from all angles, which made the audience watching the live broadcast widen their eyes. This is much more interesting than any blockbuster. This game is too real. Chapter 556. Time. Chapter 864. Gun Smoke. Danik. Now I give you an ultimatum. Surrender, and we will give you the dignity of a noble. Don't implicate these savages who helped you. Zack rode his horse alone to the middle and shouted with full energy. The breathing bonus brought by the high-level knight made his roar like thunder, and the voice of persuading him to surrender continued to echo on the plain. In fact, this was also what he said deliberately to those savages, once again expressing that he had no ill intentions. It's better to let them stop now. Otherwise, those dozens of fire beasts are worth a lot of money. It's okay for one alone. But the more they are, the more expensive they are. But before Baron Danik could say anything, PDD on the player's side had already ridden his fire dog forward. PDD, wearing beast armor and holding 2 sledgehammers in his hands, looked majestic while riding a fire dog. Hey, how dare you? A traitor. Bark here? Do you dare to fight me for 300 rounds? This is actually because there are too many anchors who are making trouble recently. And PDD's fans keep adding fuel to the fire in his live broadcast room. PDD, who knows what his pillars are, did not consider the issue of winning or losing at this time. Anyway, he had to go up. And this time he asked for this job directly. Surrender? Why surrender? Even if Baron Danik wants to be an enemy of the whole world this time, we will support you. And Qin Xiang and others will certainly give him this face. It was decided to tear the face apart. So it seems not bad to watch a duel first. But through the roar of the noble before, they also knew that this was probably a serious professional level strongman. And it might not be an ordinary professional level. Originally, PDD had the top attributes among players and top equipment, plus the fire dog under his butt, so he could really fight against ordinary professional level players. This time, it's hard to say, but for the players who like to make fun of things, they were all smiling and watching PDD, who was driving the ducks ashore, output wildly with his mouth. Originally, there would be obstacles between the two sides because of the language barrier, but this time, in order to have a chance to communicate with the savage. The Fire Warlock sent Baron Zack, who was proficient in the language, to come over. But he was almost pissed off by the savage. The machine gun-like speed. A series of greetings came out of PDD's mouth, showing all the eating skills of this game anchor. The various greetings that gathered the essence of the internet, combined with the magic of proficient in the language, which directly expressed the meaning, were injected into Baron Zack's ears. He was immediately struck by lightning, and his ears were buzzing. He never thought that he would suffer such humiliation one day. As a nobleman, as a respectable person, he had never seen such a scene. The idea of showing mercy to the savage was thrown to Java. After PDD sent out another duel invitation, he immediately looked at PDD with gritted teeth and said, "As you wish." PDD, who was just about to get angry, looked at the other party's red eyes and calmed down a little. Good man. Did he scold too much? At first, he also thought that this person might not be an ordinary professional level. But now it seems that he has gone too far. However, he came here at the request of his fans, so PDD certainly couldn't back down, and shouted while waving his hammer, "Don't underestimate me. I'm one of the people who made it to the group stage of the Starry Sky Cup. Come on." Baron Zack on the other side didn't say a word. He pulled the reins and rode towards PDD. As a baron, he is also a knight. Although his warhorse is not at the level of Warcraft, it is also a BMW selected from thousands of miles away. Both the start and the acceleration are extremely fast. And Baron Zack has already raised his lance and stared at PDD with bloodshot eyes, as if he wants to string him on his lance. The start speed really scared PDD. But after all, his attributes are here, and he has been prepared for a long time. He threw the two hammers to both sides, took out a loaded heavy musket from his back, and aimed at Zack, who was rushing straight at him. My lord, times have changed. When PDD raised the heavy musket, Baron Zack also had a warning sign in his heart. He roared, and the breathing method burst out, and the magic power around him was attracted. The high-level knight's breathing method has made the magic power around him as substantial as it was, emitting a burst of blue light. Although it was not as physical as the bombardment of Count Luke at the beginning, it also formed a barrier from deep to shallow from all sides, as if it was wrapped in flames. The next moment, bang! The muzzle of the heavy musket sprayed flames, and the bullet spiraled out of the barrel, tearing the air and blasting towards Baron Zack, who was coming straight at him. The light blue magic light outside his body was directly torn apart by the bullet like the mist, and hit heavily on the chest armor in front of him. The surface of the silver armor seemed to instantly appear a pattern that was like a logic circuit diagram all over the body. Then, with a click, a certain section of the complex pattern seemed to be broken, and the armor was hit with an obvious dent and embedded the bullet in it. This impact also made Zack groan, and the magic fluctuations caused by the surrounding breathing method were a little scattered. But he was able to bear it. Although he was a little surprised, he would not be shocked by the strange magic items mastered by the savages. This attack is strong in itself. If it weren't for the solid enchantment on his armor, I'm afraid that ordinary full-body armor would be penetrated. But compared to those magic scrolls of Fireball, it is still much inferior. If this is your trump card, then you are too naive. When PDD saw that the first shot didn't work, he was a little panicked. He quickly took out the second one and cursed in the live broadcast room. Hasn't anyone calculated that heavy muskets can penetrate armor? Flame Dog is so thick and tough that it can penetrate it. Bang. The second shot. Closer. Although Baron Zack was prepared to dodge, he still hit his shoulder armor. The broken lines on the armor seemed to be even more broken. The person who hit him shook and seemed to almost fall off the horse. But the hand holding the lance was still very steady, still firmly locked on PDD. Then, it was the third one. But this time, before PDD could fire again, Zack roared, and quickly pulled out a short spear from his back with his other hand. He gathered his breathing skills and threw it towards PDD instantly. A distance of more than 10 meters passed in a flash, and PDD had no time to react before he was pierced by the short spear. The powerful impact and the stirring of the short spear almost tore his entire body apart, and he was killed on the back of the fire dog. The after effect even penetrated the body of the fire dog. Then Zack sneered, rode past on horseback, snatched the heavy musket that had not yet fired, and turned back to his camp. On the way back, he also distractedly looked at the heavy musket and played with it. This kind of magic equipment is peculiar. Although it only has the power of one strike, its power is not small, touching the two dents and embedded bullets on his armor. Zack couldn't help but feel distressed. Although the set of enchanted armor can't be compared with those of the great nobles, it is already a family heirloom. I didn't expect to be so damaged this time, and I don't know if it can be repaired. However, at this moment, he heard the shouts of "be careful" from his own camp. At the same time, he also felt the vibration behind him. Looking back, he saw the originally extremely docile fire beast, roaring with red eyes rushing towards his back. The speed and the violent breath made Zack, as a high-level knight, change his face slightly. Seeing the docile appearance of the giant beast, he had thought of taking it back, but he didn't expect that after the death of its master, the demon beast would have such a fierce personality. Is it trying to avenge its master? It's so fast, and the impact is so great. Even as a high-level knight, Zack knew that it was not appropriate to face the enemy head-on. It was not worth it to fight head-on with his body size. And this speed didn't allow him to have any extra thoughts and choices. He couldn't even control the horse to speed up temporarily. He could only roar in pain and jump off the horse's back. He watched the roaring beast smash his beloved horse into a bloody mess. The powerful impact knocked the horse's bones out of the body, and the blood splashed everywhere, making a creepy bone-cracking sound and the horse's last cry. Then he saw the fire beast directly open its bloody mouth and bite the horse that was not dead on the ground. Crunch! The whole horse leg was directly torn off and bitten in its mouth, and the blade-like sharp teeth kept chewing, making a crunching chewing sound. The bloody and violent aura was completely different from the docile appearance before. Beast! After dodging the attack and watching his beloved horse die tragically, Zack roared and fell from the sky to ride on the back of the fire dog, as if he wanted to subdue the beast. But the roar of the fire dog, accompanied by the rising hot flames on his body, still made him stop his original idea. The flames filled with the smell of sulfur seemed to have a sense of corrosion. Although the magic aura aroused by this magic beast was not as strong as his as a high-level knight, it gave him a very bad feeling. Since you are so stubborn, I will send you to see your master. With a fierce look in his eyes, Zack drew out his sword and stabbed it into the back of the fire dog's head, and then stirred it. The hot blood spurted on Zack's armor, adding a bit of majesty to him. After howling for a while, the huge fire dog stopped abruptly and fell to the ground. In terms of pure strength and impact, Zack couldn't withstand the impact of the fire dog head-on. But after all, Zack was a high-level knight and was very agile. He relied on the horse to withstand the attack, and after he dodged and fell on the back of the fire dog, the battle was over. Just like the difference in strength between a bullfighter and a bull. But a bullfighter can easily kill the bull. After losing the control of his master, the brain-defective flame dog's fighting methods became a little simple. However, this competition left a great shock to both sides. Times have changed, but not completely. Good fellow. PDD has no martial ethics. Sir, times have changed. No way. Didn't the heavy musket become more powerful? It didn't even penetrate it? The firehound screamed when it was hit. Awesome. It was killed with one hit. This short spear is so fast. Saucy Pig is so miserable. I'm so happy. When I saw him take out his gun, I thought he could win. To be honest, this guy is really strong. He killed the firehound directly by himself. No player can do that now. Is this the humanoid elite? It's really amazing. PDD is definitely in the first tier of players in terms of attributes. He really worked hard this time. I won't say much. I'll give him a reward. It has to be said that the confrontation between PDD and Baron Zack was still quite enjoyable for the players. Whether it was the output of Wachung Wuda from PDD's mouth at the beginning or the duel between the two sides later. Although the time was short, it was full of twists and turns. Currently, players use guns to kill wild monsters, and even the thick-skinned firehounds and demon bears can be broken by heavy muskets. Although it is difficult to kill with one shot, the wound is very hideous. But this Baron Zack actually used armor to resist? Is the armor in this world so strong? Is this a humanoid elite master? For a while, the players who had always been playing around began to take it seriously. Originally, they thought that holding heavy muskets, relying on the volleys and the range of the guns, was enough to deal with the situation in front of them. But now they found that it might be a little different from their expectations. On the other side, the Noble Coalition, which also thought it had a sure victory, was greatly encouraged by Zack's clean and neat solution to the opponent. However, after Zack returned with the heavy musket, he called the nobles to a quick gathering and said solemnly, "The barbarians are stronger than we thought. This kind of thing is quite powerful. If it weren't for my armor, I'm afraid I couldn't stop it." Zack's words also made Baron Shooter next to him come over and touch the scars on his armor and said, "Our armor is at most similar to yours. And most of them are not as good as yours. I'm afraid we can only do this kind of resistance at most." Zack is a lord with strong financial resources. Although his full body armor is not as good as those of the great nobles in terms of quality and enchantment effect, it is considered to be first class among this group of nobles. The pale-faced Viscount Henry also said with a worried look, "The enchanted armor can barely block it. But our cavalry's full body armor may not be able to. I observe that almost everyone on the barbarian side has one of these props. Can they mass produce it?" Another noble couldn't help but speak. "Although they can only attack once. They have about 200 people. Our precious cavalry cannot afford to be hurt by one of them." Another noble also sighed. "Although they look majestic, they are actually just scattered nobles. No one wants to hurt themselves. We can change our strategy a little now, and use the militia to consume their inventory first. The militia's morale may make it difficult to charge. And those monsters are there. Yes, we were all frightened by the ferocity before. Not to mention the militia. They were trembling with fear from such a distance." Some nobles began to discuss the plan. But looking at the dozens of seemingly docile fire beasts, and thinking of the violent scene before, everyone's mood seemed a little heavy. The militia can only play auxiliary, and follow the wind to make up for the blows. Although there are many of them, they will be scattered if they are really rushed by the opponent. "I think maybe we can take the lead." It was Zack who spoke at this time. Each of their nobles has an enchanted full body armor. And most of their knights have also been given it. Although the quality is uneven. According to Zack's scars, it can withstand some attacks. As long as the attacks are not concentrated on one or two people, it is not a big deal if they share the burden. It is indeed distressing that the ancestral armor is damaged. But it can be repaired with money. But it is not only costing money to build elite soldiers, but also costing energy and time. Using your own armor to absorb a wave, and then retreating to the main force with your own knight level strength after the armor can no longer bear it. This is definitely bearable. At least it can greatly reduce the damage. Indeed. And if we take the lead, the morale of the cavalry can be high enough. After all, it is a temporary team, and it really needs to be run in like this. Baron Shooter also agreed to this plan. "I have no objection." Viscount Henry also nodded. The elected chief and vice chief has started, and the other nobles thought about it and agreed. It is true that the nobles are afraid of death these days. But as knights, everyone has a time to charge and lead. When clearing out those bandits and refugees, they can greatly reduce their own damage by taking the lead. This is also a standard operation. Okay, that's it. Everyone cheer up. If you have defensive magic scrolls, you can use some. Don't be shy at this time. I will also bless you. Zack can be regarded as a magician and a martial artist. In addition to him, there are two nobles, plus the fire magician. For a while, the noble coalition was seen flashing with various buff brilliances. After seeing the situation of the noble coalition, Danik and his team secretly thought it was not good. They probably want to use the group of regular knights to block the attack of that kind of magic equipment. Danik's face was solemn. The guy named PDD suddenly took out a few fire sticks, which also scared him. From the damage to Zack's armor, Danik felt that if he was not wearing armor and was ambushed by this weapon, he would probably die. This is a powerful magic equipment that can counterattack the professional class. And this equipment, almost every savage has one. And some even have two. Do they have the means to mass produce it? This is a very terrifying foundation. No wonder they had internal conflicts at first. And the losing party was so obedient when the stick pointed at their heads. I'll go and remind them. Tiger Man Captain King Kong rode his magic pig forward and began to negotiate with Qin Xiang and his team. Qin Xiang and his team were also discussing something fiercely over there. And it seemed that they had finally decided on the original plan. They can't completely block the power of heavy muskets. We will first shoot the horses to slow down their speed, and then try to focus our fire to make the most of our advantage before they arrive. Qin Xiang looked at the battlefield ahead. His expression also looked a little solemn. Originally, they thought that the power of heavy muskets was enough, but they didn't expect that these nobles would be willing to be the vanguard. But this also shows that their initial judgment that heavy muskets could penetrate armor was not wrong. Otherwise, the nobles would not have made such a choice. This is just because the nobles' own equipment is excellent. As long as not all the cavalry are in this situation, there is still a fight. The task is here. Even if you die once, the reward can be made up, and there is still money to be made. And you can also brush the NPC's favor. Everyone, Even if we all die in battle this time, we must show our backbone. Don't worry. I will make economic compensation for all the fallen soldiers according to the loss of attribute points. Just go ahead. After the noble coalition army started to line up again and showed the posture of charging, Qin Xiang also began to go to improve the morale before the war. Nothing else. Just money. We will try our best to absorb all of their 200 magic attacks. And when their magic attacks are over, we can tear them apart. Zack changed a warhorse and stood at the forefront of the team. Then, with the power of the blood-stained armor that killed the flame beast before, he directly drew out his long sword and shouted loudly, "For glory!" Other nobles also raised their swords and roared at the same time. Led by the nobles, the many personal soldiers, who had been trained since childhood, were also excited in this atmosphere, and raised their lances one by one and roared the same way. Crush them! After seeing the morale mobilized, Zack swung his long sword and rushed forward, because of the blessing and some scrolls at the bottom of the box. At this time, each of the more than 50 knights in front and their horses have been strengthened to varying degrees. With the mobilization of the breathing method, a faint magic glow began to surge on their bodies, and then connected into pieces. The thousands of cavalrymen behind also began to use their own breathing methods. Although they were not as good as the professional level, they all brought out a faint glow as a whole. Like a rainbow across the plain, it rushed directly towards the direction of the player with the vibration of running. The auxiliary soldiers and militiamen behind also roared and followed behind with the morale blessing of the front. The charge of thousands of cavalrymen and the advance of tens of thousands of troops also brought a huge sense of oppression to the players. The previous failure of PDD with heavy muskets was still in front of the players, and their faces became solemn at this time. The speed is very fast, and we need to shoot in advance. With so many people, we are not afraid of insufficient accuracy, Jiang Bo said quickly after calculating an approximate number. Okay. Qin Xiang followed Jiang Bo's advice and raised his hand to say, "Everyone, take your positions." The first row of players with guns walked out of the gap between the flame dogs and half crouched on the ground, aiming forward. The previous demonstration of the power of heavy muskets made Danik and Zack, who was charging, pay attention to it at the same time. Are you ready to start at this distance? And it seems that only 1/3 of them have come out. Fire! Bang, bang, bang. The dense sound of firing sounded, and the first attack was aimed at the direction of the horses as low as possible. Such a large target, even if the shooting was drifting at this distance, still appeared with the screams of nearly half of the knights' mounts in the front row, although most horses are also armored. Compared with the destructive power of heavy muskets, these unenchanted armors have no blocking effect. The powerful destructive power of the projectiles penetrated into the flesh and blood body and kept rotating, directly lifting the knights above off the horse. But those knights who fell to the ground seemed to be prepared. They stood up after just a roll, roared one by one, and the magic power on their bodies fluctuated even more. They relied on their legs to sprint and maintain the original formation. Don't underestimate us. They are all formal knights, professional strongmen. Short-range bursts can even surpass horses. Now, even if they are carrying heavy armor, they can run at an amazing speed. However, the players did not get upset by this change. After putting life and death aside, they just need to complete the goal step by step. It's just a group wipe. It seems normal to open up a wasteland. With this mentality, the mentality and morale are completely different from ordinary teams. The first row left immediately after shooting and started loading, and the second row followed closely to start the second round of shooting. Bang, bang, bang. The horse knelt on the ground. The knight turned over and dismounted and started sprinting. The bullets tore through the magic wave and hit the armor, leaving dents. The blessing of blessing and some protection scrolls made this row of powerful knights withstand this round. When they saw the third round, they also smiled with victory. 1. This is their last round. With this destructive power, we can definitely resist it. The rest is a one-sided massacre. Bang, bang, bang. More and more bullets were embedded in their bodies, and some non-noble knights with inferior armor had their armor penetrated. They only relied on their strong physique, blessings and defense scrolls they had previously blessed to withstand this last wave. Even with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths, they still maintained their sprinting speed to prevent the formation from being damaged. But as the fourth wave of attacks that had been reloaded and returned to the front row appeared, the knights who led the charge also vaguely felt that something was wrong. What happened? Why was there an extra batch? Bang, bang, bang. Puff. Some knights couldn't stand it anymore and vomited blood and fell to the ground. Then, they curled up with difficulty to make themselves as small as possible to reduce the subsequent trampling damage from the horses. The 5th round. Even the nobles with better armor couldn't stand this kind of shooting at this time. If they continued to hold on, they might die. Why is this happening? Baron Zack, who also had bloodshot eyes, looked at the appearance of the 6th round with disbelief. His eyes wide open. Why can they still attack? This is already doubled. They resisted twice the attack, but still had no chance to fight. With this round of shooting, even the most stubborn nobles began to dodge for their own lives. They began to rush into the gaps of the charging cavalry behind them. With their professional strength, they were fully capable of this clever evasion. But the cavalry brigade with only ordinary armor following behind them could not see the situation in front of them in the first place. At this time, they began to experience the weapons of different eras in a real sense. Bang, bang, bang. The cavalry brigade had entered within 50 steps, and it seemed that it would only take a few seconds to complete the last distance. However, the closer the distance, the higher the accuracy. With another round of volleys, these few seconds of distance became the last chasm. Puff. The projectile penetrated the armor, and neither the horse nor the cavalry could stop the tearing of this power. Rows of cavalry were knocked down, becoming obstacles to blocking their teammates behind them. When the subsequent cavalry jumped over their teammates, they just ushered in the next wave of attacks. The attributes and reloading speed improved by the players were also fully reflected at this time. The kneeling warhorse, the cavalrymen who were thrown away, the blood flowers blooming on the armor, and the gunpowder smoke of the muskets fully reflected the cruelty in front of them. These elite cavalrymen, who needed at least several years or even longer to train, turned into wronged souls under the heavy muskets of the players for several months. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. We surrender. Surrender. Don't charge. Those nobles who dodged watched their hard-trained elite soldiers fall to the ground one after another under the continuous bombardment of that weird magic equipment. And they were heartbroken. It's over. It's all over. The charge of the heavy cavalry is obviously not something that can be stopped. And the players obviously have no intention of being merciful. New cavalrymen kept falling, and subsequent cavalrymen rushed up. When the last few horses fell 10 steps away, there were only groans on the ground and a few horses that lost their masters but were lucky enough not to be injured. The struggling figures on the ground, the wailing, the occasional raised horse heads, and the smoke formed a picture of ruin. The nobles hiding among the fallen cavalry corpses also felt a sense of desolation. The hard-earned property was gone in the blink of an eye. At this time, the bewildered militia and auxiliary soldiers behind rushed to the side, looking at the mess on the ground. And with the appearance of the first escapee, they collapsed the next moment. Tens of thousands of troops avalanche overnight. Chapter 557. Danik and Jianan looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Thousands of cavalry plus tens of thousands of troops are a force that cannot be ignored for the Principality of Kaduan. When the city of Dano needed to confront the Principality of Nod across the river, it couldn't even come up with a suitable force to suppress it in a short time. If the Principality of Nod had been holding back the power of Dano, the east might be eroded by this rebel army. The remaining nobles, who were still loyal to Kaduan, and the nobles, who were watching would have only so many troops at most. If time dragged on, the remaining nobles, who were watching might surrender, and it would take time for the Principality of Kaduan to temporarily dispatch troops from other places. And the journey was not short. It was even difficult to withdraw a great knight. The other two great knights of the Principality. One was at the border of the Kingdom of Ida, and the other was in the capital. But it was not convenient for either of them. After all, it takes quite a while to go back and forth, and Kaduan doesn't have a magic airship, so neither place can afford to be without a great knight for a long time. If there is no great knight leading the team, even if the anti-rebellion team is drawn out to take on a team of this size, the loss will probably be considerable. The most likely possibility is that it will be settled by means of appeasement in the end. However, such a coalition army that is enough to make the East devastated was defeated by more than 200 people in such a short time. This is simply unbelievable. The heroic cavalry was almost completely defeated on the way. That kind of magic device can be reused? The key is that ordinary people seem to be able to use it. This sense of shock made everyone feel stunned. It was even a little difficult to accept. Although Danik was confident that the elite soldiers he trained were stronger than the average level of the 1,000 cavalry. But the way he fought was still the same. In other words, if he led the team to attack, he couldn't get close. The firepower of the savages was too strong. At this time, Jin Xiang had already ridden the flame dog to Baron Danik and said, "Baron, there are still many people among the cavalry who are just injured or pretending to be dead. Most of the nobles should have survived. I also saw a few who successfully escaped. So I hope that Baron can arrange for people to assist in the capture. I am worried that they will do something weird." Jin Xiang was cautious. After all, the strength shown by Zack when he killed PDD before was here. If he rushed forward rashly, he might really be killed by them. The results of their cavalry formation are usually more extreme. Either a complete victory or a complete annihilation. In fact, when he saw Zack killing PDD this time, and then saw a group of knights and buff leading the charge, Jin Xiang was not sure of a complete victory. If the opponent is also a player, there is a high probability that they will enter the final hand-to-hand combat. If they really rush in, except for the flame dog, the cavalry will really be a mess. But unfortunately, this group of NPCs are designed too realistically. The morale simulation is the same as the real thing. They will be afraid of death and fear. So he won in the end. He had already won the battle. So he didn't want to be attacked afterwards. Since he had already won, he wanted to leave a perfect ending. Now the players will be on guard with guns. And then Baron Danik and his men will arrange for people to tie up and capture them. This is the safest way. Okay. Leave it to us. Danik was stunned for a moment, but soon agreed. In fact, he felt that with the nature of the nobles, when faced with such a blow, it would be best to be captured and wait for a chance to survive. Although jumping at this time may cause certain losses, it is more risky for them. However, the wild people's worries are unreasonable. It is indeed the best way for them to hold the magic wand and guard the back, and then arrange for people to tie up, sitting on the tower and eating fruit to watch the whole show. Wang couldn't help but sigh at this time. The curtain of the new era is about to be opened. The vested interests of the old era will certainly obstruct it in every possible way if they can't get the benefits. It's really interesting. Then Wang also looked up at the sky, and the worlds were without any movement, and reaction also made him a little emotional. In fact, to a certain extent, the completely different impact and innovation brought by the players will have a much greater impact on the world than the impact brought by himself, who is law-abiding. After all, it was still a bit stupid. I don't know if the two gods who left will find a chance to come back. Master E? Master E? Is this the Savage's trump card? A slightly shocked but pleasant voice came from the side of the attic, wearing a shoulder-bearing dress. The towering tower held up the skirt and revealed the charming figure of the Northern Hemisphere. It was Baroness Danik. This time, she also watched the battle in the attic under the pretext of accompanying Qian Yayan and Lu Xiuke to drink tea. But at this time, watching the battlefield that ended quickly and was full of gunpowder and killing, she was trembling all over. "Ah, madam, are you scared by the scene? Why are you shaking a little?" Qian Yayan came behind the Baroness in this succubus body, put her arm around her waist, and blew on her earlobe with her cheek. Qian Yayan liked to manage this kind of thing. The group of South Korean succubi were very well controlled in her hands, and they were all obedient. This time, watching the Baroness accompany him throughout the whole process, he felt a little excited while complaining in his heart. I just... The Baroness felt a tremor when Qian Yayan blew in her ear, and she couldn't speak clearly. "Just what?" Qian Yayan said while pulling her dress down. The elastic and perky bracket couldn't withstand the drag, and it slid down like a boiled egg. Wang next to him felt a little speechless. "You are all really misunderstandings." Cavalry charged the volley. Although to some extent, both the heavy muskets and the knights who resisted the muskets at the beginning were somewhat modified. But when these edited pictures were circulated on the internet, all the audience saw a kind of epic reappearance. Real-life shooting with multiple players and angles, combined with post-editing, is much better than those blockbusters. With the tragic BGM, from the majestic highlights at the start of the expedition to the devastation on the battlefield later on, it really makes people feel sad, even after the appearance of muskets in human history. Due to the many limitations of the early muskets, it was impossible to immediately deal a huge blow to cavalry like this. For a long time, cavalry was still extremely important. But now, with the blessing of the modified heavy muskets, combined with the physical fitness and reloading speed of the players, the first blow directly gave this group of alien cavalry a wake-up call. Even many filmmakers expressed their feelings. In the past, when Starry Sky World was released, the game could be regarded as movie-level quality. And now Abyss World can be played by just taking a clip. Every frame is an art. I look forward to the day when the game is fully released. Maybe there will be movie shot in the game in the future. The game comes with video and screenshots, and can be exported. At that time, you only need to do post-editing. It is indeed epic-making. It can be said that this time the group mission outside the town of Danik, the movement of defeating the rebellious noble coalition, directly raised the popularity of Abyss World again, and a large number of players who did not get the internal test quota began to build momentum online. That is to say, Umbrella is now in its heyday and doesn't care about these things at all. If it were other companies, I'm afraid the pressure would still be great. Later, the group of players who were building momentum began to complain about themselves. Damn, why didn't the other side react to our big move? What? Can you still boycott Umbrella? Can you eat Enkangding? Can it be used for batteries? Can it be used for mobile phones? I can't even live without glasses. Good guy. After protesting for a long time, I found that it seems that Umbrella is indispensable in every aspect of my life now. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. It's only been a few years. Even the synthetic starch food and nutrition packs of Umbrella at the beginning have gradually become popular and demonstrated their power. Under the production capacity of the Eastern Power, global hunger has been truly eliminated in a sense. At least now, food to fill the stomach is available at will. The only pursuit of food is better food. Many artificial starches are tied to industries with high carbon emissions, such as thermal power plants. In addition to producing starch, they also have the concept of environmental protection, and have become hard indicators and standard equipment. Therefore, the overcapacity of artificial starch is inevitable. Even if it impacts feed, brewing and other food processing, it still cannot stop the crazy expansion of production capacity under the blessing of Umbrella's orders. However, many of the excess artificial starches are directly arranged to be delivered to the other world during the dispatch operation of Umbrella, ready to be used as one of the trade goods. Highly compressed staple food also has its role in this world to a certain extent. The cleaning of the battlefield was actually very smooth. Those nobles who were carrying the volleys were actually in a very bad state. Now the group of savages are still holding that thing with a covetous look, and perhaps their resistance can cause considerable casualties to the team arranged by Danik to clean up the battlefield. But they are definitely dead. As nobles, they are likely to be able to save their lives even if they are captured. It's not that the royal family of Kedon doesn't want to kill them, but if they are killed, the subsequent trouble will be greater. Originally, rumors of seizing the title and taking back the territory had already spread everywhere. It would be a loss to kill them all after taking the inside. Even if the great empire captured the small nobles of the small principality, they would not fight and kill them easily. However, it is probably really difficult to keep the territory and title this time. Baron Zack, who was tied up with magic cow rubber bands by Danik's personal soldiers as if he was facing a great enemy, looked very gloomy at this time. The only opportunity that can be counted on now is the foreign aid from the Principality of Nott and the Calais Federation. To be more precise, it is only the Calais Federation. If the Principality of Nott does not get the support of Calais, it is impossible to tear the face with the Principality of Ktion head-on. But originally he had a good plan, forming a noble coalition to defeat the Principality of Danik, and then using the Principality of Danik and Zack as a line of defense, with Luke being held back by the other side of the river, and the other two great knights also being unable to do anything. The army drawn from other parts of the Principality itself had a series of problems in terms of reorganization, travel and supplies on the road. Without the support of the great knights, they were able to hold out for quite a while. With this foundation, they could more calmly request external intervention, and it would not be a problem to tear Dunner or even the entire Eastland out of Kaduin. After all, they already had dozens of nobles from the Eastland here, and after the Eastland was captured, the speed of digesting this side would be quite fast, as long as they could hold on. It could be said that they would definitely attract a steady stream of support from Calais. Even if they did not personally send troops, they could continuously support various materials, or remotely control the Principality of Nott to complete an agent war to achieve their goals. The result? The plan was perfect, and each step could be achieved in theory. But when it was implemented, the first step of conquering the territory of Danik was hit hard by reality. Those savages took out unheard of weapons, without even using their magic beasts to charge. 200 people defeated thousands of heavy cavalry. As for the tens of thousands of militiamen and auxiliary soldiers behind, they were naturally useless after the heavy cavalry was defeated and they were captured. The militiamen under the command of these nobles could only fight with the wind and do some auxiliary work. and a hard battle was naturally impossible. After the cavalry fell, they scattered. As a result, they came over in a mighty force, leaving a mess. Now the possibility of the Principality of Nott and the Calais Federation intervening again will be much smaller. I am afraid that the confrontation on the side of the Bloody Duke will soon retreat, allowing Luke to free up his hands to deal with them properly. At this time, Danik ignored Zack's thoughts and brought these guys, who were originally not on good terms, to the front one by one. After confirming their identities one by one, his heart seemed a little surging. The move to win over the savages was undoubtedly the most correct decision he made. It was really unexpected that the enemy was directly solved without even the magic beasts. There was not even a professional level among these savages. Thinking of this, Danik himself was actually filled with a kind of pressure. He looked at the long stick-like magic wand with a little fear in his eyes. It was really terrible that a non-professional could do such a killing. Thousands of heavy cavalry charged head-on. It can be said that even if those savages were professional, it would be difficult to resist. The losses in the fight would be heavy, and it would not be possible to achieve such a result. When the first savage attacked, he was killed by Zack, and it seemed that he was not as good as the professional level. But when the number of people came up, the range advantage of that weapon was reflected, and it was a qualitative change. Although Danik did not react immediately, he saw the problem when he was cleaning the battlefield. Why are elite soldiers so important, and the real core in their traditional combat? That is, in normal confrontation, the number of enemies that each person can face is limited, especially in the case of formation. When the number of people in the battle reaches a certain level, the numerical advantage will drop rapidly. In this way, training, discipline, individual strength and morale become the most important factors, and it is common for hundreds to kill thousands of rabble. But after the appearance of the savage's weapon, it is completely different. The shooting method and shooting efficiency that are much more convenient than the crossbow, as well as its own terrible shooting power, directly rely on the range to ensure sufficient attack surface, greatly increasing the efficiency of simultaneous attacks. The appearance of this kind of thing will completely change the future combat mode. Now it is unknown how many such wands the savages have, and how many people can use them so skillfully. Perhaps, people like me will be swept out of the stage of history in the future. But I am lucky. I am one of the first people to come into contact with the savages. And I am also one of the first people to witness this battle that is enough to be recorded in history. I didn't expect that the charge of the monsters was not used at all. And Master Yi didn't need him to use magic. Jian Nan, who also arranged the caravan guards to help clean up the battlefield, also spoke with some emotion at the side. When he heard Jian Nan mention Master Yi, Danik seemed to have thought of something important, and looked back at the tower where Master Yi was originally eating melons and watching the show. But at this time, Master Yi's figure was no longer seen. TSK, the combat power is really poor. Everyone in this world knows some breathing methods, right? I thought she could hold on longer based on her figure, but she became like that after a few hits. Too weak. As a weak chicken in the past. Xianyayan made a smug mocking sound at this time. It made Luciuka next to him feel a little speechless. You used to be weaker in combat power. However, they also felt a little bit subtle about this situation where someone delivered goods to their doorsteps. It seemed that this guy was a hot commodity, no matter where he was. Whether it was the modern world or the magic world, it was the same. Baron Danik had achieved such a brilliant victory. So of course, he had to make corresponding expressions. In addition to the land he promised at the beginning, he also held another dinner party in the castle, and also helped Qin Xiang and his team collect and clean up the spoils. Although the battlefield took place in the Danik territory, he was also envious of those full-body armors and some remaining lucky war horses. But he also knew that these were all spoils of the savages, and he had no intention of embezzling them. It was just that at the banquet, Yu Jianan found Qin Xiang and began to tentatively discuss some acquisition matters. Even if most of these cavalry armors were damaged, they were still important strategic resources. If they could be eaten, it would definitely be a big profit. Moreover, taking these back was not just a matter of making money. It would immediately increase the level of armament for the city of Dano. As a second generation who has been influenced by his family since childhood, Qin Xiang naturally knows that the use of money alone is limited in many cases. When he also wanted to form a gorgeous cavalry team, he also made a proposal to Jian Nan. It's not impossible to sell it to you, but you must agree to several of our conditions. First, it must be sold at the price of a brand new armor, and depreciation is not accepted. Second, I want 200 sets of armor, and you are responsible for repairing them. In fact, Jin Xiang has placed many orders with Okita. But it is obvious that the difficulty and craftsmanship of armor are much higher than those of simple weapons. And the output is also limited. In addition, if the enchantment process is added, it will not be possible to mass produce it in the short term. Let's get 200 sets first to satisfy our desire. Anyway, it's just a trophy. So it's not a loss. After hearing Jin Xiang's request, Jia Nan quickly calculated the gains and losses, and finally nodded and agreed. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. Jin Xiang raised his glass and smiled. Happy cooperation. Baron Danik held another banquet. And naturally there was a big pineapple as the anchor to broadcast it live. Baron Danik also took out his magic lamp from the bottom of his box. And with a candlestick several people tall, the banquet scene was really brightly lit. However, the players still commented on it when watching the live broadcast. Although there are enough flames and light sources, it is still far worse than those in our venues. It's not as good as the wedding wine that ordinary hotels drink as gifts. But the dishes are very beautiful and look delicious. Oh my god. It's a bit embarrassing. You should eat more restrainedly. In the perspective of the Pineapple's live broadcast, many players pounced on the buffet table and devoured it all. The Magic World ingredients recognized by Wang Yi are a great temptation for this group of players who have opened the taste function. Usually, they are reluctant to spend money on it. Even the knowledgeable Jin Xiang ate 2 more pieces and said in surprise, "It's really quite good." The pineapple was actually swallowing his saliva, wanting to be like those players. But in the end, he followed Jin Xiang's example and took a few bites, which made his fans in the live broadcast room laugh. Don't hold it in. You're drooling. Don't pretend. Be sincere. Go ahead. Learn from them. However, the pineapple still didn't listen to his fans and maintained his image, but kept saying, "The food here is really delicious. I think I've tasted a lot of food, but it's not as good as this." Good guy. I think it might have that kind of thing. He knew some truths about this world. And Mastery even saw it. The real world should be more reserved. Then he also shifted the screen and started taking pictures of the beauties in the banquet. Maybe because of the concentration of magic power, the appearance of this world is all above average. And most of those who can come to the banquet are wealthy people in the town, who are well maintained and well fed. However, more people were still clamoring to take pictures of the Baroness. And the pineapple naturally responded to the call. Wow! I feel even more beautiful. How should I describe that feeling? Yes. It's breathtaking. The modeling is really beautiful. Just like those beauties drawn by AI. Big Pineapple was also amazed at the radiant Baroness, and said something to protect the truth of this world. I am already like this. And I am a loyal minister. So you shouldn't mess with me. Right? Then I saw Mastery wearing a mask and dancing with the Baroness. Many people in the live broadcast room exploded. It's not fair. I want to dance with her too. What kind of benefit is this? But it is obvious that this is a noble status that can only be exchanged for a mage. And Danik is a nobleman after all. I also want to thank Mastery for his help this time. After the dance, Danik came to Wang Yi with a glass of wine and toasted him. And there was no strange color on his expression. In fact, what you need to worry about now is the possible threat from outside. Wang Yi did not have any bad feelings towards Danik, and he had no other thoughts before. But Danik took the initiative to deliver it to his door. And he would not refuse the gift. Now that he was invited to a big meal, and the taste was quite good, he would naturally remind him a little bit. Are you talking about Not and Calais? Danik was actually a little worried. He learned some of their plans from Zack, who was captured. At present, Zack's plan failed. The joint army was defeated, and most of the nobles were captured. But there are still some fish that slip through the net. After all, the nobles are all formal knights. If they are determined to escape from the beginning, there is really a big chance. Among them, Viscount Henry is a more troublesome fish that slips through the net. Viscount Henry's ancestors were earls, and the area of his fiefdom is not small. But he has been declining since he lost his family. But some networks and some trump cards are still there. In addition to Viscount Henry, there is also a famous fire wizard Ma Fei who was invited by Zack. And now he has disappeared. The current situation is that Zack used magic to inform the Calais Federation before the action. If Calais really uses this as an excuse to attack, the death of their special envoy last time just happens to have an excuse at hand. What Danik said is also more or less related to Wang Yi. After all, the two were at the top of their professional ranks. But now they have been refined into puppets and ghosts by Wang Yi. Although it is very difficult to break through from the professional rank to the hero rank, they still have a chance. The importance of these two is not low. It is just a normal situation. Luke found the excuse for his assassination, and the reason for the magic blood sorcerer to kill him later. It's over. Calais will not really choose to tear his face with the Principality of Catiloin for this reason. After all, the Calais Federation has risen too fast, and its economic influence is too great. Even his former suzerain, the Pharaoh Empire, has been partially eroded by Calais. But now, the interests of the savages are here, and it may even involve the establishment of the Warcraft Legion. This may be a completely different problem. In Danek's judgment, if Zack and his team succeeded and successfully occupied this place, and Count Luke was always restrained by the Bloody Duke, then Calais entry is almost inevitable. The benefits are enough, and the risks are not great. But now that Zack and the others have been captured, the situation is suddenly uncertain. There should be a lot of wildlings arriving in the near future. You can try to issue some defense missions to them just in case. When I arrive in Dunner, I will help Luke get rid of the Scarlet Duke first. Wang Yi also considered the current situation. Dunner is the location of his new wizard tower, and a springboard for the next period of time. But it is better to be more stable. Players do their tasks. But Dunner itself needs stability, and a sufficient population to cover up its occasional larger actions. After hearing Wang Yi's words, Danek couldn't help but sigh. He actually wanted Wang Yi to stay here for a while, just in case. He can also treat him well during this period. But now it seems that the other party's purpose seems difficult to change because of this kind of thing. Did he misunderstand? Of course. It's no problem to stay one more night. Wang Yi's subsequent words made Baron Danek's mouth twitch again. Well, no misunderstanding. On the other side, Viscount Henry and Ma Fei, accompanied by the remaining few personal soldiers, were shuttled awkwardly in the woods. Thinking about the previous battle, thinking about the volley, they seemed to still hear the wailing and banging of the war horses in their ears. They seemed to be able to smell the blood and the smoke and sulfur of the flint. Even now, there was still fear on their faces. Viscount Henry, who was white and beardless, said to Ma Fei with some difficulty, Master Ma Fei, what is that magic device? Is it unlimited? How can it shoot infinitely? The soldiers next to him couldn't suppress the panic on their faces when they heard it. These soldiers were not militiamen. They were trained seriously, but they still felt confused when they thought of the previous battlefield. The skills they had practiced hard were useless. I can't judge. Generally speaking, the most convenient magic props for ordinary people should be magic scrolls, because everything is already sealed. Just tear it open and start it. Some magic wands can seal multiple magics, but it also requires mental power to activate them. Even more powerful scrolls also need mental guidance. And at this point, Ma Fei said with a gloomy face, whether it is a scroll, a magic wand or any other magic prop, the difficulty and value of its own production are here. Maybe some empires with strong financial resources will assemble magic core, but they will never be as wasteful as this group of savages. This can only be said that their production process of this kind of props is simpler, and the output is higher. Viscount Henry thought of this, and his eyes flickered. It's magic props and beast taming. The value is here. It's worth a try. Now they have raised the flag to rebel. But they were defeated at the beginning. If this continues, the territory will be lost, and they must find a way to protect themselves. It's already this point, and the situation will not deteriorate further. So Viscount Henry is not afraid of making things bigger now. Or for him, the bigger the better. Let's go back to my territory first. I still have some hidden treasures at home. Moreover, there are some things that the warlock likes very much. When the time comes, I will have to ask Master Ma Fei for help. Chapter 558 Calais Decision. The Calais Federation, since it established a relationship with the Lille floating city, has been developing at a very fast pace. Perhaps its comprehensive national strength is still far behind those old empires. But in terms of business alone, it has a sense of dominating the market. It is not because of its large economic scale, but because it has more trade routes with the help of magic airships. And it can control the lifeblood of some small countries with items such as magic seeds. The Principality of Nod is the most typical example. The fact that the Bloody Duke is now confronting Earl Luke on the banks of the Norton River can be seen as Calais will to a certain extent. The Grand Duke of the Principality of Nod is not unaware of the pros and cons of this. But when its own agriculture is controlled by Calais, it has to take advantage of it. However, for the time being, in order to ensure the smooth flow of trade in Middle-earth, The Calais Federation itself will generally use relatively gentle means to deal with problems, and reduce the defenses of other countries against it. This time, they had the perfect excuse of the previous envoy being killed, and the invitation of the nobles in the Principality of Kton to do justice. So they intervened a little justifiably. Calais city-state is the core city of Calais. There are 3 top magic academies in the city that can continuously cultivate various excellent magic talents. Although the proportion of mages is not high, other enchantment and potion talents can also have a very high value. And the economic ability to leverage is much higher than that of traditional physical professions such as knights. In addition, there are many mage towers of different heights erected in Calais city-state. Especially the 3 magic academies inside and around them are quite dense, which also represents the rich magic atmosphere of the city. An outstanding formal mage, relying on his own mage tower, can compete with and restrain the great knight. And there are even examples of killing in history. These erected mage towers alone are enough to represent the confidence of Calais itself. In addition, there is a small castle-like building floating above the city. And that building is the floating magician tower of the Great Elder of the Calais Federation. And it is also the meeting place of the Elder Council of the Calais Federation. What do you think? In the meeting room of the Elder Council, there are only 5 figures communicating about something. And they are also the real top of the Calais Federation. Among them, the Great Elder is the apprentice of the magician genius, who was accepted by the legend that year, and to some extent can be regarded as the grandson of the legendary magician of Leo Floating City. It is said that his magician tower was designed by the genius, who has reached the pinnacle of the great magician, and is now looking for an opportunity to break through the legend. Although they are both great magicians, there is still a big gap in mental strength, knowledge reserves and other aspects in the great magician stage. This Great Elder himself is already a very good great magician, obviously stronger than the other one in the Federation. But he is only the apprentice of the magic genius. Before his death, Counselor William also sent back some information about the savages, claiming that they were favored by the gods. But what's interesting is that the Moon God Court and the Mother God Court seem to have made some moves recently. I don't know what the specific situation is. That Elven-style song is related to the savages. It would have been fine if it had appeared. But the news we have received recently is really a bit unexpected. The magical beasts we have cultivated in cooperation with the barbarians have always been stuck at the degradation ratio. The number of equipment is limited, and there is not much practical significance. If we can get the skills of the savages, it is not impossible. In fact, the situation was not bad. Let the nobles of Kton try it themselves, and we can see the situation. But we didn't expect them to be defeated so quickly. It's not that they are too useless. Thousands of heavy cavalry are a strong force. I'm afraid the savages are too strong. The few people talk to each other, and their concern was Kton on the other side of the Principality of Not. Gale was indeed quite interested in the savages. When Senator William went there on behalf of the Mage Guild, he learned some information. Originally, Gale also wanted to gradually erode the Principality of Kton. But the means he took were not prepared to be too tough. First, let the nobles there get their money's worth. And then, they can coerce Grand Duke Kedon and win without fighting. So after Count Luke's attack, they had the excuse of assassination and magic blood sorcerer. And they endured it even though their overall strength was much stronger. But now, the taming plan of Warcraft is in front of them, which is difficult for them to refuse. Calais has the relationship with Leo Floating City, and the internal magic atmosphere is also rich. The number of formal mages exceeds the sum of the 4 countries in the East Plain. It can be said that both the research and development capabilities and the production capabilities of magic items are extremely strong. But after being ruled by the Pharaoh Empire for so many years, they also knew that the military force in their hands was very important. It is not enough to have the strength of mages alone, even if they have trained several regular knight corps, including heavy cavalry and light cavalry. They lack the top physical professional combat power, and they also have a rigid demand for the Warcraft Knight Corps. At the same time, the Warcraft Legion can also be seen as an admission ticket to the top powers, which can once again enhance their prestige. Even if their hybrid technology is successful, they can also export the business of Warcraft mounts, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This time, letting the Bloody Duke come forward to contain is a kind of test and initial investment. Unfortunately, the opponent knelt too quickly. They were just about to try to sneak across with the magic airship, but they found that they could not contact. But it was fortunate that they lost quickly enough. If it was slower, it would be really embarrassing if the magic airship flew over and could not contact. And this time at the meeting, Someone in the group of nobles contacted again, gathering thousands of remnants and hiding in their own territory. There were 7 or 8 knights and a warlock in their hands. Luke was temporarily stable in the situation where he could not get out of the situation. In the other party's contact this time, it was shown that the savages had a suspected enchanted weapon that could be mass-produced. And it was with this weapon that their cavalry brigade was easily defeated in one fell swoop. According to the latest description, the equipment used by those savages is a bit like the recently popular hand cannon. One of the elders pondered for a moment and placed a large pistol with an exaggerated shape that was a bit like a hand cannon on the table. This large pistol looks very gorgeous, with 6 different colors of magic gems inlaid on it. And the muzzle also looks very large. In fact, the principle of firearms itself is not complicated. But for the high-ranking wizards, there is no motivation to design powerful weapons specifically for the mortals. Perhaps there have been wizards who have studied similar structures before, but they did not continue to go deeper due to various problems. However, even so, this kind of expensive, but also more powerful and convenient weapon for high-level use has also been born. This is what I got from Leo Floating City. Except for being a little expensive, its performance is indeed very superior. It can instantly cast 6 kinds of magic bullet spells, has a very fast reaction, and has a good range. However, it needs magic crystals as charging ammunition, which is expensive to manufacture and not cheap to use. Anyway, it is not a problem to bring some samples back for research, since it can be produced in large quantities. The manufacturing process will not be too complicated. Because of the existence of wizards, the understanding of various physical phenomena is still quite clear. Through Henry's description, the people of the Calais Council have vaguely understood the general principle, but that's why they also attach great importance to it. No matter what, being able to quickly defeat a cavalry team of more than 1,000 people with 200 people is a terrifying result. So, do you still have to show up in person this time? William is actually quite talented. He might be a future great wizard. He died there. But he has to give us an explanation. Justified. Dono City. Back again. Seeing the wall of Dono again. Wang Yi also sighed. I left in a hurry before, so I still have to finish the wizard tower first. After it is built, I will go to Mars to observe the situation of the Zerg. Even if there is a way to retreat, Wang Yi doesn't want to overturn. The atmosphere is very tense. Lu Xiuka looked around. On the road paved with blue stone bricks, many people were in a hurry, and most of them had worried expressions on their faces. And Dono, which was originally a trading city, now seems to have reduced a lot of caravans coming and going. Occasionally, they would also see people transporting items such as arrows, which inexplicably created a tense and murderous atmosphere. In fact, most of the things that Jian Nan and his caravan brought back were weapons and armor. Look at the other side of the river. That should be the camp of the Bloody Duke. Wang Yi also pointed in the direction of the Deno River. The Deno River is a very wide river, but you can still see the situation on the other side from here. With the blessing of Wang Yi's body for the two of them, they still have this vision. You can even see the flag of the Bloody Duke in the camp over there. It is precisely because of the restraint of the Bloody Duke on the opposite side that Luke was unable to split his forces, which led to Baron Zack gathering such a force as before. Although it has been defeated now, the majority of them still fled. If several nobles successfully escaped, I am afraid that they can still quickly gather a lot. With the cooperation of some of their infantry soldiers, they can barely maintain a frame. However, it is obviously unrealistic to let them attack the town of Danik again. Now it is estimated that they will just defend their territory. Just as the group was observing the other side, several cavalrymen rushed out of the city on horseback, led by the city guard Baron Dolph. Master Yi, you are finally back. Dolph spoke very cheerfully, and took a few more glances at Lu Xiuka and Qianyan. They were 2 beautiful women again. This master wizard was really a man of temperament. Baron Dolph looks good. Wang Yi smiled when he saw this noble who rose to power by being a reckless man. The other party's spirit and energy have indeed improved a little, and it is possible that Luke has entrusted him with an important task. Well, you only have mastery in your eyes. The Tiger Captain King Kong also spoke loudly at this time, and it seems that the two sides are very familiar with each other. Haha. Welcome back President Jian Nan and Captain King Kong. Dolph laughed and came over to punch King Kong. It can be seen that although Dolph is a high-level knight, he may not be as strong as the middle-level knight King Kong in terms of pure strength. The tiger people have talent in this aspect. Some tiger people can even master bloodline spells such as blood-sucking. The biggest advantage of humans at present is that they can do any profession. Unlike most other subhumans, who have some innate limitations. What's the situation now? It seems that there is no fight. Wang Yi glanced at the other side of the river again. The opponent is currently just showing a posture. As if you dare to leave, I will steal the house. And if Count Luke takes the initiative to attack, the opponent can take the defensive advantage and wait for the opportunity. And can also get a handle. It's really uncomfortable for Luke to be so hung up. It seems that it's difficult to fight now. Count Luke's strength is stronger than that of the Bloody Duke. But the combat power of the two sides is about the same. And the Bloody Duke is even stronger. After all, he is a veteran Duke. And his training and command abilities are indeed stronger. Dolph was also cursing at this time. Although he himself is a violent person, he is not opposed to fighting. This time he was entrusted with an important task because of his previous command experience. But the problem is that the opponent is disgusting now. Before, Zack and his team were gathered into a strong force. If it weren't for the wildlings, the East would have been rotten. In fact, the East Plains had a delicate balance of 1 strong and 3 weak. Which was also the reason why the two countries of Ktion and not stopped fighting for 20 years. But now that the two countries of Edai and Dia have begun to confront each other, it seems harmless to have a wave here. It doesn't matter. I'm back. I can help you drive them away. Wang Yi also looked at the other side of the river at this time. And the terrifying divine thought flashed quickly, without attracting the attention of the world will. There are 5 spellcasters in the opponent's army. It should be 1 mage, 2 warlocks and 2 combat specialized spellcasters, combined with their Bloody Dukes and dozens of knights. It is a very strong force. If Luke rushes over, he will not get any benefits. Even in the simple casting unit, Luke is at a disadvantage. Apart from Countess Lilith, who is a mage, Luke may only have 2 specialized spellcasters. The Principality of Not now has Calais as its backer, and has gained some benefits. At least its spellcasters are indeed stronger than Ken's. And it is not ruled out that Calais will continue to arrange support after receiving the latest intelligence. After all, the convenience of magic airships ignoring terrain is here. According to the time it took to come here. If they made arrangements in the first place, the reinforcements may be here soon. The carrying capacity of the magic airship is obviously not suitable for transporting a large army. But bringing a group of spellcasters here can also form a qualitative change. Master Yi is willing to help. It is naturally the best. I will ask the Earl to come to you now. Do you want to go back to the Mage Tower first? Dolph also showed a trace of joy on his face. Having witnessed the whole process, he knew that Wang Yi was not a subordinate of Earl Luke and could not ask him to participate in anything. But now if the other party is willing to take the initiative to join in and help, it would be great. The assassination at the banquet before was still fresh in Dolph's memory. Master Yi's strength is definitely not ordinary among mages. The gap between mages is much greater than that between knights. And Dofu himself was also very tactful. After Wang Yi agreed, he did not ask him to go to see the Earl to talk, but asked the Earl to come to him. This is a kind of respect and etiquette. Not to mention that Master Yi is willing to help this time. Even if it was the matter of saving the young lady. It was enough for the Earl to come to his door. I'll go back to the Mage Tower to sort it out first. I've been away for so long that it's probably going to become a cat's nest. Okay. I'll go and ask the Earl. On the other side, Jianan and King Kong also said goodbye to Wang Yi. They were still transporting a batch of goods. Whether it was the weapons brought by the savages or the armor collected later, they were all extremely important supplies. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely that the Earl will digest this batch of goods internally. After they all left, only Wang Yi and the other 3 were left. Plus the mage apprentice Murphy. Murphy drove the carriage back to the Mage Tower. It's so high. Xian Yayan looked up at the Mage Tower that was only for show and exclaimed, at present, the only advantage is that I am tall. Let's go in and introduce some people to you. We may live together for a while in the future. Wang Yi spoke casually, while thinking about the preparations for opening the door. The population of Dano City is concealed, and it is not a problem to slowly complete the outline. After the door is opened, silver can be poured. Since the SHL of this wizard tower is so majestic, it must be fully utilized. But let's help Luke deal with the guys on the opposite side first. On the bank of the Dano River, in the camp of the border knights of the Principality of Not, there is a coach's tent that is obviously much more spacious than the one next to it. A burly figure stood at the entrance of the tent and looked at the Dano City on the other side of the river. This man is tall and gray-haired. The wrinkles on his forehead and the nasolabial folds on his eyelids add a bit of majesty to him. Although the dark red cloak behind him and the armor on his body look a bit old. Just like him. This sense of oldness brings a strange oppression. This is the Bloody Duke, who guards the border area between the Principality of Not and Ktion. The previous Earl of Dano was indirectly killed by him. 20 years ago, when the two countries were at war, the Bloody Duke had a clear advantage, and even nearly captured Dano many times. Done. The Bloody Duke muttered a sentence with some regret in his eyes. At the beginning, he was only a little bit away from taking this city. But unfortunately, the Principality of Kedon provoked the Kingdom of Ida, and the two sides who were about to break their brains stopped. In the following 20 years of peace, he witnessed the growth of Count Luke with his own eyes. From the beginning of immaturity to the later overtaking, he saw it all. The domineering of the other party to repel the flame bird 5 years ago is still vivid in his mind. The Bloody Duke must also admit that the strength of the young man has surpassed himself, and there is still room for further improvement. Unlike himself, it takes most of his energy to maintain his progress. Even if the other party is stuck in front of the legendary gate like most talented geniuses. At his much younger age, he can guard Dano for much longer than himself. Under normal circumstances, I am afraid that I can only stay on the banks of the Dano River for the rest of my life. But I didn't expect that with the killing of the galley envoy and the emergence of some news about the wild men. The Bloody Duke found that he had found an opportunity again. Now, he was just waiting here to see if the young genius knight on the other side could hold back. Whether he dispatched troops to quell the rebellion or couldn't help but cross the river to attack, he could respond calmly according to the specific situation and seize the initiative. The Bloody Duke's vision, of course, knew that this was the work of the Calais Federation, and he was somewhat helpless when he received the order from the Grand Duke. As a senior official of the Principality of Not, the Bloody Duke naturally knew what the situation was in the country now. It's just that the lifeline of food has been seized, and there is no other way but to admit it. Fortunately, for now, the Calais Federation has controlled its eating habits, although it has completely controlled most of the farms in the Principality of Not with their seeds. It has also left a way for the Principality to survive, and even its daily life is better than before. Therefore, the rebellious sentiment is getting smaller and smaller now. As the older generation gradually passes away, the generation that has grown up under the influence of the Calais Federation will completely forget and gradually move closer to Calais. Although this result can be seen, it is a pity that even the Bloody Duke is powerless to change anything. He is the commander of the Border Knights. Now all he can do is to do his best to seek greater benefits for the Principality. Nothing more. Your Excellency the Duke, we have received intelligence that the owner of the Mage Tower has returned to Dunner, together with the Countess who is currently known. There are already 2 mages in Dunner. At this moment, a figure in a mage robe came to the side of the Scarlet Duke with a smile. He is the Border Knight's military mage Matt, and the only formal mage around the Scarlet Duke. The other spellcasters are warlocks and specialized spellcasters. However, although Matt is from the Principality of Not, he has studied in the Calais Federation since he was a child. He is a top student trained by the Calais Magic Academy there. After returning, it is obvious that his position is biased towards Calais. It's just that spellcasting talents are rare, and now he is in such a ghostly state, so the Scarlet Duke has no rejection. Since the risks and disadvantages have been borne, the convenience and benefits brought by the mage must naturally be obtained, and he cannot lose twice. I heard that the elf composer turned the tide in the previous banquet assassination, and his strength is outstanding. With his assistance, Luke may not be able to hold back, the Bloody Duke said in a calm tone. Now the information has been sent from Calais. The useless noble coalition in the east has failed. At this time, only the remaining thousands of teams can be gathered together to defend in a mess, which can play a limited role. In this situation, Count Luke, who has no worries, will definitely do something, if it is just for the interests of the Principality. His best choice now is to stop the confrontation and withdraw his troops back to the city. Anyway, there was no fight before, and there was no friction, and neither side would tear their faces apart. It is just obvious that the Calais Federation is not ready to let it go. Maybe there are some new interests on the savage side that they can't give up. However, the magic beast taming skills that the Bloody Duke originally knew are a kind of interest that is difficult to give up. It is also expected that the guys in Calais who exude the smell of money will make such a choice. Anyway, the people fighting were from the Principality of Not, so the casualties had nothing to do with them. This made the Bloody Duke feel a little sad. From their current deployment, I'm afraid they really want to do something. One more excellent mage will naturally make Duke Luke even more powerful. When Matt said this, he was also smiling. Although he said something like so scary. From his confident expression, there must be a follow-up. So the Bloody Duke just looked at the other side quietly. Anyway, he withdrew his troops directly without any other support. Even if he was well rested in this battle, he would definitely suffer heavy losses in the face of Luke's attack. Luke needed to solve the problem of the East, so he would definitely take action as long as there was a chance of winning. Now he didn't have to worry about being stolen, so he could let go. But he didn't have any reason to block here. Even if he had the upper hand in the final battle, he would still lose because he couldn't take down the city of Dano. This was just a pure consumption of both sides, making him unable to attack the city and retreat. Seeing that the Bloody Duke had no expression or expectation, Matt, who was standing by, had to make up for the suspense. This time, the Federation attaches great importance to the wild people in the East, so several of my classmates and teachers will arrive by airship. When he said this, the mage consultant also showed a hint of joy and pride on his face. He is a top graduate of Calais Magic Academy, and the classmates and teachers he knows are all real elites. There are not many mages in the entire Principality of Not, and almost everyone has their own position and tasks. And there are not many who want to be temporarily transferred. But he can easily get involved with a group of people. This is a spellcaster, and there are many mages among them. The Bloody Duke, who had always had a calm expression, was quite surprised when he heard this. Several classmates and teachers? He knew that this kid must be a top student to become a formal mage. So although his classmates may not all be mages, most of them should be professional level. And his teacher is a powerful old mage. Several more people came at once, and this ability to transfer did make him feel a little emotional. Calais is indeed very powerful, especially in terms of magic, which is not inferior to some empires. However, thinking of this native not magic genius, who kept talking about Federation and us, the Bloody Duke sighed again. This time Calais made such a great effort, obviously because he knew what he was thinking. If there were not enough benefits, he would not try his best. And they would not really do anything to the Principality of Not with perfunctory tasks. Only by showing actual benefits can I move myself to fight hard. And what can move me the most? Thinking of this, the Bloody Duke's somewhat turbid eyes once again swept towards the city of Dano on the other side. This city is indeed his obsession. If there is enough magic support, he can wait for Luke to lead the army in a positional battle, and with some tactical magic scrolls. Then this time there is a great possibility of hitting these elites of Dano again. And it is not impossible to keep this genius Earl of Flame. Thinking of Luke's age, his potential, and his obsession with Dano's city, the turbidity in the eyes of the Bloody Duke disappeared. He knew that Calais was using him. But at this time, the goals and interests of both parties were the same. To some extent, the death of Count Luke was in the interests of all nearby countries. At that time, even if he launched an attack rashly without proper declaration, he could get the tacit consent of Ade and India, who were unable to spare any effort. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and a conspiracy of the Calais Federation. There is hope for a legend. Just these 4 words are enough to get Luke to die. Chapter 559. Respective reinforcements are confident. Master Yi, I need to trouble you this time. Luke personally visited Wang Yi, and after Wang Yi had taken the initiative to mention this matter before, he would naturally agree to Luke's request. But I think if they still don't withdraw after receiving the news of the defeat of the Noble Coalition, they may have some arrangements against you, Wang Yi said casually. This made Luke nod with a serious expression. In fact, I have spread the news of the defeat of the Noble Coalition. I believe they also have ways to verify it. But now there is still no movement to leave. I am afraid that they do have some ideas about me. 5 years ago, he repelled the flaming bird, and he was assassinated not long ago. Luke actually knew that he had been at the forefront recently. In fact, even if there was no savage, he might encounter various calculations. Now a group of savages suddenly appeared, and Temo could tame the monsters. Although Luke himself was jealous, he also understood that this was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. The already fragile balance was broken in an instant. While Idai and Dia were staring blankly and unable to do anything, Not came over under the instigation of Calais, which naturally made Luke feel a little helpless. But since he had made up his mind to rectify the nobles of the East, he naturally could not give up halfway. This kind of thing cannot be conquered in one go. As the momentum is lost, it will only lead to more corruption. At that time, Even those who were originally obedient will follow suit after seeing that there are no consequences. So he must not stay in Dano all the time, and must drive away the bloody Duke and then free up his hands. Otherwise, with the current grain production capacity of the Principality of Not, if the merchants in Calais lower the price and continuously send it to the camp, the other party can stay there until the end of time. And it is even possible to build a small city temporarily. He cannot delay indefinitely. This is also the responsibility of Count Luke. However, even if I know they have an idea, I can't help but do it. But I have also received a new scroll from Lilith's teacher. With the help of Master Yi and some of the nobles recruited, there is still a chance of winning. Luke's tone was heavy, but also very firm. Then have you ever thought that if you keep dragging it out and wait for you to become a legend, all problems can be solved? Wang Yi said inexplicably beside him. If I am forced to be nailed in the city and can't leave, how can I become a legend? Luca laughed, and Wang Yi secretly praised him. Not to say 100%. This kid does have the potential to become a legend. This time, perhaps it can also be used as a touchstone to sharpen his will. After all, this was the mayor of the city where his magic tower was located, and they had a good relationship. Wang Yi didn't want to change him. The huge magic airship slowly descended in the wilderness, and before it landed on the ground, several figures cast a floating spell on themselves and floated down directly from the airship. One of them was an old man in a white robe, who walked to the ground as if he was stepping on a staircase. He came to the bloody Duke and the magic consultant Matt, who came to greet him. Teacher. Matt looked at the old man in white robe with some excitement, and he seemed very respectful. This was his mentor in the Magic Academy, Gad Hoyle, and also the guide who led him on the road of magic. Although he was not a great wizard, the teacher's abilities in all aspects had reached the standards of a great wizard, but he was restricted by some spiritual talents in the concentration of spirit, so he could not break through. Perhaps the opportunity has come, and the teacher will be able to break through and become a great wizard in the next moment. However, it is also possible that he will never wait for this opportunity in his lifetime. Matt, you have grown again, and you will soon be able to enter the intermediate level. After seeing Matt, Gad Hoyle also showed a kind smile on his face. Master Hoyle, how are you? The bloody Duke looked at the old wizard in front of him and greeted him with a very formal expression. Although he was a great knight and a duke, he also attached great importance to the old wizard, who was only one step away from the great wizard. Hello, Your Excellency the Duke. Gad Hoyle also expressed his greetings to the bloody Duke. Calais' current policy towards Not is to slowly erode it without excessive stimulation. It is prepared to use 3 generations to slowly and completely complete the transformation of the Principality of Not. When the older generation gradually passes away and the new generation grows up under their education, they will naturally complete a soft annexation. Directly occupy the Principality of Not? The Calais Federation is actually not interested. At that time, there will be many responsibilities and obligations that will fall on its head, increasing management costs. So direct economic colonization is the best means. They have used this method well on many countries, and even the former suzerain state of the north, the Pharaoh Empire, has infiltrated it. However, the foundation of the empire is there, and it is impossible to be similar to Not. It can only be eroded step by step, and they have never thought about making the Pharaoh Empire like Not. It is enough to ensure that the Pharaoh Empire's policy is friendly to Calais. Otherwise, they will be unable to sleep and eat with such a powerful old empire next to them. It is also for this reason that they will give enough respect and comfort to the current senior officials of the Principality of Not to prevent them from getting angry. This time I came to help. And to some extent, it was the same. With Master Hoyle's help, we can definitely leave Luke here this time. He is too dangerous. The bloody Duke was full of confidence. An experienced old wizard, whose means are much better than those geniuses, who have strong spiritual talents and have reached high-level wizards early. A wizard is a profession that requires accumulation and precipitation. You can't judge by rank alone. It is indeed not suitable for a legend to appear in the East Plains. This will break the geopolitical balance. Gad Hoyle also had a compassionate expression, as if everything he did was for the stability of the East Plains. This time I mainly cooperated with His Excellency the Duke to deal with Count Luke. Luke's wife Lilith is also an excellent wizard, but she is too young. As he spoke, he took out 3 scrolls and said solemnly, "These 3 scrolls were given to me by His Excellency the Speaker for safekeeping. They can be used when necessary. They are 3 different tactical magics." Gad Hoyle's words made the bloody Duke's face change slightly, and then he showed a happy expression. Tactical Magic. This is a 7th level spell that can only be used by a Great Wizard to make a scroll of 7th level magic. Ordinary Great Wizards may not be able to do it, and the requirements for materials are extremely harsh. Many scrolls still need the spiritual guidance of a formal wizard even when they are used. But the power is unquestionable. Even ordinary formal wizards can play a very good role in a battlefield of this scale. The Fireball spell thrown casually can cause regional destruction, and the Fireball spell is only the 3rd level. Although in terms of power alone, the Fireball spell exceeds many higher level spells, and even has more terrifying destruction when released by a Great Wizard. The level is still here after all. Now, to some extent, each of the 3 tactical magics can change the battlefield. Tactical magic is at least 7th level magic. But 7th level magic is not necessarily tactical magic. Tactical magic itself weakens the power of a single unit, and is mainly used to expand the scope of influence or change the terrain to form a more excellent and adaptable performance on the battlefield. It is a strategic material that can be used as a bottom of the box in the Principality of Not. The Bloody Duke himself has a 7th level Water Tornado scroll, but the Grand Duke has repeatedly told him to cherish it. Count Luke may also have 1 or 2 scrolls in his hand for a comeback, but he has reinforcements on his side. Generally speaking, a formal mage can only guide a 7th level scroll with 1 strike. Moreover, the powerful 7th level magic needs to be guided by a mage who has sufficient research on this spell model. For example, Gadhol is probably enough to guide 3. And the power is even greater. Luke, you are finished. Geniuses always wither so easily. You have at most an elf composer to help. But I have a whole team of mages in Calais. There are even senior mages like Gad. This is. Wang Yi looked at the 7th level magic scroll in his hand and felt a little surprised. This was given to him by Luke. It was made very roughly, and the level was limited. Zabo had just broken through to the Grand Mage not long ago. But with the sorting of some of his own knowledge, he did better than this thing. However, for the Principality of Kaduan, which has no Great Wizard, it is probably still quite rare. It is probably Luke's hidden treasure. Master Yi, I only have 2 7th level scrolls in my hand. One is given to me by my brother, and the other is what my wife asked from her teacher. But my wife's current ability may only be able to activate 1 in the short term. So I hope Master Yi can help complete this guidance. Luke said to Wang Yi very sincerely. Okay. When you want to use it? Wang Yi played with the 7th level scroll in his hand. He didn't know the specific name of this magic in this world, but he had a complete understanding of its function. It is an environmental magic that changes the landscape, and it feels a bit like a panacea. It can be used for attack, defense, blocking enemies, and repairing. However, it has high requirements for the caster, because the craftsmanship is too rough. How to guide the use of this spell depends on the skills of the guiding wizard. It is not a foolproof design with several functions to choose from. If the official mage who uses this scroll is not familiar with the spell model itself, he can only use the most basic attack method honestly. Otherwise it may have side effects if it is not used well. Excuse me, Master Yi, are you familiar with this spell model of drawing a prison on the ground? Can you use other functions? The reason why Luke gave this scroll to Wang Yi was that he was able to confirm that this person was very strong at the banquet. If his wife Lilith used it, it would definitely be the most basic attack ability, and the effect would certainly be very strong. But it would not be able to maximize the use of this scroll. After all, for the Principality of Kaduan, the 7th level scroll is too rare, and every copy wants to be used to the fullest. I'm quite familiar with it. You can get any effect you want. Wang Yi played with the scroll in his hand casually, and did not feel any pressure at all. And Luke did not distrust Wang Yi just because he had just met him not long ago. From the moment he handed such a valuable scroll to Wang Yi, he had fully demonstrated his trust. Because if the other party really wanted to do something to him, he could have done it at the banquet. To some extent, Luke's sensibility makes him unsuitable to be a superior. But this superior who is forced to do something can easily gain the favor of people like Wang Yi. That would be great. I hope you can decide based on the situation on the spot. Try to focus on defense. For offense, my wife's scroll is more effective. Luke made the commission very solemnly. Wang Yi actually understood what he meant. If everything went well, there would be no need to use this scroll. But if it failed, this scroll would be very effective whether it was used to stop the enemy from changing the terrain or to repair the Deno bridge that might be damaged. The Deno bridge is a bridge connecting the 2 sides of a cliff with a higher terrain. When it was built, a spellcaster specialized in reinforcement was invited to go and reinforce it. The main material is bluestone, and the appearance is a bit similar to the Sodder Bridge connecting Arthy Highlands and wetlands in WoW. Because it is built on high terrain, it does not affect the passage of ships below. It is also the main transportation hub between the two countries. If there is no bridge, then the only way to communicate is by ferry. That is why Count Luke did not consider destroying the bridge to free himself from the beginning. Because as long as he leaves Dano City to quell the rebellion, the other party can achieve their goal by ferry. Now the armies of both sides have not stationed on both sides of the bridge, and the garrisons stationed on the other side of the Dano Bridge are still on guard. After 20 years of peace, the garrisons stationed on both sides of the bridge are only 100 or 200 people. Now they are just facing each other across the river, which is a kind of restraint to some extent. Since this bridge is so critical, Luke must pay attention to cutting off the retreat and protecting when crossing the bridge. If he has this scroll, it will undoubtedly make him feel more at ease. Even if the other party really uses the 7th level scroll to quickly destroy the bridge at a critical moment, he can also use this scroll to protect it to a certain extent. After all, the bridge itself was built quite solidly when it was built, and with a 7th level scroll to repair it, it is enough to hold it until it is used up. It is impossible to conceal the large-scale transfer of personnel in such a short period of time, and Luke did not intend to conceal it. The allocation of materials, and the dispatch of troops, the replacement of city defenses. The entire city of Dano directly entered a wartime state. The city gates began to close, and various towers and crossbow carts that would only be activated in wartime began to appear on the top of the city. However, these were not used for attack, but Luke mobilized most of the troops to prevent possible riots. Even if the noble rebels in the east were defeated, he still had to guard against various small-scale harassment. Although there are not many people left behind now, it is enough to deal with various possible situations. The nobles who were called up outside, and still loyal to the Principality of Kation, also began to gather in 2s and 3s, forming a deputy team of 800 cavalry, 2,000 elite infantry soldiers, and tens of thousands of militia and auxiliary soldiers. And Dano itself also has 1,000 elite soldiers of the Royal Knights stationed. And at this time, they are gradually mobilized and pulled out. But there is also a momentum of nearly 2,000 cavalry. The individual strength of the Royal Knights is not much stronger than the elite soldiers carefully cultivated by the nobles. But at least the discipline and cooperation are completely better than the 800 cavalry formed by the nobles. The whole looks different. Uniform dress, uniform equipment. Judging from the dispatch situation, the commander's command ability is quite good. The foundation is also very solid, and all arrangements are in order. However, Wang Yi, who was watching on horseback, could still see that this was mainly commanded by Luke's deputy, Baron Dolph. After all, Luke himself is still relatively young, and most of the time he guarded Dano was in peacetime. Although he had a lot of practical experience in suppressing bandits, this large-scale operation still mainly required the assistance of the experienced Baron Dolph. It's just that the current combat mode of this world is relatively old-fashioned and lacks flexibility. Most of the time, the cavalry on both sides will collide first, and whichever side wins will start chasing the other side. The elite infantry will assist in intercepting and maintaining the retreat in the form of long spear formations when their own side is defeated. The most numerous militiamen are never the decisive factor. Some countries also produce strong crossbowmen and archers, which can also influence the situation of the war. But the two countries in the main plain area of Kaduan and Nod are not among them. Long-range troops are mainly auxiliary and defensive, and they help to cover when they are defeated. All of this was filmed by Wang Yi, and it will be posted on the official website as a game documentary. The situation of mobilizing troops also made Xin Yan, who was also riding on a horse next to him, eager to move. We are also very strong. Right? We have also done some exercises arranged on weekdays. Will we be arranged to play when the time comes? She and Lu Xiuka both have the physique of a great knight, and they can even use some simple bloodline spells after practicing during this period. With their strength, they can really gallop on this battlefield. It depends on the situation. If the timing is right, it can be done. The opponent is also well prepared. Wang Yi looked at the other side of the river. In response to the dispatch here, the Nod Border Knights camp over there did not seem to make any big moves, nor did it go to garrison at the Dano Bridge. Instead, it called back the garrison team over there. It seems to indicate that they will not attack when crossing the bridge. It can only be said that they are well prepared, waiting for Luke's attack, worried that they will not come. After all, they are still young people. Too impulsive. The Bloody Duke looked at the dispatch on the other side of the river. and a sneer appeared on his face. If it were him, he would not take the initiative to attack even if the East Land was rotten. I'm afraid it's not just a matter of impulse. He may really find his own way. Kid Hoyle next to him was solemn at this time, stroking his white beard with some flashes in his eyes. He is indeed just a formal mage, stuck at the threshold of the Grand Mage, and has not broken through. But this does not prevent him from accumulating enough knowledge in order to find a way to break through. He even studied some related rumors of legends. So it is clear that except for the chaotic rules of the Abyss, every legend in the current Safei world has walked out of his own path. There may be similar ones, but not exactly the same. Everyone has his own understanding, and everyone has his own mentality, unity of knowledge and action, not violating one's own heart, and clear thoughts are all necessary factors. I heard that Luke used to be gentle in his dealings, but after that banquet, his methods began to become tough. Especially the last time the envoy from Calais, William, who he was very optimistic about, died there, and his subsequent methods against the nobles also changed significantly. It is really possible that he has found something. Hearing what Gad Hoyle said, the bloody Duke's face sank. He would not be contemptuous of the other party, just because he was only a professional level. In terms of knowledge reserves, the other party must be better than himself. Whether it is or not, we will end his road with our own hands. The bloody Duke's tone was low, but he was firm. Indeed, even if we let the remnants go back, Luke must die here this time. Gad Hoyle made up his mind after realizing that possibility. His magic consultant used to be Master Sente, but Sente is dead now. So if he wants to use magic items as a foundation for this expedition, his wife will most likely go with him. From the information obtained from the assassination at the previous banquet, the Earl of Flame attaches great importance to his relatives, so his wife herself is a good breakthrough point. The elf composer is back, but I don't think he should be so naive to hand over such a foundation item to someone he has only known for such a short time. The bloody Duke got on his horse and tightened his dark red cloak and said, "It's almost time to prepare to welcome this young genius knight." As he finished speaking, he drew his sword. Armature, as the bloody Duke has been guarding the border for many years, and presided over the battlefield when the two countries were still fighting. His individual strength is not as good as Luke, but his ability to deploy troops is much better than that of Luke's Dolph. Even if this world could possess great power, an ordinary knight order like them could not pose a huge threat to the great knight like the Warcraft Knights. But it was enough to help him fill the gap between the two coaches, in addition to the countermeasures prepared here, and the assistance of many spellcasters in Calais. The not border knights, who were waiting for the opportunity, had all the advantages of time, place, and people. After the formation was completed, looking at the Cadouan army that had already crossed the bridge and was coming down the hillside, the bloody Duke rode forward a few steps and said in a low voice that was enough to penetrate the entire battlefield, "What does Count Luke mean? Leading the army into the territory of my Principality of Nod is an act of aggression. Now retreat, and see that for the sake of friendship between the two countries, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, I must ask the Mother Goddess Temple to preside over justice." The bloody Duke has been stationed at the border, but he did not take the initiative to attack the Principality of Cadouan. Everyone knows that his target is the city of Dunner. Once Luke leaves, he will definitely attack it. But at least, he has not done it yet. Now it is indeed Count Luke who took the lead in leading the army into the territory of Nod, which is probably one of the reasons why he easily let go of the defense of the bridge. It's useless to say more. Don't play this kind of word game in front of me. Old man, dare to duel in front of the battle? Luke rode his black warhorse with a hint of magic beast to the front of the battle, raised his lance and pointed it at the bloody Duke. With a strong fighting spirit, with the surge of the magic power of the breathing method, even if it has not been actively activated, it has caused strong winds to roll around, pressing the weeds around to crawl on the ground. And a sharp breath is directed at the bloody Duke. Even if the bloody Duke himself is an old knight, Earl Luke was not born when he became famous. But at this time, feeling the oppression coming in the face and the vague pain in his eyes, he was also a little shocked in his heart. The opponent is stronger than 5 years ago, as expected of a genius knight known far and wide. Earl Flame, is this the confidence that you dare to lead your army to invade our Nod? The bloody Duke has passed the period of being hot-blooded, facing Luke's provocation. Although he was shocked by his strength, he still spoke slowly. Abandon your own advantages and fight the opponent in single combat. I am not stupid. As the bloody Duke waved his hand, the cavalry on his side slowly dispersed. Rows of spearmen walked out from the middle, and the cavalry was divided into two teams standing on the two wings of the spearmen. It was obvious that they were in a posture of defending to the death. But at this moment, many magical fluctuations appeared in the Bloody Duke's position, and blessing magic began to appear on the cavalry on both wings. Various blessing lights also began to appear on the nobles and knights under the Bloody Duke. The magic fluctuations of the opposite camp could be vaguely seen in the air, and from time to time a spell model emerged from behind their position. This phenomenon made Count Luke look solemn. Such a number of spellcasters? This is not the work of the Principality of Naught, but the Calais Federation? Although Luke was also mentally prepared that the Principality of Naught would get assistance from Calais, he did not expect that Calais would directly send people to participate in it openly. This greed was really a bit ugly. It seems that the rebellion of the nobles in our east, and the Naught troops stationed on the border were all led by Calais. I also have the photo beads. Lilith, who was not far away, also raised the photo beads in her hand, saying that these were all evidence. Although the Mother Goddess Temple rarely cares about these things now, the vigilance caused by the barbaric expansion of Calais merchants will also pay attention to these excuses. Lord Luke, please don't spit blood at us. We just studied in Calais, but we are real Norte people. Matt, the magic consultant of the Bloody Duke, also explained leisurely at this time with the help of the amplification magic. But it is obvious that they would explain this point so quickly. This is the excuse they have thought of long ago, which also shows that they really care about this matter. No point in saying more. While Luke scolded, he directly picked up his longbow and pulled it to full instantly, and the arrow flew away in an instant. The face of the magician Matt, who spoke directly, changed drastically, and he quickly cast the shield spell he had engraved in advance. But then he found that the arrow was not aimed at him, and the teacher who was hiding in the crowd made a muffled groan, then accompanied by a sound of click breaking. Demon breaking arrow. Lord Earl is thoughtful. Kid Hoyle looked at the cracked ruby on the ring in his hand, and the arrow that shattered with it, and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he lived long enough and accumulated a lot of things. Who would have thought that Luke, who had been talking nonsense before, would suddenly do such a ruthless thing without even looking at him? Fortunately, he had something. Otherwise, if he had relied on the Bloody Duke, he would have been nailed to the ground by now. His perception was really sharp. He had noticed his threat before he did anything. Was it the protection of the temple? And Luke, who failed in one attack, was not discouraged when he found that the attack did not work. Instead, he took the opportunity when the Bloody Duke wanted to say something in shock and anger to lead the charge. Follow me to charge. Completely leaving behind his army behind. Luke, who was leading the charge, had more and more violent magic power on his body, and his breathing seemed to bring a tide. Then the whole person turned into a red flame. The grass 10 meters away began to burn black. He went straight to the Bloody Duke's position. Although the cavalry behind was much slower, they also followed and launched a charge with high morale. Lilith, who had been holding the crystal before, had completed the magic scroll guidance that she had been preparing. A group of fiery red clouds gathered from the sky, and the rich fire elements seemed to be cheering. The gathering of a large number of fire elements also excluded a lot of other elements, and also gave Earl Luke a good blessing in the opposite direction, making the flames on his body thicker and the range even larger, like a soaring fire phoenix. And these are just the effects of this scroll. The gathered elements are mainly used to guide the magic itself. If there are players here, they will find that this is very similar to the spells that Zabo showed in the novice village, but the range is a little larger. After the fire cloud covered the enemy formation, a whole rain of fire fell from it. At the beginning, Luke used all his strength without any hesitation. He didn't feel bad about using the attack magic scroll at the bottom of the box. The purpose is to defeat the opponent in one go. The opponent has the support of Calais, and even so many spellcasters have come. It is impossible for them not to bring scrolls. If we really fight back and forth, something might go wrong later. In this case, why not just hit him hard, so that you don't have the chance to pull out your trump card? The purpose of his arrow, at the beginning, was also to contain the opponent. It was a pity that it didn't succeed, but it definitely delayed the opponent's time to use the response scroll. Once this blazing rain of fire is released, it can cause considerable damage if it lasts for a few more seconds. This is a large-scale magic specially prepared for the battlefield. Although the single target attack is limited, the falling rain of fire falls on those cavalrymen in full armor. Unless they are roasted by a long-term and large number of hits, they can't break through the defense of the armor. It just splashes out some sparks. That is, Those unarmored and lightly armored units screamed one by one, disrupting the formation. And Luke himself, when he was about to rush into the range of the rain of fire, was like a fish in water because of the increasingly dense fire element. This fierce charge made the Bloody Duke, who was supposed to come out to intercept, retreat a little. Can't stop it. If you insist on blocking it, you may be directly injured by the opponent's momentum, or even die. The knight is also a human being. If he is hit in the vitals after a few moves, he will die. Many opponents who were originally equally strong have been killed or killed in just a few moves because of accidents and carelessness. This is not surprising. Old man, you don't even dare to block me. Who gave you the courage to stand here? With Luke's roar, the fire phoenix condensed on his body broke out of his body and attacked the not border knight's head-on. With a fire rain in the sky, the fire phoenix seemed to have become real. Don't be so arrogant. After Luke released the momentum and launched this large-scale attack, the Bloody Duke roared and rushed straight to the giant bird of fire. The dark red blood light on his body flashed, and for a moment his beard and hair turned blood red, even his eyelashes and eyebrows. Holding the giant sword, he slashed at the giant bird of fire heavily, breaking the surface and directly smashing the bird with dispersed power. But even so, the aura of the broken bird still rushed towards him. A large number of spearmen in the front row were burned and screamed, and many cavalrymen in the distance were thrown off their horses, and the formation was scattered for a while. And those professional nobles and knights were like seeing a ghost when they saw Luke. Their courage was knocked out by this attack. Instead, they dared to lead the cavalry to bypass Luke and intercept the knights behind him who were in high spirits, giving the chaotic formation behind them time to reorganize. Otherwise, if they didn't resist this wave, they would really be taken away by another wave. Who would have thought that Count Luke, who had no experience in large-scale battlefields, would be so reckless and open fire at full power at the beginning, leaving no room for maneuver? It's a little clever, but steel is easy to break. Kid Hoyle, who was constantly using various water spells with his students to slow down the damage of the rain of fire, snorted coldly when he saw the situation in front of him. They were going to deal with Luke, and almost everyone had engraved some water spells in advance, so they could cast a lot of them instantly. Now they could deal with the rain of fire in a timely manner, which greatly reduced its destructive power. After stabilizing the situation, Gad Hoyle sneered and took out a scroll. People are different. The power of magic scrolls used by different people is completely different. The understanding of spell models, the reserve of knowledge, and the foundation of accumulation can all affect the release of scrolls. When it comes to the use of magic scrolls, I am the strongest on the scene. Chapter 560 White Heat Gap. Really good. Wang Yi watched Luke rush directly into the enemy's position, while causing a group riot with the Firebird. He also ran into the Bloody Duke head-on. His indomitable momentum really made him admire him. He is indeed a legend. Wang Yi has come to this point on the path of a mage. Although his body has been synchronized to the same level as his realm has been improved, but he has never experienced this kind of progress from the knight's path to legend. To a certain extent, watching Luke's growth is also a new knowledge for him to supplement his own database. Can we win? Do we not need to take action? Lu Xiuke looked ahead, and was also shocked by the cruelty of the battlefield. They all knew that the Principality of Nott was just trying to take advantage of Calais, and Calais was pushing behind to fight a proxy war. But the model of soldiers from Nott and Kton using their lives as firewood to add bricks and tiles to Calais still made them sigh in their hearts. There are no secrets under the sun. In the modern era of the internet, the situation of proxy wars is actually very clear. But many things are not okay to be made clear. People have the ability to promote the emergence of such proxy wars, and each has its own needs. The conflict between the Principality of Nott and the Principality of Kton is exactly the same. If it is just the current performance, it will not be a problem to repel the Bloody Duke, and the battle loss ratio will be better. Luke really relied on his own advantages to cover up the disadvantages. A random punch kills a master. From the perspective of the deployment of troops, Luke's side is actually slightly inferior to the opponent, even if the opponent's troops are relatively less. But Luke wiped out all those fancy tricks with his own strength, and directly started the competing with internal strength mode of head-on confrontation. For him, the precious 7th level scroll was used without any hesitation. I have tried my best. However, Calais should have given the Bloody Duke a lot of good things. Although he has been at a disadvantage, he is not panicked at all. He is very confident. Maybe there is a scroll that can turn the tables. The effect of the previous blazing rain is unquestionable. It can be said to be a strategic weapon that immediately rewrites the situation. It reduces the damage and expands the range, causing huge damage to the miscellaneous soldiers and causing chaos. Even the elite soldiers wearing armor are also damaged. The key is that it can cooperate with Luke's own breathing method to enhance the power and complete the linkage, which is equivalent to a combo. If there were not many spellcasters in the Not Border Knights who were using water magic to assist in the defense, it would be possible to be taken away by a wave of charges. Now there is a vague trend of collapse. Do we need to play? Hearing that, Luke, who seems to have the upper hand now, may not be able to hold on. Qian Yayan's eyes lit up, and her gangster excitement punch finally came in handy. Lu Xiuke even has a lot of martial arts tricks when filming movies. Go ahead if you want to play, but take it easy. Your bodies are much more valuable than the players. Understood. Got it. The two looked at each other, then rode their horses and rushed directly to the battlefield behind the troops. Do they remember that Wang Yi said that Not would definitely have a backup plan, and they would wait until the backup plan appeared before coming out to resist and save the world? Just as a small shock for the first appearance, seeing Qian Yayan and Lu Xiuke suddenly rushing out of the formation, Lilith, who was staying behind, was also shocked. She frowned and turned to Xiaotia and said with some concern, "What are they doing?" The cat lady boss also came this time. She also has the strength of a professional level and is an assassin. So this time she was commissioned by Count Luke to follow Lilith closely in case someone targeted her. And now she has been by Lilith's side. It doesn't matter. They are very strong now. Stronger than Miss Xiaotia? Lilith knew Xiaotia's strength, although it was only the beginner level. The Catwoman's bonus in agility made the other party theoretically have the ability to threaten high-level professions. Protecting yourself closely can also bring enough sense of security. Cat people are very alert. Much stronger than me. Xiaotia also felt a little unnatural when she said this, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Those two fairies of unknown race are succubi. She was full of wildness at the beginning and refused to admit defeat. But later she rolled her eyes and was mocked. But to be honest, the difference in physical strength alone is enough to show that they are extremely strong. And that damn ghost did not let her go to the battlefield just to protect Lilith, but agreed to let them go forward, naturally believing in their strength. So there is no need to worry. At the beginning of this war, Xiaotia felt very relaxed because she knew her man's identity as a Grand Mage. In the case of a 7th level scroll, the Grand Mage who can directly launch this level of magic is in charge. And there is no need to worry about the outcome. It just depends on how much you can win. Hope. So, Lilith's eyes are a little worried. The number of the opponent's casters is a little beyond imagination. This is too extravagant. Although the fiery rain has achieved a certain effect, it is still suppressed, and the power has not expanded. It is really a waste to rely on the number of ordinary mages to suppress this large-scale magic. This only means that the opponent has much more resources for casting spells. Thinking of this, she also looked back at Master Yi, who was smiling not far away. The opponent was holding a 7th level scroll in his hand. She hoped that she could respond in time. On the other side, Luke had already officially fought with the Bloody Duke, even though he was distracted and accumulated momentum at the beginning, causing a large-scale killing. He could still continue to suppress the Bloody Duke and make him unable to raise his head. However, although Luke had the upper hand, the Bloody Duke's experience still entangled him tightly, and he could even verbally attack him in this storm-like offensive. Young people are full of momentum, and I have to admire your strength. But unfortunately, this time, this is the place where you will die. Luke has not said a word, but just kept looking for the Bloody Duke's weakness. And the Bloody Duke was bleeding from the corners of his mouth. But even so, he continued to laugh. Look behind. Your wife is about to be attacked by magic. Can you save her? As he burst into laughter, blood splashed from his mouth. But his momentum became stronger and stronger. Luke was not distracted by his words at all, and he still seized the opportunity to increase his attack. It is said that Earl Luke values his relatives. Do you really value her? The Bloody Duke roared, and felt bitter in his heart. Damn, this young man has no martial ethics, relying on his strength to suppress him. Now he has actually retreated, and he will die if he continues like this. I just believe in my commission and the strength of my teammates. Luke, who had not spoken, uttered a word calmly at this time, and then the attack in his hand became heavier again. The surrounding flames have completely suppressed the blood of the Bloody Duke, as if they were about to be pressed into the other party's body. Waste. Gad Hoyle also saw the battlefield of the two great knights. The magic disturbance over there was extremely strong. The breathing method of the two great knights mobilized the magic elements to each other. And even he felt that he could not intervene. The power of ordinary magician's magic over there will be greatly reduced. But he didn't expect that the Bloody Duke, who had such a great reputation, was almost unable to bear it now. However, his scroll guidance was almost done now. While continuing to complete the subsequent operations, he also took out another scroll to the disciple next to him. Matt, this one is operated by you. Your research on wind magic is enough for you to complete the activation. It is also good for your growth to understand the 7th level spell in advance. Matt took the scroll and his face was full of excitement. I didn't expect that the teacher would trust me so much and give me such an important scroll. Don't worry, teacher. I will do my best. Well, this scroll is more difficult. Just guide the direction and throw it to the enemy position. Let's cut off their retreat first. A little coldness appeared on Gad Hoyle's face. What does the life and death of the Nod Border Knights have to do with him? His main goal now is to keep the young knight, who is truly a legendary here. The role of the Nod Border Knights and the Bloody Duke is to delay and give himself more time. The reason for attacking the rear first to cut off the retreat route is to force this sentimental knight not to jump into the river and leave directly. And if he trapped his important people here and he escaped, the mental flaw left behind would be half of the purpose in disguise. As Gad Hoyle completed the guidance, a giant magic model of nothingness will expand like a tall building, and then quickly absorb the surrounding magic power to fill up. One node after another was constantly lit up, and the magnificent magic brilliance had entered the visible light field, making everyone on the battlefield look over here. 8th level magic? The face of Earl Luke, who had been suppressing the Bloody Duke, finally changed. Although the Bloody Duke was stunned for a moment, he still laughed. You can die under the 8th level magic, and you can die for what you deserve. Generally speaking, ordinary great wizards can release 7th level magic, and only those senior great wizards can release 8th level magic. And being able to make 8th level magic into a scroll, I am afraid that only a very few top great wizards can do it. They are all well-known figures under the legend. The genius wizard of the Calais Federation, who was accepted as a legendary disciple, may be able to do it, but the others cannot. But soon the Bloody Duke's face stiffened, because he found that the magic absorbed all the magic power of the surrounding attributes without restraint, and turned into a colorful fire snake, sticking many different elements together, coexisting and accompanying each other, but not destroying each other. This is the power of the 8th level magic. Even the remaining fire magic power of the flame rain was also swallowed by it, causing the flame giant snake to be mainly red. With a roar of dozens of meters, it rushed straight from the sky to the camp of Khoton. The reason why the Bloody Duke's face stiffened was that he thought this magic was to assist in clearing the front battlefield or Count Luke. Isn't your target Count Luke? Don't you want us to occupy Dano City, so that you can have full contact with the savages? Cut off the retreat. However, the Bloody Duke quickly changed his mind and understood the other party's idea. But he understood it. But at this time, he cursed in his heart, because he clearly felt the raging anger emanating from Luke in front of him. I want you dead. Bang. Although the heavy blow was blocked by the Bloody Duke, he was blown hundreds of meters in the air like a cannonball, and blood was sprayed. Luke didn't care about finishing off the enemy at this time. He roared and stomped on the ground, causing cracks in the ground, and rushed towards the giant snake in the sky. His tiny body seemed so inconspicuous compared to the giant snake that was tens of meters long, but it brought out an indomitable momentum. Boom! The head of the elemental giant snake was directly smashed by Luke, but he was not affected by the void. But under this powerful impact, he flew backwards to the ground at a faster speed. Although the giant snake had a tendency to disintegrate, it was still trying to regroup under the control of the old wizard Gad Hoyle. Gad Hoyle, with blue arcane light in his eyes and blood constantly spraying from his nose, clenched his hands in the air, as if he was trying his best to control the giant snake. So, that's why I was sent here, accompanied by the nosebleed spraying like a faucet. The blue light in the eyes suddenly surged, and the giant snake shrank by half. But it still recondensed into a body of 20 to 30 meters. Why use the precious 8th level scroll instead of directly arranging the Archmage to come? That's because the meaning of the Archmage's dispatch is completely different. After the news spreads, the resistance of other countries to Calais will increase. So, I was arranged to come, controlled by my experienced top mage. It is no less than the Archmage in person. A mud leg is a mud leg after all. What if he enters the hero level? What if he is a top knight? It doesn't make any sense. With his last roar, the recondensed giant snake seemed to expand a few meters, and then continued to pounce forward. Matt! Now! With the reminder of Gad Hoyle, Matt has also fully activated the scroll in his hand and positioned the target at the opponent's camp. However, he was horrified to find that after he had chosen the position, a terrible suction force came out from the scroll the next moment. His mental power seemed to be broken and poured into it. Teacher, I can't control it. Matt wanted to throw the scroll away, but he found that he was being held tightly and could not be interrupted. This is normal. Some scrolls have some side effects. Don't worry. It will be quick. On the other side, Gad Hoyle was controlling the recondensed elemental giant snake and casually replied. But then Matt found that as his mental power was almost exhausted, the next moment the suction began to extract his vitality and even his soul. Undead magic? Matt looked at his wrists that were becoming thin in horror, his eyes full of despair. He broke through to become a formal mage. He was a top student at Calais College. The teacher also promised to reward him with a concentration potion after this matter was completed. Through the concentration potion, he might be able to quickly break through to a mid-level mage. But why is it like this now? This is your country. You can't let us work for you. Right? Gad Hoyle still had a cold face. In order to achieve the goal, a little sacrifice is necessary. The native Calais wizards don't have enough to share the concentration potion. So how could they just give it to an outsider? This is the recipe they got from Leo's floating city. The occasional outflow of potions can be exchanged for a lot of money. I'm not coming. Stop it. Matt regretted it very much. He wanted to stop using the scroll, but it was obvious that since he was fooled into using it, this thing couldn't be stopped just like that. The target position had to be determined first. This was something that would not tell the caster the consequences, and naturally there would be various countermeasures on it. Don't worry. Your sacrifice is fruitful. Although this scroll is only level 7, the undead magic absorbs the wrong souls on the battlefield. With you as the core of the sacrifice, the power can be greatly increased. It's a pity that my magic was destroyed by Luke. Otherwise it would be even more powerful. Gad Hoyle said his purpose while increasing Matt's resentment. Undead magic often has various limitations. If it is not used well, its power is at the bottom. But if it is used well in a suitable environment, although it is a 7th level magic, it can achieve many effects that even the 8th level magic cannot achieve. You will not die well. You will not die well. Might was already skinny and looked like a skeleton. With his last resentment, the whole person dissipated like powder. Then the powder grew in the wind and turned into a huge twisted shadow, and then exploded into endless black wind sweeping towards the entire battlefield. There were also many people from the Principality of not within the affected area. In the affected area, the uninjured people felt a biting cold and weakness. The injured people were more seriously injured, and most of the seriously injured and weak people died directly. The dead, undead, and resentment continued to gather and join the sticky black wind. The elemental giant snake in the sky seemed to absorb the wind of the undead again, and the hole expanded again, and a large amount of black emerged. These two spells can complement each other. If the elemental giant snake can kill, it can absorb the soul again to expand. The whole giant snake is also accompanied by a gust of black wind, and it continues to attack the rear position. Luke, who just completed the first interception, blew up the elemental giant snake's head, and forcibly reduced its size by half. Was in a very bad state when he landed again. As a knight, he shouldn't compete head-on with the magic system. Even if he is a top knight, he will not get any good results if he fights an 8th level spell. But he didn't expect that the giant snake would recover so easily. And it was even more powerful when he saw it rushing to the back again. A trace of determination appeared in his eyes. He knew that he couldn't stop the elemental giant snake that was obviously strengthened by the undead magic. In this case, he would kill the caster. If you don't want to die, call this thing back to attack me. Without any hesitation, Luke rushed straight to the depths of Not's position. The initial blazing rain, the giant firebird he had prepared to attract, and the charge of the cavalry regiment he led all had a great impact on Not, who was already on the verge of collapse. As a result, the release of the two tactical spells did not help them. The elemental giant snake was fine. It just absorbed the magic power around it. But the undead wind behind was to maximize the power. And even Not's people were much weaker. The bloody Duke was knocked away again. But in this situation, no one could stop the reckless Luke. The figures blocking the road were knocked away one after another, and rushed into the formation with an indomitable momentum, heading straight for the source of the magic. Heh. I knew you would be like this. Gad Hoyle sneered. The old sly man of the bloody Duke was indeed unreliable. I didn't expect that he would not be able to save even one time this time. Another disciple under his command took another scroll and completed the activation. The next moment, the land around this area changed, rolling and revealing the soil underneath, and then quickly formed an inverted soil bowl, covering all the people inside. When the soil gathered and was about to close, Gad Hoyle looked at Luke, who was approaching quickly from a distance through the closing gap of the earth shield, and a hint of mockery hung on the corner of his mouth. A reckless man is a reckless man, even if he is a top knight. So what? There is still a big gap between him and a mage of the same level. With the scroll, I can be regarded as a great wizard. Die! Luke attacked with anger, and the lance in his hand burst into a fierce light. The whole person hit the earth barrier of the earth shield like a red drill. It looked like an inverted bowl formed by some soft soil. But after Luke's sharp attack drilled into it, it felt like a drop in the ocean. It felt that the inverted bowl had a violent fluctuation as a whole. But all the force of Luke's attack was absorbed by the entire jelly-like defense barrier. Not only that, the ground around him had a spider web-like crack, as if all of Luke's attacks were poured into the ground. Most of the force was cleverly unloaded. Luke's attack was very powerful and destructive, but it could not do anything to the few people in the defense barrier. This is the wizard. All the attacks were absorbed, which meant that no damage was caused to the opponent. This forced Luke, who was standing in front of the barrier, to calm down. He then began to pace around the defensive shield and observe carefully, looking at Luke, who was pacing around the earth shield and had no intention of going back. Gad Hoyle, who was leaning on another student to release the water mirror technique to observe the outside and controlling the elemental serpent, was also a little surprised. According to the original estimate, the other party was indeed very likely to come directly to him. But after being persuaded by the earth shield, he should try to go back to save it. Although the elemental serpent strengthened by the wind of the undead was not something that this physical reckless man could save. Even if the other party still had any 7th level scrolls, it would not make much sense. But he didn't struggle at all, but was still studying the barrier here, which was still beyond his expectations. The mage who controlled the earth shield was not a great mage after all. Although he completed the spell guidance with the help of the scroll, he could also maintain it continuously. But if it was constantly destroyed by a great knight, there would still be a considerable risk. What's more, this is a top-level great knight. Not every mage can have such control skills as himself. No. According to the intelligence, the other party would not allow his wife to be threatened. You may not know yet. Although you have placed your daughter in the mage tower, we still made arrangements. Do you think the mage tower without the master's control can protect your daughter? So soon, your wife and daughter will die in front of you. Gad Hoyle continued to make verbal provocations. Luke, who was observing the specifications of the earth shield and looking for flaws, had stopped and responded with okay. Before, I was worried and confused, and instinctively intercepted. Then Luke looked up at the barrier of the earth shield, with a burning fighting spirit and anger in his eyes. And now I have no choice but to believe in my commission. Almost as Luke's voice fell, 2 figures rushed to the elemental snake in the sky one after another. One person had a thick black flame on his body, and the other was golden. Just like Luke defeated the head of the elemental giant snake before. One of them attacked the head, and the other attacked the body, and actually tore the giant snake apart. 2 great knights. 2 new knights suddenly appeared in the camp of the Principality of Curtain, which really shocked the entire battlefield. You should know that the Principality of Curtain itself only has 3 knights, and these 2 seem to be 2 women. Not the knights of the Principality of Curtain. The continuous appearance of the elemental snake and the wind of the dead, and the combination of the 2, have shocked the people on the battlefield. Even if the target is the rear, it still affects the morale of the cavalry fighting on the side of the Principality of Curtain. The miscellaneous cavalry led by the nobles have a tendency to break up and escape. The team in the rear felt a deep sense of despair when they felt the elemental snake coming towards them. As a mage, Lilith knew that this elemental snake could kill a group and then absorb a group of souls, constantly maintaining its own consumption and even becoming stronger. This is a king bomb to clear the miscellaneous, enough to kill all the auxiliary soldiers in the rear, and it is completely beyond the scope of what she can deal with. Even if Mastery could activate the scroll he got from his teacher, he couldn't reverse it. Even if her husband was here, she couldn't defeat this superimposed magic. And when it cleared the rear and became stronger, it could turn around and kill her husband. Lilith, who knew Luke well, knew that if she died here, it would be a blow to her husband, and he would probably choose to fight to the death with the enemy. But just when she was a little desperate, Master Yi's 2 female companions who had rushed into the battlefield halfway before, burst out with terrifying strength that made people look sideways. As a mage, Lilith could clearly feel the power they squandered after they burst out with all their strength. This is not just a Great Knight. The two of them also have bloodline spells that are not weak. Great Knight plus Warlock. What kind of combination is this? Shaltia, who was protecting Lilith, was also shocked at this time. Although she had expected that these two people were extremely powerful, she didn't expect them to be so strong. It's worthy of being the man she liked, who could subdue such a powerful female companion. Being able to compete with them on the same stage also shows his strength. Luke, who also paid attention to the changes here, and saw who defeated the magic in the sky, also smiled and was relieved. Even if there are any changes in the future, there is no need to care. Because how can a wizard who can have two Great Knight level beauties be just an ordinary wizard? There is a great wizard in our camp. Two Great Knights? How is it possible? Where did you invite reinforcements in such a short time? Gad Hoyle saw the situation outside through the water mirror, and felt the changes in his control of the spell. And his face was full of horror. In order to continue to control the spell, his facial expression has been distorted to be very ghostly. Before, it was just nosebleed. But now it has been bleeding from all 7 orifices, until he trembled and crushed his necklace to stabilize the situation. Let the shattered giant snake debris in the sky show a tendency to condense again. His face is full of ghostly facial expressions. Even if there are two Great Knights. What? His magic has taken shape. This combination of magic is the research result of Leo's floating city. A formal mage was sacrificed, and 3 precious scrolls were used. You can't break it easily. Mage, after all, is still a mage. Don't look at us with your superficial eyes. As he used several recovery items again, the sound of shattering sounded on his body. The giant snake in the sky still had a tendency to recondense. And the dead on the battlefield also provided new magic for the giant snake again. The first time the pure element snake was shattered by Luke, it was obviously reduced by half. But this time it was defeated by 2 Great Knights. And the recondense might seem not much different. This really made the cheering coat inside feel heavy again. This combination of spells is so powerful. 2 Great Knights appeared on their side, and they couldn't handle it. Only Wang Yi shook his head behind them. They boasted that they had practiced well. But the means of application were really rough. Just relying on the size, it was not possible to really disperse the nodes of the snake. Given the level of the previous operator, it was natural to pay a price to condense it again. Originally, it was very simple to completely disperse the 2 bodies based on the use of blood magic. It seems that I need to make up for it later. However, the use of this elemental snake is also very interesting. An 8th level magic combined with a 7th level magic has this linkage bonus effect. Although it is not much in terms of power, the idea of taking advantage is still very interesting. If the great wizards really cooperate with each other on the battlefield, it can almost be regarded as a perpetual motion machine for harvesting miscellaneous soldiers. And if a legendary wizard uses this idea, it can even make this magic stronger and stronger. If I were to control it when I was still a legendary wizard, and there were enough sacrifice materials with casualties, it would not be a problem to use this method to continuously snowball and temporarily combine a demigod-level magic creation. However, it is troublesome to preserve it for a long time. There are too many chaotic souls, unless there is a spirit of at least legendary level to suppress them. Wang Yi also started as a necromancer. He also felt a little itchy for this interesting little idea, and unconsciously thought of some optimization plans and improvement methods. At present, there is such a strong local fluctuation on the battlefield, which is enough to cover the power of the same level. Wang Yi also tore the scroll that Luke gave him casually. A spell model gathered in the sky. The earth began to shake, and it kept rolling to reveal the soil below. Then a large amount of soil began to gather and form. This was originally a multi-purpose magic scroll used to change the landform, attack, block and even repair. Wang Yi pinched a giant earth that rose from the ground. He raised his hand and grabbed the elemental giant snake in the sky. Several complex lines appeared between the palms of the earth giant. But when the earth giant combined and condensed, it used the ability to control the earth to directly outline different circuits in its body, forming an extremely complex huge model. Wang Yi did not use any power beyond the level of a great wizard, and even mainly used the power guided by the 7th level scroll. But he used every bit of power to the extreme. A 7th level magic that originally changed the terrain was molded into an earth giant, and the inside was actually outlined and engraved with various magic patterns. The magic power pride by the model surged, blooming along the lines of the earth giant's palm. And suddenly a huge suction force appeared, forcibly sucking the elemental snake in the air into the hand. kneading it into a long strip like kneading noodles, and then wrapped around the Earth Giant's body, as if it had become its pendant. On the other side, Gad Hoyle, who had finally maintained his own state with the help of various recovery props, fell to the ground without even thinking about it, and was hit by the backlash of the spell and fainted with a scattered mind. He didn't even know what happened, and even the emotions of astonishment and shock could not emerge. The next moment, the Earth Giant raised his hand, and a spear condensed from a large amount of mud in his hand. He suddenly threw it forward and instantly pierced into the turtle SHL like Earth's shield. The Earth spears, which were also made of mud, melted into the Earth shield. The next moment, the wizard who controlled the Earth shield also fainted with blood spurting from his nose. The barriers that originally protected them began to deform and turned into the bars of a cage, locking all the remaining wizards in it. The rich Earth element condensed, making them all feel an effect similar to the magic band, except for the heavy Earth element that could not be mobilized. There was no other magic power. The spellcasters immediately turned into ordinary people. As for the changes that occurred in an instant, they couldn't even react or accept the facts. What happened? Wasn't the situation originally very good? The combination magic has been used, and we are already invincible. The Earth shield also blocked the hateful counterattack of Count Luke. But now, how did they become prisoners in an instant? The situation was reversed in an instant? They hadn't lost even when two great knights appeared. What happened? Just like the physical professions, who couldn't understand the magic changes of the elemental snake combination before. This group of mages also looked at a loss, like muggles, who had never seen the world.